Did him with a smile. You mean Zhu Lin doesn't allow you to go to the rescue, right? You are good at everything except understanding women. Your Aunt Zhu said that because she just didn't think straight for a moment. Believe it or not, when you really rescue her from this sea of suffering, she will definitely not seek death. After all, not many people know what she went through. As long as you don't say it and she doesn't say it, who can know? To the outside world, she is still the pure and innocent sixth-rank emperor. But, all of this has a prerequisite, and that is that you have to rescue her quickly enough. Because if it's too late, her belly. The more he listened, the more excited Zhun Xiaoyao became. Zhu Lin was captured because of him, and now he finally has a chance to make amends, so naturally he will not continue to be depressed. Mom, I know what to do. The oppressive atmosphere was relieved instantly, but at this moment, a package suddenly flew in from outside the manor. The package didn't stop until it reached Zhun Xiaoyao. It is obvious that the person who delivered the gift is a top master. Otherwise, it would be impossible to control the strength so well. Chapter 164. A gift from Cao Wenbin. Someone, come quickly. Zhongzhou reacted and her body tensed up instantly. Then he started shouting loudly. But soon, Zhun Xiaoyao covered her mouth. Because the sharp-eyed Zhun Xiaoyao saw the words on the package. Written by Zhun Xiaoyao himself. Remember to keep no outsiders around. Cao Wenbin. Although there was no signature on the package, Zhun Xiaoyao was sure that it must have been sent by Cao Wenbin. So, after making sure there was no danger inside the package, he immediately opened it carefully. As the first item appeared, he suddenly felt unwell again. My body started to tremble unconsciously. As to whether it was because he was angry or for other reasons, no one knows. This is a pair of women's high heels that are very popular in the fairyland. Black face, red bottom. Logically speaking, this is nothing. But the key point is that these shoes belong to Zhu Lin. Zhun Xiaoyao clearly remembered that this was what Zhu Lin was wearing when she was captured. And it appears here, doesn't that mean? Of course, this is not the end. As the package was slowly opened, a pair of flesh-colored stockings soon appeared in the eyes of Zhun Xiaoyao and Zhongzhou. Similarly, this is also something that belongs to Zhu Lin. And unlike the breathtaking look it had when Zhun Xiaoyao saw it last time, it was now in tatters and tatters. In some places, it is even a little hard. Xiaoyao, let's not watch it anymore. That little brat is obviously using this to disgust you. You don't have to suffer this. As someone who had been through this, even though she had never seen what Zhu Lin was wearing, she still understood the whole story in an instant. Unfortunately, she failed to persuade Zhun Xiaoyao. Mom, don't worry. I want to see what tricks that Cao guy can come up with. After saying that, he unfolded the package completely. There are two things left in it, one is the photo stone. The other one is a letter. Following the order, Zhun Xiaoyao was the first to activate the photo stone. No picture appears. This photo stone only records a sound. Girl, do you remember what I said? Come, please recover. Don't cry, there's no point in crying. Master Cao, please let me go. I'm so much older than you. I'm not worthy of you at all. Ah. In this recording, Zhu Lin kept begging for mercy. And Cao Wenbin kept smiling evilly. Of course, this is just the beginning. At the back, Xiaoyao, stop listening. Zhongzhou was the first one who couldn't stand it anymore. But that's true. After all, they are mother and daughter. As a mother, listening to this with my son, it really doesn't make sense. Good. Zhun Xiaoyao is very obedient. He immediately tore out the magic power in the image stone. However, he did not destroy the photo stone. As for what he's going to do, only God knows. Then, in order to divert Zhongzhu's attention, he subconsciously picked up the letter. Originally, both Zhun Xiaoyao and Zhongzhou thought that the letter would contain all kinds of sarcastic words. But they didn't expect that after opening it, they found that there were only 2 words on the letter. Very smooth. He was stunned for a moment, but soon, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of Zhun Xiaoyao's mouth. This is not a bitten lip. Instead, he was so angry that he suffered internal injuries. Xiaoyao. As expected, Zhongzhou immediately became anxious. But just when she was at a loss, a divine light suddenly burst out from Zhun Xiaoyao's body. This is a sign of an impending breakthrough. At the critical moment, the characteristic of becoming more courageous after setbacks was activated again. As expected, a blessing in disguise. Mother, I'm going into seclusion. By the way, you must not tell anyone about this, lest it ruin Aunt Zhu's reputation. I can handle it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. As a mother, how can you not spoil your children? Look, although Zhun Xiaoyao specifically told Zhongru not to get involved, after he left, Zhongru still called her maid in immediately. Zhu'er, I remember you told me that there was a great emperor named Zhao who had helped Cao Wenbin many times, right? The little girl tilted her head, with a hint of confusion in her expression. Obviously, this happened a long time ago and her memory is a little fuzzy. But soon, she nodded quickly. Madam, it seems to be the case. If I remember correctly, that woman's full name seems to be Zhao Yuaner. It is said that this woman has stood up for Cao Wenbin several times. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Cao Wenbin's protector. Hearing this, Zhongru's eyes suddenly lit up. Protector of the way. This is really a case of searching for something everywhere but finally finding it without any effort. Cao Wenbin, aren't you the one who ruined my son's protector? Then I will let my son destroy your protector. Tit for tat, absolutely fair. The more Zhongru thought about it, the more she felt that this was the right thing to do. So, she immediately gave Zhu'er an order. Zhu'er, go tell Mr. Duan to set off immediately to find Zhao Yuaner. Tell him that after this incident, the debt of life-saving grace will be settled. He can do whatever he wants. That's right, I want to live. If he dies, it would be a wasted trip. After saying this, Zhongru immediately laughed triumphantly. This so-called old Duan was the dying man whom she saved with a resurrection pill 30 years ago. The strength is at the 7th level of the Emperor realm. The two parties originally agreed that it would be limited to 3 times. As long as it is within his ability, Mr. Duan must help Zhongru 3 times. Don't refuse. Zhao Yuaner, Zhao Yuaner, as a woman, I didn't want to attack you. But who made you end up with such a young master? If you want to blame someone, blame him. Obviously, Zhongru is extremely confident in Mr. Duan's strength. But that's true. Zhun Xiaoyao's protector is at the 6th level. Based on this inference, Cao Wenbin's protector should also be of the 6th rank. 7th rank versus 6th rank, easy and enjoyable. Madam, don't worry. Zhu'er will definitely convey your message exactly as it was given. As expected, birds of a feather flock together. These two, master and servant, are truly as fierce as each other. If Cao Wenbin knew about this conversation, he would definitely laugh his head off. Send a 7th rank person to the Cao family to capture Zhao Yuaner. Could you be more talented? Not to mention catching people, as long as he can step into the gate of the Cao family, it will be considered a success in his cultivation. Chapter 165, Do What You Say. People's sorrows and joys are never synchronized. Just when Zhun Xiaoyao was going crazy over the 4 gifts, Cao Wenbin was smiling as he took the Kunlun mirror. As for Zhu Lin, she was staring into the distance with lifeless eyes. Her appearance hasn't changed at all compared to a few days ago. The strength in the body has long since returned to normal. If I have to say there is any difference, it might be temperament. She was already familiar enough before. But compared with now, it's nothing. There is no comparison at all. Of course, there have been some subtle changes in her attire. After all, the original version is either broken or given away by Cao Wenbin. At the same time, several collars appeared on her wrists, ankles, and neck. But don't underestimate them. These gadgets are not just simple decorations. It's not even an insult. But it's the ring of confinement. This was invented by a slave trader thousands of years ago. Once any creature puts it on, it will never be able to disobey the master's orders again. Even if your heart is resisting, your body will faithfully carry out the order. It is precisely because of this that even after Zhu Lin recovered his strength, he remained honest. Lin Xiu, who had a panoramic view of everything, was also shocked by what she had seen and heard in the past few days. 6th rank, this is the 6th rank. You have to know that the strongest person in their branch is only at the 8th rank. A 6th rank emperor is definitely at the ancestor level. When you meet someone normally, you don't have to kneel down to greet them, but at least you have to bow respectfully. But even such a talented person had all his wrinkles smoothed out in front of her. At this moment, Lin Xiu deeply realized how terrifying Cao Wenbin, the little brat in her eyes, was. Not only is he of noble status, the wrist is also very strong. Fortunately, this guy didn't use any tricks on me. Otherwise, Lin Xiu felt somewhat relieved. But soon, a look of pride appeared on her face again. Because she suddenly remembered that she was completely different from the 6th grade person in front of her. Yes, her strength is not that good, she can't even beat Cao Wenbin. But she has a backer. As long as she doesn't give in, even with the support of the old man from the Lin family, Cao Wenbin will never dare to go too far. Unless Cao Wenbin doesn't want to go home. Boom. Just when Lin Xiu was daydreaming, Cao Wenbin finally got the result. Mirror and mirror case are now one. As a result, the two supreme laws of time and space immediately became violent. To be honest, if it were someone else, they would be torn to pieces in an instant under the influence of these two forces. But as the instigator of all this, Cao Wenbin was not in any trouble at all. Even got huge benefits from it. Look, just by closing his eyes and meditating for a while, his law of time has undergone a transformation. At the same time, a hint of spatial rhythm slowly emerged from his body. In fact, Cao Wenbin is not unfamiliar with the laws of space. There were 2 times when I almost got in. If it weren't for his bad luck, he would have already possessed the 2 incredible abilities of time and space. It's mine after all. No one can stop me. Cao Wenbin is very excited. However, some people's expressions are not so good. No wonder the young master keeps losing every time he fights. This kid's luck is really too good. The opportunity here is actually completely consistent with the laws he has mastered. No, I have to think of a way. Otherwise, the young master will always live in his shadow. The Jun family's years of forbearance will become a complete joke. By the way, isn't this kid obsessed with me? In that case, I'll just feed the tiger with my own body. As long as we can make him fall, the young master will catch up sooner or later. It's already like this anyway. There is no difference between once and countless times. The more Zhu Lin thought about it, the brighter her eyes became. Obviously, she has found a new goal in life. But what she didn't know was that her decision would cause Jun Xiaoyao to suffer an extremely severe blow in the near future. Of course, this is all in the past. Half a month later, Cao Wenbin, whose strength had reached the late quasi-saint stage, finally stepped out of Kunlun Mountain. This time he gained a lot, so the smile on his face has never disappeared since he came out of seclusion. Master, where are we going next? Of course it's the sacred place of the Qilin clan, Qilin Cliff. I haven't forgotten their sneak attack on me. Okay, get the car ready. It's as if the 4 saints have treasure chests in their hands. Soon, 2 luxurious carriages appeared in the wilderness. In fact, any one of these 2 cars is enough to accommodate all of them. But these women still prepared too. Because they know very well that this is a basic need. Sure enough, the journey had just begun and Cao Wenbin couldn't sit still. As for his goals, not surprisingly, it was Zhu Lin who was just acquired not long ago. Don't talk about getting bored with the old and loving the new. Men are all like this. It's such a fresh feeling. What's interesting is that Zhu Lin, who previously needed the ring of confinement to command Cao Wenbin, actually let Cao Wenbin go this time reluctantly. Why, have you figured it out? After entering another carriage, Cao Wenbin immediately started playing with Zhu Lin's beautiful legs. Then he said with curiosity on his face. However, he didn't get the answer immediately. When he was about to have enough fun and was ready to show off his skills, Zhu Lin finally said, "You will treat me well in the future, right?" Cao Wenbin was stunned, but after just a few breaths, he said seriously, "This is natural. I've always been nice to my women. I will never neglect anyone." The expression is very serious. But Zhu Lin didn't buy it. "Yeah, then why did I hear that you love to have sex with people and then abandon them? You only spent half a month with Dai Yunyu, the girl who helped you awaken your forbidden body, and then abandoned her in Cao's mansion. You haven't even glanced at her again. You've tried every possible means, even resorting to using my beloved Empress Pei Luoxue, and you haven't even entered the Cao family's gate yet." As for the saint outside, Cao Wenbin broke out in sweat after hearing this. He really didn't expect that this woman was so familiar with his past. Damn, this woman was an intelligence agent before she became a protector. No, these all happened recently. By that time, she should have already become a protector. Oh, I see. A person immediately flashed through Cao Wenbin's mind. Lin Xiu. In their small team, the only person who knew everything about his past and dared to gossip about him was this chick who forced him to call her sister. It's so fucking frustrating. No, I have to find an opportunity to test my mother's attitude. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I have to try. Otherwise, she will have to go to heaven. Of course, although I think so, it is a matter for the future after all. Therefore, his attention soon shifted back to Zhu Lin. Defamation. This is pure slander. If you don't believe me, go ask Mu Qianchen. She will tell you how honest I am. This time, Zhu Lin was not stubborn. After all, her purpose was just to pretend so that Cao Wenbin wouldn't doubt her motives. Forget it, Yo is just a prisoner. How can I ask for too much? Come on. Don't worry, I will cooperate this time. I just hope you can be a little nicer to me in the future. I have to say, women are born actors. Look, although Zhu Lin has never practiced this kind of skills, she still performed flawlessly. At least Cao Wenbin, who was so excited, didn't find any flaws. Unfortunately, this trap can't harm Cao Wenbin at all. There's nothing I can do about it, who made him have 4 kidneys. I have the ability to travel smoothly. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Chapter 166, One Sentence, Forcing Dozens of Emperors to Death. Part 1. Happy times are always short. Before Cao Wenbin could even enjoy himself, Fang Zihua had already lifted a corner of the car curtain. Master, we're here. Look. No response. And Fang Zihua was not in a hurry. She knew that although the little man in the car was not very serious in most cases, he was never careless when it came to big things. Sure enough, just over a minute later, Cao Wenbin appeared in front of her with a very satisfied look on his face. As for Zhu Lin, sorry, she definitely won't be able to get up in a short time. When Cao Wenbin came out, her eyes returned to that empty state. Arrive. In that case, let's throw in the visiting card we've prepared long ago. I am a civilized man. This is not our territory, so we won't barge in. Fang Zihua is a great con. Especially when she thought of the so-called visiting card, she was speechless to the extreme. Master, let's call some people over first. Although the Qilin clan has declined, its foundation is still there. With our current strength, we can't beat them. Cao Wenbin smiled. Then he shook his head with great confidence. Just do as I say. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. After all, I'm more afraid of death than you. Fang Zihua was right after thinking about it. So, she immediately asked her master to send a visiting invitation. That's right, the 4 saints brought by Cao Wenbin are Fang Zihua and her master and uncle. They are all people who have had many interactions with Cao Wenbin. As for the other one, he is their ancestor. The oldest saint in the Holy Maiden Palace is Xiao Cheng. A 4th-grade emperor. I have to say, the saint's potential is really low. As far as Cao Wenbin knows, she is almost 4,000 years old this year. If this much time is given to a child of destiny, he would at least be at the 9th rank. If you are lucky enough, even the 10th grade is possible. But when it comes to her, forget it, why think so much? Anyway, it's just to warm the bed. As long as it's pretty and charming, that's enough. We don't expect them to fight. He shook his head and then Cao Wenbin got out of the car. At the same time, Fang Zihua and Lin Wanchen also threw the Qilin heads in their hands towards the cliff not far away. Yes, the so-called visiting card is the head of the 2 unicorns. Obviously, Cao Wenbin knows how to stimulate people. The Qilin clan, whose entire clan consists of fire attribute cultivators, also failed to suppress their anger. As soon as the 2 huge heads entered Qilin Cliff, roars rang out one after another. Who dares to slaughter my Qilin people? You are seeking death. How dare you provoke me like this? Do you really think that there is no one left in my Qilin clan? Cao Wenbin, you've gone too far. Not only did you plunder our clan's sacred fire, but you also took the initiative to provoke us. Do you really think you're the ruler of the world? The last sentence was shouted out by the Qilin who assigned the task. As a result, Qilin Cliff, which was originally very noisy, suddenly became quiet. As to why this is the case, a man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. After what happened in the church, there are not many people in the entire fairyland who dare to shout in front of Cao Wenbin. Of course, although they didn't make a sound, all the ancestors of the Qilin clan appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. Not one left behind. But that's true. This matter involves a lot of things. Anyone who becomes a coward because of fear of death will no longer be able to stay in the Qilin clan. As they appeared one after another, a hint of surprise quickly flashed across Cao Wenbin's eyes. Although he had to be prepared, the strength of the Qilin clan still exceeded his expectations. An 11th rank, a 10th grade 1, 3 8th grade 1s, 7 6th grade 1s. As for those below the 5th rank, there are nearly 200 of them. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a standard quasi-immortal configuration. As long as the 11th grade cultivator can break through to the 12th grade, the Qilin clan will be able to immediately become quasi-immortal. I never thought that there is such a 6th race hidden in my Zhongzhou. If I hadn't pushed them so hard, who knows how long they would have hidden themselves. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in Cao Wenbin's eyes suddenly became stronger. At the same time, seeing that everyone was present, the leader of the Qilin tribe finally spoke. "Mr. Cao, give us an explanation. Why are you so aggressive?" Cao Wenbin smiled. The next moment, a photo stone appeared in his hand. As he poured his magic power into it, the scene of the two Qilin attacking him suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Is this explanation enough? By the way, your name is Mo Chu, right? Now I ask you, should they be killed? Mo prisoner is silent. Should he be killed? Of course that shouldn't be the case. After all, they are right. But he couldn't say that. Because Zhongzhou belongs to the Cao family. On the surface, they actually belong to the Cao family. In other words, the two Qilins were killing their master. He deserves to die. Master Cao, I failed to discipline you and frightened you. But as the saying goes, when a person dies, all grudges are settled. How about we just let this matter go? The smile on Cao Wenbin's lips became even more intense. But what he said made everyone in the Qilin clan feel like they were falling into an icy cave. Chapter 167. One sentence, forcing dozens of emperors to death Part 2. Revealed. You are dreaming. Also, if I remember correctly, my Cao family has a clear rule. Once your strength exceeds the 5th rank, you must be registered. Violators will be executed immediately. And you all, it seems, haven't followed the rules. Silence. Every one of these high-ranking members of the Qilin clan was speechless. Yes, the Cao family did have such a rule. But isn't this regulation just a decoration? Not only has no one ever followed it, your Cao family has never taken it seriously. What do you mean by taking it out now? However, the people of the Qilin tribe are not prepared to argue with Cao Wenbin. After all, they are not right. So what is Mr. Cao going to do? Originally, they all thought that Cao Wenbin just wanted to take this opportunity to slander them. But I didn't expect. Simple. Since you haven't registered, you can all go to hell. That way, it won't be considered breaking the rules. His eyes widened instantly. Then, murderous intent appeared on the faces of these Qilins. Could it be that this guy has played with women too much and his brain has gone blank? You want them to die with just one sentence. Why the hell don't you go to heaven? But soon, they were like deflated balloons, losing all their energy and spirit. Obviously, their sanity has returned. Yes, Cao Wenbin is nothing to be afraid of. These pretty chicks following him around are just a little bit tricky. But none of the people standing behind him are good people. As for taking someone with you before you die, that is pure fantasy. Besides, even if they don't consider themselves, they have to consider the next generation. From what Cao Wenbin said, it was obvious that he only wanted old guys like them. In other words, if they had not resisted, the Qilin tribe would not have become extinct. Of course, intelligent beings have diverse ideas. Since there are people who consider the overall situation, there are naturally people who are selfish. As the atmosphere became more and more depressing, some people immediately became unable to sit still. Without any nonsense, he moved his body and flew directly to the horizon. This is an 8th rank emperor. The speed is amazing. His movement immediately attracted the attention of all the Qilins. Suddenly, a desire for life appeared in his originally dim eyes. It is not difficult to see that this guy has become a beacon for some people. If he could escape successfully, then. Unfortunately, this bright light failed to illuminate their way forward. This 8th grade Qilin hadn't even left everyone's sight when it exploded out of thin air. The fireworks made of flesh and blood immediately made the many Qilins even more silent. After a while, Mo Chu murmured to himself, "Supreme." As an 11th rank prisoner, Mo Chu knew very well that killing an 8th rank prisoner out of thin air was a method only the Supreme could possess. You have to be of the 12th grade. Damn, this kid really is the apple of everyone's eye. There are always good people watching. With a bitter smile, he then said to Cao Wenbin calmly, I hope Master Cao can treat those youngsters well. After all, they had no idea they were attacking you. And it doesn't violate your Cao family's rules. As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of crimson appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he slowly lost his life. Kill yourself and die in the future. With him leading the way, the other Qilin above the 5th rank immediately made arrangements for their aftermath. And he soon followed in Mo Chu's footsteps. For a moment, the scene was filled with blood. Of course, the feeling of sadness is even more intense. In the corner where Cao Wenbin couldn't see, there were pairs of eyes full of hatred, staring at him. After all, their Qilin clan is about to rise. But this time, I'll have to wait until the end of time. Master Cao, the ancestors have all gone. Do you have any other instructions? When everything was settled, a 4th-grade Qilin walked up to Cao Wenbin with tears in his eyes. Pick a general from among the dwarfs. At this time, he was already the strongest of the Qilin clan. Naturally, he has to come out and take charge of the situation. But soon, he collapsed. Orders. Of course there is. I want you to serve those old guys. After all, it's lonely down there. But if you go, they can enjoy family happiness. The remaining Qilin was stunned. Then, one by one, a look of horror appeared on their faces. They understood that Cao Wenbin was trying to wipe out the entire clan. You can't do that. You promised. He couldn't say the rest of the words. Because he suddenly remembered that Cao Wenbin seemed to have never agreed to anything from the beginning to the end. Everything is just their wishful thinking. So, they got angry. Cao, you will die a miserable death. Listen up everyone else, since it's already like this, there's no need for us to act like grandsons anymore. Come on, everyone. Kill one and you'll break even. Kill two and you'll make a profit. The one who can be brought by this brat must be his favorite concubine. If any one of them died, it would be enough to make him feel painful for a while. This statement is quite inflammatory. In addition, every Qilin has hatred in its heart. So after just a few breaths, they surrounded Cao Wenbin and others. You are seeking death. Seeing this scene, Mu Qianchen and Daiqizi were so angry that they laughed. When the Qilin clan's ancestors were alive, the two of them really couldn't cause any trouble. But now, they are invincible. So, the two of them started killing immediately. As for Cao Wenbin's safety, they don't have to worry about this at all. Xiao Cheng and other saints are not just for show. And the fact is, it is indeed so. As soon as they left, the 4 saints surrounded Cao Wenbin and others. Then it began to wander along a strange route. Not long after, a large formation filled with holy energy appeared out of thin air in the field. This formation is called Light Shelter. It is a required course to become a saint. It has no attack power. But the defensive power is extremely abnormal. The more saints there are in the formation, the stronger its ability to withstand attacks will be. Boom. Coincidentally, as soon as the formation was formed, an attack immediately landed on the light wall. Judging from its strength, the person who made the move must be at least a 3rd-grade cultivator. Unfortunately, this attack didn't even create a single wave. And after this person made his move, there was no more movement. If nothing unexpected happens, he should have been killed by Mu Qianchen or Daiqizi. However, the Qilins, whose eyes were already red with anger, not only did not give up, but they charged even more fiercely. Some people with more violent personalities didn't even attack, but just blew themselves up. Chapter 168 This boy must not be kept. Boom. Boom. The sound of explosions never ceases. But the shelter of light always stands firm. This is an endurance test. It depends on who can hold on to the end. But it is obvious that the Qilin clan is destined to lose. Because they have fewer and fewer people who can participate in the attack. At the beginning, there was no pause in the sound of the explosions. But as time goes by, the noise becomes less and less frequent. And the process is very fast. A quarter of an hour later, all Cao Wenbin could hear were angry roars of unwillingness. You bunch of demons. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Just wait, what happened here will happen to you soon. The curse is very vicious, but no one takes it seriously. If this thing is useful, then why bother practicing it? If you have any grudges, just curse them and that's it. Dry tongue. This is Mu Qianchen's voice. Immediately afterwards, the entire Qilin cliff became a den of ghosts. No more sound was heard. Intel. Husband, I have checked the entire Qilin cliff, and there is absolutely no future trouble. Do you want to go in again? His eyes flashed slightly, and then Cao Wenbin shook his head. I won't go in. Let's go to the Lin family for a stroll. I haven't seen Grandpa and his family for a long time. Although he said so, after running hundreds of miles, Cao Wenbin brought his men back. And silently, everyone has used the art of concealment to the extreme. Daikizi and others were very puzzled about this. Lin Xiu immediately sent a voice message, Stinky boy, what are you doing? Didn't Qianqun tell me everything? There are no survivors here. Besides, if you're worried, just go in and search. Why bother with this? Cao Wenbin smiled. Then he said calmly, I'm not sure. I did this just to be on the safe side. As for searching, some things can't be found by searching. We can only wait. Don't worry, it won't take long. I'm so full in one day. After all, there are so many corpses of our clansmen lying here, no one can bear it. Lin Xiu rolled her eyes lightly. You are such a suspicious person. Of course, although her tone was unfriendly, she still quietly waited with Cao Wenbin. And just half a day later, her beautiful eyes became as bright as light bulbs. I saw a teenager actually crawling out from an inconspicuous corner. There was nothing there originally. But just now, a cellar appeared out of nowhere. Oh my god, how could this happen? Impossible. I clearly checked there. This time, not only Lin Xiu, but also other women were no longer calm. But soon, they all turned their attention to Cao Wenbin. Obviously, they are waiting for the next instruction. But what I waited for was just the word, wait. Everyone is still confused. But after half a day, they all showed expressions of admiration. Oh my god, there's another one. This little fellow is really cunning. By the way, husband, should we continue to wait? He shook his head. No thanks. Let's go. There's no one here. After saying that, Cao Wenbin's figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already come to the side of the two little guys. I have to say, these two little guys are really smart. Although they were so frightened that their whole bodies began to tremble the moment they saw Cao Wenbin, their minds were extremely clear. Look, they actually know how to play dumb. Big brother, do you know why our home has become like this? Woo woo woo, we just took a nap, and when we woke up, this is what happened. Dead, everyone is dead. He reached out and touched the two men's heads, and then two swords suddenly appeared in Cao Wenbin's hands. Brother doesn't know what's going on either. But I can give you a handy weapon. You can use it for revenge. The Qilin that came out first hesitated for a moment, then shook his head firmly. Big brother, I don't want weapons. Just give me more food. I've never practiced martial arts since I was a kid. That's why I never dared to hope for revenge. Beautifully said. And the smile on Cao Wenbin's face became even more vibrant. But the next moment, the Qilin's head flew out. This boy is lying with his eyes open. He must not be allowed to stay. Immediately afterwards, Cao Wenbin looked at the Qilin that appeared behind him. In an instant, a golden liquid slowly flowed out from his crotch. That's right, the little guy was scared to death. But in order to save his life, he still took the sword tremblingly. Big brother, I have practiced martial arts. Don't worry, I will definitely use the sword you gave me to kill the murderer. This time, before he could even finish his words, the Qilin's head followed the same path as the previous one. He actually took the sword. The second son has murderous intentions and must not be allowed to stay. Dumbfounded. The women behind Cao Wenbin were all dumbfounded. This guy is so shameless. Just do it. He even found excuses for himself. Zhu Lin, who saw everything, became more determined in her thinking. Cao Wenbin must be completely lost in her. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. She was sure that Zhun Xiaoyao was definitely not so cunning. If her young master tries hard, at best he can wait for the first Qilin to appear. But this Cao Wenbin is. Oh, I don't know if I can do it. After all, I couldn't hold on to the end last time. It would be nice to have a helper. But what she didn't know was that not long after, she actually met a helper. And that person, like her, was completely devoted to Zhun Xiaoyao. While she was daydreaming, Cao Wenbin over there was so happy that he was almost going crazy. The moment the last two Qilins died, a powerful force of luck emerged from Qilin Cliff. Cao Wenbin has never seen such a large number in his life. Compared with the luck transformed by the system last time, it is nothing compared to this time. At best, it's only 1/10. I've made a fortune and I've completely defeated you. This trip was damn worth it. Of course, although he was excited, his movements were not slow. He used the luck plundering technique the first time. Where does the Qilin clan get so much luck from? Also, with so much luck, why don't you protect them? Chapter 169 The Furious Heaven. In a special space. At the moment when the Qilin clan was completely destroyed, the originally calm heavenly Dao immediately became furious. Cao Wenbin, you are very good, very good. How dare you ruin my plans one after another? In that case, don't blame me for being rude. As she finished muttering, Black Ball trembled all over, and the next moment, her own luck slowly dissipated. At the same time, the Cao family's luck, which was already dwindling, also completely dissipated. Lose 800 of your own and injure 1000 of the enemy. I have to say, this girl is really cruel. But that's true. First of all, this little bit of luck is just a drop in the bucket for her. Secondly, what Cao Wenbin did really touched her bottom line. You have to know that the Qilin clan is her important means of harvesting the fortune of Zhongzhou. That charity day was invented by her. The purpose is to gather all the luck of Zhongzhou so that it will be easier for her to harvest. And judging from the previous results, this trick is really amazing. Not only does it provide convenience for her, it also indirectly suppressed the Cao family. Let the Cao family get more and more unlucky. But now, let's see how crazy you can be this time. Yes, you have a forbidden body and are beyond my control. But the Cao family behind you doesn't have this ability. From now on, as long as luck is involved, you, the Cao family, will not be able to gain any benefits from it. The more he spoke, the happier Tiandao's tone became. Obviously, she is very satisfied with her methods. And in the future she saw, the Cao family, which had lost its luck, indeed declined completely. Although this process will be long, she can wait. However, she did not slack off. After all, the future will change. Especially with Cao Wenbin as a troublemaker, there are even more uncertainties. By the way, the gap between the Jun family and the Cao family is really huge. Looks like we have to help them. It's time for that long-lost continent to appear. The luck accumulated by the Qilin clan over the years is truly enormous. Therefore, even if Cao Wenbin tried his best, it took him half a month to take it down. Cool. The moment he stopped, Cao Wenbin was so excited that he almost jumped up. There's nothing we can do about it, he's been poor for so long. But soon, his brows were furrowed. Because he discovered that an unexpected person appeared in his team. Aunt Shui, why are you here? That's right, the person who suddenly appeared was Shui Ru, who was supposed to follow Zhongzhou to inspect the various affiliated forces. Could it be that the girl really found the traitor? Thinking of this, a murderous look suddenly flashed in Cao Wenbin's eyes. What he hates most in his life is betrayal. Master, the young mistress has not left since she inspected the Yang family. 3 days ago, you even asked me to come look for you. As for why she did this, the young lady didn't say. But I guess it's related to a blessed land owned by the Yang family. Because the young lady is obviously very interested in it. Slightly stunned. He really didn't expect this situation. Interested in the blessed land. Then why not just go in? Why did you ask me to come over? Shui Ru shook her head gently. It's not that simple. For some reason, the Yang family has been using various excuses to delay the young lady. And because the Yang family is our in-laws, the young lady didn't force her way in. This made Cao Wenbin even more confused. Relatives by marriage. Why hasn't he heard of such a relative? Where does this theory of maternal relatives come from? As expected of an old man from the Cao family, Shui Ru didn't even think about it and answered directly, a woman from the Yang family, your grandfather's concubine. Still the more favored kind. I see. Cao Wenbin, who had figured out everything, shook his head helplessly. Zhongzhou still doesn't understand the Cao family. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so conflicted. In his Cao family, only 3 types of women who married in from outside had status. The first type is strong in itself. As long as you can reach the 5th rank or above, you will have a certain say. The second type is like Zhongzhou, who was carried in from the main gate in a sedan chair carried by 8 people. This is the mistress, so her status is naturally beyond doubt. Even if your cultivation level is low. As for the third type, She gave birth to a son and a daughter for the Cao family. After all, a mother is honored by her son. Forget it, I just have nothing to do. Just go for a stroll. Do it when you think of it. The next moment, the two luxurious carriages appeared in the open space again. Originally, Zhu Lin planned to continue to monopolize Cao Wenbin. But this time, she was one step too late. Because they were close, Petite Shui Ru fell directly into Cao Wenbin's arms. As for what happened next, oh my god, 3 days later, two carriages slowly stopped at the door of Wu Yang's house. Welcome, young master. I wish the young master eternal happiness and a long life. There was no surprise at all. From top to bottom, everyone in the Wu Yang family who was presentable came out to welcome them. Including that concubine. But even so, Cao Wenbin still didn't give these guys a good look at all. After getting off the carriage, he directly carried Shui Ru and walked towards Zhongzhou. Tell me, what's going on? Glancing at Shui Ru, whose eyes were blurry and looked like she had lost her soul, Zhongzhou rolled her eyes slightly. But she didn't say anything. After all, when she sent Shui Ru out, she had foreseen this scene. It's not a big deal. It's just that I heard that there is an opportunity here that suits me perfectly. Too bad they wouldn't let me in. I have no choice but to look for you. Zhongzhou emphasized the word, I heard. So, Cao Wenbin understood instantly. But before he could make any move, Zhongzhou spoke again. By the way, husband, why can't I use the ability you gave me all of a sudden? I can no longer see through people I used to be able to see through. I was shocked. Then Cao Wenbin used the art of looking at Qi to scan everyone in the Wu Yang family. His first reaction was that these people's luck suddenly skyrocketed. But soon, he was confused. Because the situation was completely opposite to what he expected. The people of the Wu Yang family don't have good luck at all. Most of them are extremely dark red. Only a few are dark red. The coolest one is only light orange. What's going on? Cao Wenbin was completely confused. It was not until he turned his gaze back to Zhongzhou that he found the answer. How is this possible? Cao Wenbin's pupils contracted instantly. Because he suddenly discovered that there was not even a trace of luck on Zhongzhou's body. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation. Before this, even the most unlucky people would have a very faint red light on their bodies. Under normal circumstances, Zhongzhou should be light blue. After all, no matter what, she is still one of the heroines in Dragon King from another world. Of course, this is not what shocked Cao Wenbin the most. Soon, he discovered that no matter whether it was the people following him or the people following Zhongzhou, they had all become black holes of luck. Damn it, it must be God's doing. Good, very good. It seems that I will finally unlock the Sun Sky achievement in my lifetime. The more he thought about it, the angrier Cao Wenbin became. By the end, his eyes were almost spitting fire. Husband, are you okay? You don't have to worry too much. If the ability is gone, then it's gone. Didn't I get through it before I didn't have it? Okay, let's go in and rest for a while. You must be tired from the journey. Obviously, she noticed something strange about Cao Wenbin. Gently shook his head. I'm not tired anymore. Let's deal with the business first. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin placed his right hand on Zhongzhou's forehead. The next moment, Zhongzhou's luck, which had been exhausted, began to grow rapidly. Red, orange color, yellow. Cao Wenbin stopped only when it turned light purple. Chapter 170. You are not that important. This time, it was Zhongzhou's turn to be confused. Because she discovered that her ability to eavesdrop on people's thoughts had returned. And the first thing that entered her ears was Shui Ru's inner voice. So satisfying. It's worth it that I've been looking forward to it for so many years. But it hurts so much. Zhongzhou rolled her eyes when she heard this. But soon, she had no time to care about this. Because Cao Wenbin on the other side had already focused all his attention on the Wu Yang family. Who's in charge? Without any hesitation, an old man kneeling in the first row immediately moved forward a few times. Young master, I am the current patriarch of the Wu Yang family. His name is Wu Yangde. He nodded gently. It's a good name. Virtuous. Okay, take me to see your blessed land. In an instant, Wu Yangde's expression changed. The original smile disappeared immediately. What replaced it was endless entanglement. He even stammered and couldn't utter a complete sentence. Why? My words are no longer effective. The tone is still the same tone. But as long as you are not deaf, you can hear the anger in it. Just when Yang didn't know how to answer, a woman next to him suddenly stood up. That's right, without Cao Wenbin's order, the woman actually stood up. Wenbin, you can't go to that blessed place. Because that place was given to our Yang family by your grandfather. So, it was obvious that this woman was planning to use her elder status to suppress Cao Wenbin. Unfortunately, she miscalculated. Before she could finish her words, a gust of wind blew towards her right cheek. No sitting still, she wanted to hide immediately. And she is sure that she can succeed. After all, over the years, with the help of elixirs, she has barely reached the holy realm. But soon, she discovered with horror. Her body simply doesn't obey her. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move forward. The emperor is causing trouble. After making her judgment, she immediately prepared to ask for help from her own emperor. Although the idea is good, it's too late. The next moment. Pa! The sound is extremely crisp. At the same time, Cao Wenbin's cold voice rang out again. Who told you to stand up? What, have you forgotten the rules? Also, is that someone you can call Wenbin? Who do you think you are? Not scared off. The woman named Yang Lan covered her face with her right hand and yelled, how dare you hit me? Do you know that, morally speaking, I am your grandmother? Just wait, I'll call your grandfather over right away. See how he deals with you. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then I was so angry that I laughed. Grandmother. This is the first time in his life that someone dares to act like an elder in front of him. As for his grandfather, please, since his rise, his father Cao Zian has been relegated to the second line. Not to mention those above us. Therefore, Pa. Without even a shred of hesitation, Cao Wenbin slapped him 3 more times. Aren't you going to call someone? Then call now. This is your last chance. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. The look of disbelief on Yang Lan's face suddenly became even more intense. Then she took out a jade pendant from her pocket without saying a word. Cao Wenbin is very familiar with this process. After all, he often used this trick to call Zhao Yuaner before. But it's different from Zhao Yuaner, who is always available on call. Yang Lan used all her strength, but the jade pendant in her hand still did not respond. Obviously, Cao Wenbin's grandfather was not planning to come. Not too much is right. It's just a toy, how can it compare to the affection between grandparents and grandchildren? Impossible. Brother Wenfeng can't possibly ignore me. In an instant, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Yang Lan's forehead. Immediately afterwards, her body began to tremble wildly. The little face was filled with fear. In fact, it was not only him, but other people in the Yang family also began to panic at this time. They suddenly realized that they seemed to have overestimated themselves. They are not that important. So, Master, please look at me like that, I'll take you to the blessed land right now. It's too late. Originally, Cao Wenbin was very angry with the way of heaven. Now that I'm so stimulated, I can't bear it anymore. So quickly, Cao Wenbin gave a wink to Mu Qianshan and others. Compared to the Qilin clan, the Yang family is much easier to deal with. After all, this family is just like the Zhong family back then, with only 2 emperors in total. The quality is not high yet. Boom. So after a loud bang, the world was finally quiet. Let's go, I'll go with you to see the blessed land. By the way, what is that opportunity that is very useful to you? Glancing at the empty space that was just crowded with people, Zhongzhou immediately asked worriedly, Husband, you're going too far. Grandfather sighed. Before she could finish her words, Cao Wenbin interrupted her with a wave of his hand. You are usually so sharp and clever, why can't you make sense of it right now? Since grandfather didn't come, he was actually telling us in disguise that we don't need to keep anyone alive. He's tired of playing. If he couldn't let it go, he would have come here a long time ago. After all, there are so many ways to control people, I'm not afraid of this woman causing any trouble. Slightly stunned, then Zhang Jian breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to be true. So, she immediately introduced the things she liked to Cao Wenbin with a smile on her face. That's a 12-petal lotus. My intuition tells me that this thing will be very useful to me. If I can refine it, I will definitely be your most competent and virtuous wife. Chapter 171 The Ninth Continent appears. With the obstacles gone, Cao Wenbin and his team arrived at the lotus smoothly. The moment he saw it, Cao Wenbin immediately understood why the Yang family risked their lives to stop Zhongzhou. This white lotus, which exudes a holy aura from top to bottom, can be passed down from generation to generation as a treasure. As long as there is someone among the younger generations who is completely compatible with it, the Yang family will rise immediately. Let's not talk about becoming pseudo-immortal. At the very least, it can allow the Yang family to gain a firm foothold among the top-notch families. Unfortunately, although the idea is beautiful, the reality will not cooperate with them at all. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. If you don't have the ability and can't hide the good stuff, then who will die if not you? Husband, I'll be back soon. Don't worry, it won't take long. After saying that, Zhang Jian flew directly towards the lotus. As she sat down properly, Cao Wenbin's eyes suddenly lit up. Sitting on a lotus. What a perfect posture. Looks like I need to find a chance to communicate with this girl. Between the North Continent and the South Continent, there is an endless ocean. Originally, this place was deserted and no one paid attention to it. But today, this land abandoned by all living beings has caused a big trouble for everyone. Boom. As the sea water slowly parted, the ninth continent that existed only in legends suddenly appeared before the eyes of the world. Of course, these so-called people in the world are actually just some old immortals. Because only those who have reached the 12th level or above have the ability to observe the entire fairyland at any time. The legend is actually true. There really is a ninth state in the immortal realm. Doesn't this mean that there are 9 tripods in total? Thinking of this, the capable old guys couldn't sit still anymore. The next moment, more than 50 figures appeared out of thin air above the ocean. Of course, these people appear in different ways. 14 of them appeared directly like a flash. As for the rest, it came out from the crack in space. The difference is obvious. And from their positions, you can clearly see the hierarchy. It appeared out of nowhere and was obviously standing higher. Mu Bai, Mu Bai, I never thought that we would become relatives. Cao Xing, don't be so proud. My Qianqin will soon conquer Wenbin. When that happens, don't cry. As expected of a charlatan, his imagination is rich. You two should shut up. We didn't gather here to watch you quarrel. The most urgent task now is to quickly figure out the ownership of this 9th continent. Seeing that Cao Xing and Mu Bai were getting more and more excited as they talked, Zhun Qingfeng suddenly became anxious. But that's true. The Cao family is already powerful, and 1/3 of the people who come here are loyal to the Cao family. If they were allowed to take control of the initiative, then there would be no point for other forces. What's there to study? The newly emerged 9th continent is obviously closer to our southern continent. In that case, it should naturally belong to my Lin family. The one who spoke was the Lin family's supreme leader, Lin Wenchen. As soon as he opened his mouth, both Cao Xing and Mu Bai nodded subconsciously. It was obvious that the 3 of them were planning to find a reason to swallow the cake first. Then divide it slowly behind closed doors. Mr. Lin, if you haven't woken up yet, then take a nap before coming back. Your Lin family has already monopolized one continent, and now you want to occupy another. Who do you think you are? Don't forget, some fellow Taoists are still jointly ruling a continent. When I saw the 3 of them, I immediately put on the same pair of pants. Zhun Qingfeng felt tremendous pressure instantly. So, out of desperation, he had to win over the neutral supreme. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, 2 supreme beings immediately leaned towards him. Even though both of them became masters later in life and their potential was not great. But the supreme is the supreme after all. There is still some quantity. So Zhun Qingfeng's back immediately straightened up a lot. So what do you think we should do? Silence. Everyone was speechless. After all, this involves land. No matter when, this is something that must be fought for. Besides, if their guess is correct, there should be a tripod on this continent, just like the other continents. A tripod that allows people to control the overall situation of heaven and earth. With it, your combat effectiveness can at least double. Even the Supreme can enjoy its bonus. How about this? We should use the old method and let the younger generation fight. I just scanned it and found that there are many indigenous people on this continent. So my idea is to let the younger generation use this as a foundation to fight for world domination. Whoever wins in the end will have this continent to himself. How? Of course, to be fair, the younger ones can't bring too many people. The time of entry must also be unified. After a while, someone finally came up with an effective suggestion. After some deduction, everyone felt that this plan was feasible. But just as everyone was about to finalize the decision, Elder Wang spoke up, "It's a really good idea. In that case, let's send 14 children, bringing 14 forces with them. After all, there are 14 of us Supremes. One representative per person, just right." Slightly stunned. Then Zhun Qingfeng and others' faces turned the color of liver. Could this guy be any more shameless? Send 14 forces in. Why don't you just tell Cao Wenbin to bring 4 times the number of people in? Why so many turns? Not surprisingly, Zhun Qingfeng was ready to refuse immediately. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Mr. Wang interrupted him. "This is our bottom line. If you don't agree, then we'll break up. Then everyone will seize this 9th continent based on their own abilities. Mr. Zhun, you better think about it carefully. Your allies may not always help you. But we are always tied together." Silence. Zhun Qingfeng's face was full of resentment. To be honest, he was really fed up with this feeling of being suppressed. But he had to endure it. Because they are telling the truth. This makeshift team they put together is not solid at all. If the Zhun family faction is willing to show off a little bit of interest, someone will immediately turn against them. Xiaoyao, this is all the ancestor can do to help you. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. I believe you can turn bad things into good things. With a bitter smile, he nodded gently, "Just do as you say." Chapter 172. Zhongzhou wakes up and goes home. "Master, I just received a letter from home. I told you to go back. And judging from the tone, it seems very urgent." Just when Cao Wenbin was concentrating on protecting his wife, Shui Ru, who had just recovered, ran over with a bright face. "I have to say, some things are really important to women. Look, after going through this, Shui Ru is not only in a better mental state. The body even underwent a secondary development. The scale made Cao Wenbin almost drool. Of course, Cao Wenbin also knows what is important and what is not. No. After calming himself down, he immediately asked, "Didn't you say what it was specifically about?" He shook his head gently. "No. The mistress only said to return quickly." Cao Wenbin is a little overwhelmed. Logically speaking, now that things have come to this, he should pack his luggage immediately. But the reality is that he simply cannot do that. Because since he came, the people who were secretly protecting Zhongzhou have withdrawn. If he leaves, Zhongzhou will be left alone. Forget it, leave Daikizi to her. I'll make up for the happiness I didn't enjoy so much from her later. Do it when you think of it. But before he could open his mouth, Zhongzhou, who had been silent, suddenly moved. Boom. As she slowly stood up, a holy aura suddenly burst out from her body. At the same time, the 12-level lotus under her feet slowly melted into her body. As for her current strength, 1st rank. Fuck, is this awakening? At this moment, Cao Wenbin's eyes almost popped out. You have to know that he has been working very hard for more than a year, and now he is only in the middle stage of quasi-saint. We haven't even reached the holy realm yet. But what about others? In the time it takes to drink some water, he breaks through to the emperor realm. This gap. Cao Wenbin was sure that if Zhongzhou's situation were to be spread out, many gifted people would be so ashamed that they would commit suicide by slitting their throats. But soon, Cao Wenbin became proud again. So what if I'm awesome? No matter how awesome he is, shouldn't we still support him? In special circumstances, don't you still have to stick your nose out? And the fact is, it is indeed so. So, after taking a few breaths, Zhongzhou threw herself directly into Cao Wenbin's arms. Then she whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Husband, thank you. You gave me a new life. Oh, I just found out." Obviously, she really awakened the memories of her past life. But she had just said 2 words when Cao Wenbin placed a finger directly on her lips. "Are you trying to say that in your previous life, you were the leader of the Xuanvi sect?" At his peak, he was even a 12th rank emperor. If he hadn't been harmed by a treacherous person, he might even have had the potential to become a half-step supreme. This time, it was Zhongzhou's turn to be shocked. She herself had only just learned of this information. But Cao Wenbin is this the foundation of the immortal force? Before marrying in, you not only have to look into this life, but even the afterlife. Phew, luckily I've always been clean. Otherwise, you will really miss out on such a good match. She patted her chest with relief on her face, then pulled Cao Wenbin towards the carriage. That's right, she also heard the conversation between Cao Wenbin and Shui Ru just now. Husband, let's go back quickly. Don't make your family wait anxiously. The entrance of the Cao family's main residence. Lin Xian was waiting anxiously. In this world, there is no mother who doesn't love her son. So, ever since she knew Cao Wenbin was coming back, she ran here directly. No matter how much people try to persuade him, he won't go back. Fortunately, Cao Wenbin's carriage was fast enough, so nothing happened. Look, there's a carriage coming. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the young master who has arrived. This is the voice of the maid. When Lin Xian heard this, she immediately went forward. She was not disappointed, as the people sitting in the carriage were Cao Wenbin and his party. Wenbin. After seeing the real person, Lin Xian became even more excited. But soon, her expression changed. Because a little baby wearing only a bellyband appeared in her sight. Of course, this is not the key. What she really couldn't stand was the person holding the baby. Cao Wenbin, you are really rebellious. Today, I will skin you alive no matter what I say. It's useless even if the King of Heaven comes. After she finished speaking, Lin Xian took off the high heels on her right foot. Then he flew towards Cao Wenbin at a high speed. The speed was so fast that an afterimage appeared behind her. To be honest, if Cao Wenbin is still at the same level as the last time they met, he definitely won't be able to avoid it. But now, swish, no sitting still. Cao Wenbin immediately dodged away using his magical transformation skills. Then, he subconsciously went into the woods not far away. While running, he shouted, "Mom, stop it first. Things are not what you think. Let me explain." But it was obvious that Lin Xian, who was angry, couldn't listen at all. "Explain what the hell? Stop right there. Otherwise, you're dead." Cao Wenbin is not that stupid. He clearly understood the principle of leniency for those who confess and life imprisonment for those who resist, and severity for those who can go home for the new year. As a result, his speed suddenly became faster. Unfortunately, without using the 7 stars life pointing technique, even with the magical power of God's movement, it was not enough to compete with Lin Xian. So a few minutes later, Cao Wenbin was trapped deep in the woods. Run. You're running, kid. Now you know, ginger is always spicier when it's older. With a wicked smile, the next moment, she kicked Cao Wenbin's butt with her bare foot. As the saying goes, there is no mother who doesn't love her children. Even though she was furious, she still couldn't bring herself to kick him with her high heels. There's nothing I can do about it, the heels of the shoes she wore today were a little too high. If you really kick it, it will definitely make a bloody hole. She can't bear to do it. But just when she was carefully controlling her strength and preparing to give Cao Wenbin a painful but not hurtful blow, an accident occurred. She kicked out with her leg. He was actually caught by Cao Wenbin. To be honest, Cao Wenbin really didn't mean it. This was purely a subconscious action on his part. The reason why it is so accurate is simply because we are used to it. Let me go. No surprises. Lin Xian's face turned red immediately. The same is true for Cao Wenbin. And after being yelled at like that, he jumped away immediately. A mistake, a pure mistake. You can play here by yourself. I'm leaving first. Chapter 173. Let's go. Stop right there. Although Cao Wenbin was very fast, how could Lin Xian let him go as she had not yet achieved her goal? However, after what happened just now, Lin Xian really didn't dare to step on it again. Therefore, don't you want to explain? You can tell me now. Let me tell you, if this explanation doesn't satisfy me, you know the consequences. Lin Xian's expression is very fierce. Her eyes, which were already very big, were widened to the extreme by her. But Cao Wenbin was not scared at all. Instead, he was moved to the point of wanting to cry. It's not easy, I can finally make sense. So, without saying anything, he immediately proved his innocence. Mother, what you are worried about is not true at all. There are too many loopholes. First, don't you think that little girl is a little too big? You've been through it all, don't you understand the 10 months of pregnancy? Just think about it, how long has she been with me? Even if I have extraordinary abilities, I can't induce labor. Secondly, didn't you notice that the little guy is full of the aura of plants and trees? Actually, she is a ginseng doll I got from Yao Zhongzhou. They're not even human. The more he talked, the more aggrieved Cao Wenbin felt. After thinking about it for a moment, Lin Xian immediately started coughing awkwardly. Obviously, after Cao Wenbin's reminder, she also discovered that something was wrong. But she didn't say anything soft. After all, being unreasonable is a woman's specialty. Okay, others may not know what you are thinking, but don't I know it too? I'm telling you, no matter what the Lin family thinks, you are not allowed to mess around. If asked, you must help cover up. You must take all the responsibility on yourself, do you understand? He rolled his eyes speechlessly. Damn, this is too unreasonable. Not only do you not get any benefits, but you still have to take the blame. Even Zhou Paopi wouldn't do such a thing. But in the end, Cao Wenbin compromised. There's nothing he can do, because his small arms can't twist other people's thighs. Don't worry, mother, I know what's going on. There will be absolutely no mistakes. Of course, agreeing is one thing, but how to implement it is another matter. Sometimes, passively enduring is also a kind of happiness. And Lin Xian didn't delve into it further. Although she knew that the brat in front of her would definitely look for loopholes. But with her warning today, at least no fatal incident will happen. And that's enough. Oh, by the way, mother, why did you call me back in such a hurry? Slightly stunned. The next moment, Lin Xian's smile became even more awkward. Oh my god, I almost forgot about the important matter. Here's what happened. Originally, Cao Wenbin's expression was still very relaxed. Because in his original expectation, the matter shouldn't be too big. Otherwise, the old guys in the clan would have told him long ago. But as he listened, his expression became serious. The ninth continent, a divine tripod that can double the supreme combat power, led people to compete for the world. Damn, so many big things have happened in the fairyland recently. However, although he was shocked, Cao Wenbin did not refuse. After all, eating, sleeping and torturing Xiaoyao has become his daily routine. Then are the expert team assigned to me ready? He nodded gently. I've been ready for a long time. The two teams on our side are Dark Knight and Blood Kill. Lord, Kill. And the church has sent out all the saints. Main defense. As for the Lin family, your cousin will lead the team. After that, everything will be under your command. It is not difficult to see that the Cao family really attaches great importance to this operation. After all, whether it is Dark Knight or Blood Kill, they are the elite among the elite. Specializing in doing dirty and tiring work. Extremely strong. However, Cao Wenbin was not satisfied with this. Because in his memory, the leaders of these two organizations seemed to be men. So, mother, I have no objection to letting Shui Sha and Yi go with me. But their leader must be a woman. Slightly stunned. Then, a puzzled look appeared on Lin Xian's face. Why is this? You know, I'm allergic to men. Prolonged contact will cause coughing. Without any suspense, Lin Xian kicked Cao Wenbin immediately. But in the end, she still did as Cao Wenbin said. It's not that she spoils the child. But she wanted to distract Cao Wenbin. After all, the more prey there is, the safer someone is. Okay, go and rest now. I'll help you with the rest. Coincidentally, while Cao Wenbin was dealing with his mother, his biggest rival Jun Xiaoyao was doing the same thing. Of course, there is a difference between the two. Lin Xian is helping, and Zhongzhou was indeed causing trouble. This is not. Mother, the ninth continent is a situation where many parties are competing for supremacy. I can't even protect myself if I go there, so if you go there, your safety won't be guaranteed at all. How about this, if you really want to go, I'll wait until I've made a name for myself there, and then send someone to pick you up. How about that? Looking at Zhongzhou in front of him, Jun Xiaoyao was really overwhelmed. He never thought that Zhongzhou would do this to him. Also taking care of his food and daily life. Please, he is going there to fight for his family and risk his life, not to enjoy himself. Why does anyone need to take care of me? Unfortunately, even though he talked till his lips were worn out, Zhongzhou still didn't listen. What are you talking about, kid? Give me back my safety. Don't forget, I am a saint. It's 2 realms higher than you. If you can go, why can't I? Besides, I won't run around after I go there, so why are you worried? Have no choice. Extremely helpless. Zhun Xiaoyao's eyes were rolling up to the sky. Compete with me? How can they be compared? If I get caught, the most I'll get is my kidneys cut off. But if you old man gets caught, I'm going to have a brother or sister. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly ached. Zhu Lin's figure unconsciously appeared in my mind. Hey, I don't know how Aunt Zhu is doing. No, I absolutely cannot let mother follow me. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. I have to say, he is indeed very rational. Unfortunately, his heart is not hard enough. Just when he was about to reject her sternly, Zhongzhou's face showed a trace of sadness, and the words that were about to come out of his mouth were swallowed back. Forget it, if mother wants to go, then go. I've brought so many experts with me this time, I don't believe I can't protect my mother. What happened to Aunt Zhu will never happen again. So, mother, you can go. But you must listen to me the whole time. Absolutely no action alone. If you disobey my orders even once, I will have you brought back immediately. Zhongru was overjoyed. She can finally do something for her son. Don't worry, mother won't hold you back. Chapter 174, My eyes are bloodshot. 3 days later. As the agreed time gets closer, the sea not far from the 9th continent becomes more and more lively. Of course, amidst this excitement, there is also strong hostility. Examen Qingfeng, if you ask me, you're superfluous. After all, with your strength, it's impossible for you to stand out in this competition. So, you might as well continue to stay at home. Yuan Shifeng, shut up. The reason you were able to defeat me in the past was because you brought more people with you. But this time, it's completely different. We are also accompanied by 3 6th grade elders, and the situations of the other masters are similar. In this situation, it's hard to say who will win. That's right, according to the agreement, a force can only bring 3 6th grade ones at most. This was the result of negotiations among multiple parties. But at the beginning, the rules were not like this. Mr. Wang's original proposal was that one person could carry 3 7th grade items. Because according to their perception, there are actually quite a few emperors at the 6th level in this 9th continent. So it's better to carry the 7th grade, that's safe enough. But the other immortal forces refused to do it. After all, they don't have as deep a foundation as the Cao family. This can be heard from the conversation between young Master Examen and young Master Yuan. They call the 6th rank emperor the elder. But to Cao Wenbin, the 6th rank emperor is just a cannon mount. As long as he wanted to, the 6th grade cultivator would have no right to resist. The difference is obvious. Just as the two were clashing head-on, a crack appeared in the void. The next moment, the team led by Zhun Xiaoyao came out directly from it. Silence. Everyone who was arguing with each other just now immediately shut up. As for the reason, so strong. Damn, this is so unfair. The initial manpower is twice as much as ours. This gap is enough for me to catch up for several years. The expressions of most people are not very good. But that's true. You know, under normal circumstances, they are all privileged classes. But now, the origin they are so proud of is holding them back. This contrast is really hard to adapt to for a while. Of course, if someone is sad, then there will naturally be someone happy. Look, Zhun Xiaoyao, who has seen everything, looks quite proud. This feeling of looking down on the world is so cool. Unfortunately, his sense of superiority didn't even last 5 minutes. Then he was ruthlessly crushed. Swish. As the wind blew, an extremely large team appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. That's right, Cao Wenbin and others did not come out from the space crack. But it was moved here. This is the supreme method. To be honest, this one move is enough to make everyone look up to you. After all, there is only one junior who can order the supreme around. It seems that I have to find some allies at the beginning. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the capital to fight Cao Wenbin. This is the voice of the vast majority of people. As for Zhun Xiaoyao, he has no time to think about those messy things. As soon as Cao Wenbin appeared, his eyes turned red. Because he saw Aunt Zhu. Zhun Xiaoyao's voice was full of guilt. He is not blind. Of course, he noticed all the changes in Zhu Lin. Cao Wenbin, you will die a miserable death. You actually made my Aunt Zhu look like this. Return the collar. How dare you? However, although he was angry, Zhun Xiaoyao did not lose his composure. After all, his status does not allow him to curse like a shrew. So, after taking a deep breath, Zhun Xiaoyao asked calmly. Mr. Cao, please name a price. I want to redeem Aunt Zhu. Perhaps he had guessed that Zhun Xiaoyao would say this, so Cao Wenbin was not surprised at all. Brother Zhun, it's really too polite of you to say that. Given our relationship, it's awkward to talk about money. How about this, as long as Zhu Lin is willing to go with you, you can take her away anytime. But Brother Zhun, since I've been so open-hearted to you, shouldn't you also give me back the bet you lost to me? Cao Wenbin didn't say it clearly. But Zhun Xiaoyao understood that this was for the kidneys. To be honest, if this happened under normal circumstances, he would definitely not respond. But this time, he didn't hesitate for too long. Because Zhu Lin was imprisoned because of him. He wanted to help him escape from the sea of suffering as soon as possible. But just when he was about to force out 2 more kidneys from his body, something he had never expected happened. Zhun Xiaoyao, stop being so sentimental. I won't go with you. I'm determined to follow Master Cao for the rest of my life. After all, only he can let me experience the happiness of a woman. Oh, no, I can't go on. Confused. I'm completely confused. Zhun Xiaoyao would never have thought that his Aunt Zhu would say such words. You have to know that this woman has been protecting him since he was born. She must be controlled by Cao Wenbin. Yes, she must be controlled. Although he could clearly sense from Zhu Lin's eyes that Zhu Lin had not lost herself. But Zhun Xiaoyao still comforted himself over and over again. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed yet. Aunt Zhu spoke again. Why haven't you left yet? Oh my god, you don't think I was forced to do this, do you? Oh, poor child. I still haven't realized the gap between myself and Master Cao. This gap is not only in strength, but also in physiology. Wow. This time, before Zhu Lin could finish her words, Zhun Xiaoyao spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, he was focusing his fire on the enemy's heart. Seeing her son being humiliated in this way, Zhongzhou immediately couldn't stand it. The surname Zhu. Chapter 175, Watching the Ancestor Being Ride. Part 1. Mr. Zhu, are you still a human being? My son has been trying to save you for a long time, and he has lost his appetite for food and tea. But what did you do? For a moment of pleasure, I actually. The more Zhongzhou spoke, the redder her face became. Later on, he even lost his voice. Obviously, she was very angry. But Zhu Lin, who was criticized by her, didn't care at all. Zhongzhou, if you haven't experienced something, you have no right to speak. Isn't there a saying that goes, don't advise others to be good without having experienced their suffering? If you had experienced my suffering, you might not be as good as I am. Zhongzhou's nose was almost crooked from anger. As someone who has been through it, she naturally knows what the word, bitter, means. She never thought that Zhu Lin was so shameless. But just when she was about to lower herself to fight with him, Zhun Xiaoyao, who had recovered, grabbed her. Mother, stop talking. After he finished speaking, Zhun Xiaoyao seemed to have let it go and never looked at Zhu Lin again. But even a fool could see the sadness in his eyes. At the same time, if you look closely, you can find that Zhu Lin's eyes are also filled with pain. But unlike Zhun Xiaoyao, she concealed it very well. No one can find out at all. Master Cao, you have too many people with you. Then you can choose where to stay first. Zhun Xiaoyao's voice was very cold. Without a trace of emotion. Cao Wenbin was not polite either. After all, this was the privilege he should have enjoyed. Wasn't it for this moment that his ancestors of the Cao family worked so hard? So, after a quick scan with his spiritual sense, Cao Wenbin led his men directly to the northernmost part of the 9th continent. There is an endless stretch of hills there. The scenery is beautiful, and it is the gathering place of the dragon veins of the 9th continent. It is also the place where the big tripod is most likely to appear. The most important thing is that there is a group of foxes living there. After seeing Cao Wenbin's movements, everyone else immediately showed an expression of, as expected. I knew this guy would choose Qingzhou. But this is fine. There are vixens everywhere in that place. They can at least weaken that guy's will. This way, our pressure will be much less. Thinking of this, everyone felt their bodies lighten. My mood suddenly became brighter. But soon, their eyes turned to Zhun Xiaoyao again. For them, this one also belongs to the privileged class. Everyone, see you later. Swish. No hesitation either. Zhun Xiaoyao and his group soon headed towards the 9th continent. As for the area he chose, the southernmost part of the continent, there lies a human kingdom. I actually chose the south. Seeing this, the rest of the people were all stunned. Because this is not the best choice. Not only is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth weakest in the south, but there are also not many useful resources. But after just a few breaths, they figured it out. Zhun Xiaoyao is avoiding Cao Wenbin. Alas, he was once the recognized #1 genius, but now he has fallen into such a state. What a cruel fate. Who says it's not true? Are you not as good as Cao? It's really the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, and no one can break it. Actually, compared to everything else, I'm more curious about Cao Wenbin's combat prowess. Judging from what happened just now, that 6th-rank cultivator surnamed Zhu was clearly conquered. That's weird. If Cao Wenbin is really that strong, then why would he need kidneys? You don't even understand this. It seems like you've lost your life. Skill and time aren't the same thing. I see. For a moment, everyone at the scene was talking about Zhun Xiaoyao's choice. Of course, while chatting, they also did not forget about the business. The remaining territory was quickly divided up. No surprise. It still depends on your strength. If you don't agree, that's easy, just try it out. Who are you? Above Qingzhou, as soon as Cao Wenbin and others approached, they were immediately stopped by a group of people with fox tails trailing behind them. The men are handsome and the women are beautiful. Super beauty enhancing. And unlike most forces, this place is actually dominated by women. Who? Well, you can call me husband. Of course, if you want to call me master, I have no objection. Taking a look at the leading vixen, Cao Wenbin smiled in a lewd way. I have to say, he is indeed born to be a villain. There is no need to pretend at all. Just act as yourself. You. As soon as these words were spoken, the leader Tu Shanyu couldn't hold it anymore. You must know that she is the king of Qingzhou. The strongest person in the entire continent, bar none. Ordinary emperors had to be very careful when speaking to her and never dared to use dirty words. But now, of course, she was angry, but she didn't dare to move. After all, Cao Wenbin's lineup is really scary. There are actually 9 6th-grade emperors at the same level as him. And this is not the most important thing. What really frightened her was this quasi-saint who flirted with her. She actually felt an extremely dangerous aura from this little Karami. Her intuition told her that the other party was quite difficult to deal with. Even if she tried her best, she might not get any benefits. Is this guy pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Or is he carrying a heaven-defying treasure? Damn it, where did these people come from? I've never seen them before. The more Tu Shanyu thought about it, the more cautious she became. The stronger the desire to give in. She thought that the other party must be interested in Qingzhou, a feng shui treasure land. In that case, just get out. After all, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. But she can think it through, but her tribesmen don't have this awareness. Look, before she even opened her mouth to negotiate, the vixen next to her was the first to quit. Kid, watch your mouth. You still call me husband, do you think you are worthy of it? This person is also of the 6th rank. When he mentioned the word, husband, he gritted his teeth. Obviously, he is Tu Shanyu's pursuer. Or it could be called a dog licker. Otherwise, the reaction wouldn't be so big. Broken. Tu Shanyu, who saw everything, suddenly changed her expression. Sure enough, Cao Wenbin, who was originally smiling, suddenly turned face black. Immediately afterwards, an extremely sinister word came out of his mouth. Since you can't chat, there's no point in playing anymore. Let's do it. Kill all the men, as for the women. Just keep it under control. I'm very useful. Mu Qianqun and others rolled their eyes. Great use. You have a great use for a hammer. This guy really doesn't care about what he eats. If this continues, how many more races will appear in the fairyland? Chapter 176, Watching the Ancestor Being Ride. Part 2. It seems we have no choice but to fight. Listen, after the fight, try to create a one-on-one opportunity for me to fight that brat. He's obviously the backbone of this team. As long as we can capture him, not only will this crisis be resolved, but we can also reap considerable benefits. Do you understand? Looking at Mu Qianqun and others who had already drawn their weapons, Tu Shanyu immediately used the art of sound transmission to tell his compatriots his thoughts. Yes, she thinks Cao Wenbin is very difficult to deal with. But this is the only way she can think of to break the deadlock. And her personal charm is indeed enough. As soon as the plan came out, there was no one at the scene who opposed it. Everyone prepared silently. Now, not long after, Tu Shanyu finally found an opportunity that was not really an opportunity. So, all the emperors of the Tushan clan rushed out immediately. To be honest, this time the momentum is really strong. After all, no matter what, they also have 3 6th grade people. Plus more than 10 4th and 5th grade ones. Unfortunately, even so, they still failed to break through the defense line. The opportunity Tu Shanyu found before was a pure trap. Obviously, Mu Qianqun and others had predicted what they had predicted. Therefore, it was not until the 6th-rank emperor who had criticized Cao Wenbin sacrificed himself and blew himself up that Tu Shanyu found an opportunity to get close to Cao Wenbin. Boy, your good days are over. If I don't squeeze every last drop of your blood, I'll be letting down my fellow tribesmen who died. After fighting for such a long time, both sides have already become bloodthirsty. Especially in Qingzhou. Because the overall strength is so different, many people have died. So, Tu Shanyu finally got the chance, and her speed was amazing. Regardless of whether it was Mu Qianqun or Daikizi, there was no way to rescue them at this time. After all, self-exposure by people in the same realm is no joke. For a while, they couldn't get rid of the shock wave. Even if it means getting injured, it won't work. So, slutty fox, you'd better stop now. Otherwise, if even a hair of my husband falls off, no one in your clan will survive. Don't think I'm joking. It is not difficult to see that Mu Qianqun is really anxious. Unfortunately, Tu Shanyu doesn't buy it at all. It's not that she's that brave. But ignorance is bliss. Tu Shanyu has never left the 9th continent, so how could she know who you, Miss Mu, are? Therefore, Tu Shanyu didn't even hesitate and directly retorted, instead of threatening me, you should think about how to collect your man's body. After she finished speaking, she subconsciously quickened her pace. What made her even more delighted was that Cao Wenbin seemed to be frightened and did not move at all from beginning to end. Was the previous sense of crisis an illusion? Alas, most of the flowers are stuck in cow dung. Such a strong woman actually found such a useless husband. Women are really fickle. One moment she attached great importance to Cao Wenbin, and the next moment she labeled him as a waste. But soon, she paid the price for it. Just when her slender hand was about to grab Cao Wenbin's neck, Cao Wenbin suddenly touched his inner armor. Then a shocking scene appeared. That inconspicuous dress actually turned into a beautiful woman. And she is also a beautiful woman with 7th grade cultivation. Yishuiyu. That's right, Cao Wenbin changed his armor. This is a trump card he specially prepared for this operation. As for the rules of the highest 6th rank, please, people from the Qingling dynasty cannot be considered real people. After all, how can a person turn into armor? With this excuse, the Cao family would be able to shut up other supreme beings. If you don't agree, then you can find a similar one for your juniors. Sure enough, Cao Wenbin's move did not arouse the dissatisfaction of other supreme beings. What should everyone do? They are still doing what they should do. The most we can do is to inform the younger generations and ask them to pay more attention. But they can just stay out of it and act as if it has nothing to do with them. But Tu Shanyu, who was fighting against Cao Wenbin, couldn't do that. That's impossible. The rules of this land simply don't allow such a powerful person to exist. Otherwise, with my background, I should have broken through long ago. Tu Shanyu is crazy. Obviously, she couldn't accept this fact. Unfortunately, the facts are the facts. But nothing will change just because you don't admit it. So, boom. With a loud bang, Tu Shanyu, who had just been beside Cao Wenbin, suddenly flew backwards. After several hundred meters, she was able to stabilize her body. Why is this woman's destructive power so low? Tu Shanyu was a little confused. After all, under normal circumstances, if one is one level stronger, then during the battle, one should be able to crush the opponent. What's going on? Could it be that because we're both women, she couldn't bear to hurt me, so she let me go? She was overthinking it. How could Yi Shuiyu, who had already signed a special contract with Cao Wenbin, let her off the hook? The reason for this situation is that Yi Shuiyu's attack power is not strong. The royal family of the Qingling dynasty has always been mainly focused on assisting others. When working with her master, she can make the sum of 1 greater than 2. But if I come alone, I will be the worst among those in the same realm. But no matter how bad she is still a 7th grade one. Therefore, it is still possible to control Tu Shanyu. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out one after another. And Tu Shanyu's condition is getting worse and worse. In the end, she couldn't even maintain her human form. Just like that, as Yi Shuiyu's little fist hit her belly again, she let out a mournful cry and turned directly into a giant fox with a body length of more than 3 meters. It's snow white all over. Not a single stray hair. There are 6 big furry tails behind it. Interesting. Cao Wenbin, who saw such a scene for the first time, immediately became interested. With a flash of his body, he came directly to Tu Shanyu's side. Judging from the look of it, it's obvious that he intends to ride on it. No, Tu Shanyu naturally wouldn't do that. After all, she is a living person. Not only her, but other members of the Tushan clan also went crazy after seeing this scene. You know, this is the patron saint and goddess of their clan. But now I'm going to be ridden by someone. How is this any different than peeing on their necks? So, you dare. Boy, if you dare to step on it today, we will fight you to the death. That's right. Even if it means exposing myself, I'll drag you down with me. The voices of grief and anger continue. Unfortunately, this has no effect on Cao Wenbin at all. There are many people who want to kill him. Who are these guys? So very quickly, Cao Wenbin stepped over it in full view of everyone. Chapter 177 Communication. Silence. Looking at Cao Wenbin sitting astride Tushan Yu, the Tushan people who came out to intercept him fell silent. They are not attacking, not even shouting. Obviously, they have accepted reality. This group of outsiders who suddenly appeared were definitely not someone they could contend with. Cao Wenbin was also very satisfied with their reactions. However, he still plans to give it a try. He wanted to see whether these guys were truly convinced or were just holding back. So, yes, the hair is soft and has its own fragrance. Come, take me to your gathering place. Now that the winner has been decided, it's time to let the common people of Qingzhou know who their new master is. Not surprisingly, Tu Shanyu was very resistant. But that's true. It's okay to embarrass oneself among the higher-ups. After all, there are only a few people. But if she were to appear in the clan in her current appearance, it would be better to kill her. Unfortunately, the arm can never twist the thigh. Look, after putting on a collar, all problems are solved. Let's go. As soon as the words were spoken, the figures of the man and the fox disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had arrived in an extremely elegant village. The streets are straight and level. Extremely clean. Although the surrounding houses are all made of wood, they are very sturdy. Of course, it is called a village, but its area is extremely large. Even if you stand at a height of several thousand meters, you can't see the end. The appearance of Cao Wenbin and his group indeed caused a sensation. Especially when the villagers recognized the person under Cao Wenbin's crotch, they all shed tears. Defeated. The ancestor actually lost. How is this possible? But facts speak louder than words. They have to believe it whether they want or not. Seeing the looks in the eyes of her tribesmen, Tu Shanyu finally couldn't hold it anymore. Stop humiliating me, okay. I surrender. We, the Tushan clan, surrender. From now on, I will follow your lead. Whatever you say is what I will do. Okay. There was no surprise. The moment Cao Wenbin heard this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It would be great if this happened earlier. Everyone saves trouble. Okay, just carry me to your place. We'll talk about the rest there. If this had happened before, Tu Shanyu would definitely have argued with Cao Wenbin. After all, her boudoir had never received a man. But this time, she didn't say a word. I even subconsciously quickened my pace. As for what will happen next, that is self-evident. There was no other way. Tu Shanyu was an old ancestor who had lived for thousands of years and was of good character. Cao Wenbin naturally had to communicate with her. Otherwise, it would be such a disgrace to his surname. Cao Wenbin left in style. The life ahead will definitely be wonderful. But his ostentatious behavior angered some people. No sooner had he left than someone started planning. Brother Lang, something big has happened to my Tushan clan. That's why I can't go with you. But don't worry, once I've dealt with this, I'll still be yours. I will still accompany you to wander around the world. The person who spoke was the eldest princess of the Tushan clan, Tushan Tongtong. Standing in front of him was another branch of the Fox clan, the young master of the Su clan. Of course, although these two families are both Fox clans and were one family 10,000 years ago, they now have no contact with each other. Let alone intermarriage between the two families, even if they have normal communication, it would be a heinous crime if they were caught. It is precisely because of this that, by chance, the two people who had already secretly pledged their lives together decided to elope. But when this happened, Tushan Tongtong's sense of responsibility was instantly awakened. "Brother Lang, goodbye." After saying that, Tushan Tongtong immediately prepared to run to her ancestor's residence. She plans to find out the truth first. But as soon as she turned around, her little hand was grabbed. "Brother Lang, what are you doing?" Before Tushan Tongtong could finish her words, Su Lang put a finger on her lips. "You are my wife, so your business is naturally my business. Leave it to me next." Su Lang's eyes are full of friendship. But in my heart, I was already ecstatic. Unlike Tushan Tongtong, who is obsessed with love, Su Lang is very pragmatic. Since he was the last one born, he would never be able to inherit the Su family business. But he was unwilling to be an idle prince. Therefore, he set his sights on Tushan Tongtong. That's right, from the moment the two met to the moment the hero rescued the beauty, he planned it all step by step. But before that, he was skeptical about whether this could be done. After all, the grudge between the two families is really too big. From the beginning to the end, he was just doing it with the mentality of giving it a try. But just now, he saw the dawn of victory. He would never have thought that the Tushan clan, known as the #1 family on the continent, would be defeated one day. Even the ancestor of the clan was beaten back to his original form. She was directly ridden on by someone. If I can turn the tide and save the collapsing building in this situation, then after everything is over, the position of the #1 concubine will definitely be unavoidable. If it's done right, there's even a chance he could become the first male emperor in the history of the Tushan clan. By the way, if something happens between me and Tu Shanyu during this process. Thinking of Tu Shanyu's figure and beautiful face, as well as the connection between the two, Su Lang's body suddenly began to tremble wildly. This is not fear, it's exciting. When Tushan Tongtong heard what he said, her big eyes immediately filled with tears. "Brother Lang, you are so kind to me. So, what should we do next?" It turns out that Tushan Tongtong has a lot of plans. But with Su Lang's intervention, her IQ instantly dropped to 0. In her mind and heart, all that was left was Su Lang's kindness to her. "It's very simple. Our top priority now is to rescue your ancestor as soon as possible. After all, she is not only a formidable fighter, but also the backbone of your clan. Only when she returns to normal will we have the capital to fight back. And from what I just observed, the reason your ancestor didn't resist was entirely because of the collar around her neck. In other words, as long as we can take that thing off, she will be free from her suffering immediately. As for what to do after completing this step, we'll discuss this after we rescue your ancestor. There's nothing we can do. We just have so little information." The more he talked, the more confident he became with Su Lang. And the more Tushan Tongtong looked at him, the more fascinated she became. At the same time, the moment he finished speaking, his luck suddenly increased sharply. It doesn't stop until it turns green. That's right, this is the way of heaven investing. However, with the experience from previous times, Tiandao did not invest too much this time. She plans to observe and decide first. Only if Su Lang can beat Cao Wenbin in a game will she increase her investment. Chapter 178. My name is Su Lang. Brother Lang, where do you think the old ancestor will be imprisoned? Su Lang and Tushan Tongtong are both very impatient. So after only half a day of preparation, they sneaked into the royal residential area in the dark. Of course, they said they were touching, but they didn't hide it too much. After all, they had long discovered that the group of outsiders were only strong in strength, but there were not many of them. Besides, those guys are new here, and it's impossible for them to tell who is the enemy and who is the friend. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Look, they are almost reaching the heart of the country, and still haven't encountered any obstacles. According to my estimation, your ancestor should be locked up in her own room. And the quasi-saint who rode on her during the day should also be there. With Su Lang, this is not a blind guess. But it is analyzed by putting yourself in the other person's shoes. Because of this, while answering, a hint of envy unconsciously appeared in his eyes. He knew that the guy must have had a very happy afternoon. In that case, let's go to Tingfengxuan. When the ancestor is not practicing, she must live there. Tushan Tongtong didn't ask why. After getting the answer, she immediately pulled her lover towards the north. As they got closer to Tingfengxuan, their expressions became more and more excited. Because they suddenly discovered that the number of people they didn't know was gradually increasing. Clearly, they found the right place. But at the same time, they didn't dare to move forward. After all, they have no reason. You can't just say you want to take a walk up front. Su Lang was sure that if they really said that, they would definitely be beaten to death. What should I do? In an instant, Su Lang's brows wrinkled into a lump. As for Tushan Tongtong, she was so anxious that she started spinning in circles. But as the saying goes, there is always a way out. Just when both of them were at their wits' end, a turning point has appeared. Not far away, I saw two fox maids dragging food boxes towards this side. Judging from the appearance, it is obvious that they are delivering food to the people inside. Are you tired from playing and ready to catch up? Thinking of this possibility, Su Lang's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, without saying anything, he took Tushan Tongtong with him and stopped the two maids in an invisible place. Princess, why are you here? The two maids were very surprised. Then they prepared to bow and pay their respects. Although at this time, Tushan clan no longer had the final say in Qingzhou. But the habits formed over many years cannot be forgotten in a short time. But Tushan Tongtong doesn't have time to waste with them. After all, that unknown force will definitely be very cautious before completely controlling Qingzhou. Their emperor's spiritual consciousness will definitely explore everywhere from time to time. Once we find something wrong, we will take action immediately. So they are very pressed for time. Okay, you have nothing to do here. Give me the food box, and then you can go home. This. The two maids were a little hesitant. But frightened by Tushan Tongtong's tyranny, they finally handed over the food boxes obediently. It's done. Su Lang was very happy. He calculated that only about 10 seconds had passed from the time they stopped the two maids until now. In such a short time, the other party will definitely not be able to find out. Unfortunately, he underestimated Cao Wenbin's strength. Yes, if only a few emperors were using their spiritual sense to scan everywhere, then given the vastness of Qingzhou, it would be impossible to achieve full coverage. But the problem is that Cao Wenbin has more than just a few emperors used for defense. There are quite a few saints in the Holy Maiden Palace. So the couple Tushan Tongtong and Yusalong are doomed to tragedy. As soon as the food box reached their hands, they immediately lost consciousness. When they opened their eyes again, they found that the originally dark sky had become bright. Not far away from them, Cao Wenbin was holding Tu Shanyu and looking at them with a playful expression. Compared with the last time we met, Tu Shanyu has undergone a qualitative change. Of course, the appearance is still the same. Not a single thing has changed. But temperament. Is this the difference between a young woman and a girl? Damn, it would be great if this kind of change happened in my hands. At this moment, Su Lang almost bit his teeth to pieces. But soon, he had no time to think about these messy things. Because Cao Wenbin spoke. Tell me, why did you two try to get close to me? Remember, don't try to get away with it. Don't try to reason with me either. These are of no use to me. If I'm unhappy, I'll really kill someone. Cao Wenbin's tone was very calm. It's just stating the facts. But when Su Lang heard it, it was completely different. I don't know why, but Su Lang just feels that Cao Wenbin is showing off. So, with anger and jealousy boiling over, he immediately roared, "Murder! Who do you think you are? The King of Heaven. Let me tell you, my name is Yusu Lang. He is the direct heir of the Yusu clan. There is Su Lingtian, he is my ancestor." Puff. Hearing this, Mu Qianchen, who was drinking tea, spit out tea. After being stunned for a moment, Cao Wenbin shook his head speechlessly. To be honest, after all these years, this is the first person who dares to announce his number in front of him. In the past, this was his privilege. Of course, although he was speechless, he did not forget what he should do. Reaching out and stroking Tu Shanyu's hair, Cao Wenbin then asked calmly, "What does the Yusu family do? Where are you stationed again? Also, what's that Su Lingtian? What's his cultivation level?" As a family of enemies, Tu Shanyu naturally knew a lot about the Yusu family. Therefore, Chapter 179 was also written. The Yusu clan is a branch of my Fox clan. In fact, at the beginning, we were inseparable. But 6,000 years ago, the Yusu clan gave birth to an ambitious clan leader. I don't know what's wrong with this guy, he actually wants to unify the Fox clan. Let everyone in Qingzhou have the surname Yusu. However, his strength is not worthy of his ambition. Not only did he successfully get himself into trouble, but he also dragged the Yusu clan into the ditch. If they hadn't run away so quickly, the Su family would have been lost in the long river of history. As for Su Lingtian's strength, same as me, also a 6th rank. By the way, their tribe now lives in the southeast. While speaking, Tu Shanyu pointed at the map. Huh. Originally, Cao Wenbin was still considering who to send to deal with the Su family. But when he saw the area Tu Shanyu pointed to, he was immediately happy. Because that place was exactly where Lin Dong chose to stay. This is truly a coincidence. When Su Lang saw Cao Wenbin smile, he suddenly felt a chill all over his body for some reason. But soon, he regained his confidence. In his opinion, Cao Wenbin and his gang definitely have the strength. Otherwise, we won't be able to defeat Tushan clan. However, in the process of conquering Tushan clan, they definitely suffered heavy losses. This can be seen from the fact that they no longer continued to attack other forces. Therefore, although the Su family is not very strong, if a fight really breaks out, it is still unknown who will win. After all, they have the Su family waiting for them to tire themselves out, and they also have the advantage of geographical location. Boy, since you already know my background, just let me go. Otherwise, when my ancestors come to find us, things will get serious. Cao Wenbin shook his head speechlessly. A frog in a well is a frog in a well, and it can't even imagine how big the Milky Way is. Of course, he didn't argue with Su Lang. After all, that's really too cheap. The next moment, he started to perform some magic spells. This is a means of communication, able to transmit information over long distances. And Lin Dong did not disappoint him. Just a few minutes later, a crack suddenly appeared in the void not far away from everyone. Immediately afterwards, several emperors came out carrying a few vixen. Everyone else was a little confused because these vixens were not very strong. The most powerful person has only the cultivation level of a mid-stage saint. The worst one is not even a quasi-saint. Others may not know him, but Su Lang does. The moment he saw these people, Su Lang, who had been very proud just now, had a distorted expression on his face. Boy, don't you understand the principle of not letting your family suffer any harm? If you do this, aren't you afraid that one day the same thing will happen to you? Cao Wenbin smiled. Then, a string of place names slowly uttered from his mouth. Central Continent, in the heart of Dragon Ridge Mountain, Lingxiao City. When you get there, ask about the Cao family's ancestral land, and someone will naturally take you there. Su Lang was stunned. What are you talking about? The curve of his mouth suddenly became wider. My home address. You can arrange the staff now. And then use the same method to threaten me. You. Su Lang's face, which was not very good to begin with, suddenly became even darker. He's almost been tied up like a dumpling, and there's no point in arranging anyone for him. Besides, if there were really capable people among his subordinates, why would he plot against Tushan Tongtong? Just when he didn't know what to do, an even more heartbreaking scene appeared. Cao Wenbin, who was nothing in his eyes, actually let go of Tu Shanyu. Then he walked straight towards his mother. As for what comes next. Boy, you dare. Cao, I'm going to fight you. Two roars sounded one after another. The ones who spoke were none other than Su Lang and his father. But that's true. Cao Wenbin's hand had already disappeared into the collar of the other person's wife. How could they not be angry? Pity. They are not strong enough. So even if you are angry, it's useless. I can only watch Cao Wenbin do it. As the two men became more and more angry, Cao Wenbin laughed even more happily. Keep going, don't stop. Don't get me wrong, this is not what a woman said. But it was Cao Wenbin who was cheering for you so long. The reason why he did this is not because he is idle. It's not that he is attracted by the beauty of Su Lang's mother. He was simply squeezing out the luck from you Su Lang. Although not much green, but no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. The surname Cao. My ancestor Ling Tian will not let you go. Your family, just wait to collect your body. Obviously, even now, he still has illusions about his ancestor. But after just a few seconds, he was in despair. Because another person emerged from the space crack that had not yet dissipated. To be precise, it's one man and one fox. Cousin, look at me, I'm so majestic. A 6th rank emperor is a mount. Too bad this guy is a male. If this were a female. The words are not finished yet. As for the reason, it's nothing, Su Lang is crazy. Hallucination. I must be hallucinating. The ancestor is invincible. No one in the world can ride on him. Bang. The more he talked, the more excited Su Lang became. The roar gets louder. But his state did not last long. As his energy and spirit were exhausted, he turned into a dead dog. Although he was still breathing, his eyes were extremely empty. In this world, this is called the dissipation of spiritual wisdom. But in Cao Wenbin's previous life, he was brain dead. Brother Lang, Tushan Tongtong's voice was full of sadness. Lin Dong was completely stunned. What is going on? Isn't he just pretending to be cool? How can this be a matter of life and death? But after a few breaths, he no longer had time to care about these things. Because a big fox also appeared at Cao Wenbin's feet. And she was the female he had always dreamed of. So, without saying anything, he just came up to her with a licking face. Cousin, let's switch. Your safety must be more important than mine. As we all know, males are stronger than females in any living creature. So, I have to say, Lin Dong is quite eloquent. Unfortunately, no matter how much he talks, it's still useless. Just when he was about to persist, a voice that frightened him appeared. Xiaodong, when did you become like this? It seems I need to find a time to have a good talk with your mother. It's shameful enough that we have a playboy like Wenbin in our family. If you don't follow the right path, what will become of our family's reputation in the future? Lin Dong wants to cry. Look, is this human language? If Cao Wenbin doesn't follow the right path, just take care of him. Beat me up. This thing can't be doubled to get a positive. Damn, don't the people who help out have human rights? I just want to eat some of my cousin's leftovers. Is that wrong? Of course, I have 1,000 dissatisfactions in my heart. But Lin Dong didn't dare to fart. After all, Lin Xiu is not someone who spoils children. If she goes crazy, she would even dare to beat Cao Wenbin, let alone him. Forget it, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. I can't afford to offend, but can I avoid it? After making up his mind, Lin Dong didn't even hesitate, turned around and went into the space crack where he came from. Humph, you're becoming more and more unruly. You didn't even ask for my help. It seems like you're really itching. To be honest, this is why Lin Dong didn't hear it. Otherwise, you will definitely seek death. Rule. Why didn't you talk about the rules when your cousin touched you? Chapter 180 Heaven's Plan. Sure enough, this little bastard is no match for Cao Wenbin. I can't even hold him back. After discovering that the new chess piece had died again, the black ball in the special space immediately let out a sigh. Obviously, she has gradually become accustomed to failure. Otherwise, she would have been furious. It seems that we can only increase our investment in Zhun Xiaoyao. Even though he never wins. But at least he is qualified to play against Cao Wenbin. Unlike those other rubbish, who are killed instantly when they meet. But while increasing my investment, I also have to speed up my transformation. Otherwise, things are likely to get out of control. While muttering to herself, she was also calculating what resources to provide to Zhun Xiaoyao. Secret place. No, the one with the surname Cao is the best at exploring the mysteries. No matter how many thorns there are before the secret realm, no matter how secretly the secret realm is hidden, as long as it is a secret realm, it cannot escape his clutches. The secret realm of swallowing the sky. Qinggaling's secret realm. Kunlun's secret realm. These are all lessons from the past. Especially the Qinggaling secret realm. Before she was born, she didn't know where this place was, but Cao Wenbin found it. Give me pills or magic weapons. That's even worse. The gap between the two of them at this moment is so huge that unless two innate magic weapons like the Kunlun mirror appear, they will never be able to catch up. But innate level magic weapons are not easy to come by. How can she get two in such a short time? Forget it, let's just give him a golden finger. This way, we can solve the problem once and for all. Although it requires a lot of luck, as long as I can kill Cao Wenbin, it will all be worth it. Besides, I don't need these little things. As for what kind of... He obviously hesitated. But soon, the voice of self-talk started again. Give him a summoning type. This is the second-tier cheat code. It's much stronger than the original blood sacrifice system. With this, Cao Wenbin won't be able to make any waves anymore. But you can't give it directly. When he encounters setbacks, I'll help him. As soon as he finished speaking, the black ball started jumping up. It was obvious that she was in a good mood. At the southernmost tip of the continent, inside the imperial palace of the Great Chu dynasty. Like Cao Wenbin and others, Zhun Xiaoyao also didn't have to spend much effort to completely subdue the local forces. He even spent less time than Cao Wenbin and others. But that's true. After all, the Great Chu dynasty is the weakest force in the 9th continent. No doubt about it. Within the territory, even including the folk masters, there is only one 6th grade master and two 5th grade masters. At this time, Zhun Xiaoyao was standing at the highest point of the palace. As for the direction he was looking, there is no doubt that it is the northernmost part. Cao Wenbin, this is the battlefield I've always dreamed of. There's no outside interference here. There's no such mess. It's all about skill and hard power. So, your defeat is inevitable. The more he thought about it, the deeper the smile on Zhun Xiaoyao's face became. But soon, his face turned stern again. Because his captives have arrived. Senior Chu, how are you adapting to your new identity? The old man who just arrived was stunned. Then he smiled bitterly. In his opinion, this is just pure bullshit. How could he, who was used to being the boss, adapt to the life of a prisoner? Unfortunately, the situation is stronger than people. If he can adapt, he has to adapt. If he can't, he has to find a way to adapt. Of course, even though he was full of complaints, when the words came out of his mouth, they turned into a different expression. Thank you for your concern, sir. I have completely adapted to it. To be honest, I actually quite like this kind of life. After all, being free from official duties is a relief. From now on, I will stop using my brain and just become the knife in your hand. Wherever you tell me to chop, that's where I'll chop. I have to say, this flattery is really beautiful. And Zhun Xiaoyao also benefited from it. Even though he knew it was just a polite remark, so what? It's better than using guns and sticks. As a result, Zhun Xiaoyao's tone subconsciously softened a lot. Senior Chu, you're joking. Younger generations are often impulsive. So when necessary, I still need Senior Chu's guidance. By the way, Senior Chu, I asked you to come here because I wanted to ask if there are any legends about the tripod on this continent. That's right. The reason why Zhun Xiaoyao chose this place was not to avoid Cao Wenbin. His real purpose is to delay his contact with other people. He planned to find the most important tripod first, and then think about other things. After all, the land is here. It's impossible to run away with long legs. If that's the case, then why rush? Taking action later and avoiding the enemy's attack is definitely the best strategy. But what he didn't know was that Cao Wenbin actually had the same idea. But Cao Wenbin plans to do both. He personally led a group of experts to search for the tripod. As for the drudgery of conquering the world, that naturally comes from Lin Dong. When encountering something that cannot be handled, he steps in. It was precisely because of this that when they were looking for a place to stay, Lin Dong was outside and he was inside. Chapter 181 Confident Zhun Xiaoyao. Sir, I actually know a legend about the tripod. It is said that in ancient times, there were not so many forces on this continent. All races are controlled by a force called Wu. And the foundation of this power is precisely a large cauldron. That thing has the power to move mountains and fill the sea. Once it is sacrificed, all things will obey. Of course, legends are just legends after all. Only God knows what exactly happened. The old man Chushong spoke very cautiously. Obviously, he didn't want to take responsibility. Or rather, he simply doesn't believe in this legend. But Zhun Xiaoyao became more and more excited the more he listened. Because he knew that all this was true. After all, there is such a tripod in his house. The power is exactly the same as Chushong described. Exactly. So, does the legend describe the whereabouts of this tripod? Chushong was stunned. It can be seen that he really didn't expect Zhun Xiaoyao to dig into the matter. But his reaction was not slow. He quickly revealed everything he knew. I'm sorry to disappoint you, sir. No one knows the whereabouts of that tripod. According to legend, it disappeared along with the witch tribe. Many explorers have searched for it over the years. Pity. He didn't finish his words. But the meaning is self-evident. Zhun Xiaoyao obviously expected this result. So he immediately asked about the Wu clan's situation. Do you know where the Wu clan was originally stationed? The center of the continent, now the Cloud City. There was a gleam in his eyes, and then Zhun Xiaoyao smiled. He knows this place. The reason why it is called Yunzhong is because this city is located on the top of the mountain. Every morning, it is shrouded in clouds and mist. When people walk, it feels like they are in the clouds. And due to its geographical location, this city is also a no-man's land. After all, its altitude is really too high. It can't provide any benefits to the person who owns it. Therefore, over time, this place has become a paradise for criminals and grey forces. Looks like we need to go on a field trip. Do it when you think of it. The next moment, he used communication means to call the general. Actually, everything is normal. But just as they were about to set off, an accident occurred. Bang! With a loud bang, his childhood playmate Zhou Zhen was thrown in front of him by a huge force. Zhun Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment, then asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Auntie Pan, what are you doing?" This so-called Aunt Pan is Zhun Xiaoyao's new protector. Her full name is Pan Simin. Because of Zhu Lin's example, the Zhun family has invested a huge amount of money this time. Like Zhao Yuaner, she is also at the ancestor level. His sonic attack is terrifying. Therefore, she was nicknamed the Fairy of Absolute Sound. And her strength is indeed worthy of her name. 9th grade. It was exactly the same as before Zhao Yuaner's breakthrough. Of course, in order to follow Zhun Xiaoyao into the 9th continent, she could only exert the strength of the 6th rank at this time. This was sealed by old Wang himself. Unless you leave this 9th continent, there is no possibility of lifting it. As for her appearance, how could a person from another family who could marry into the Zhun family be ugly? When she first announced the good news, many people in the fairyland could not accept the reality and committed suicide. Xiaoyao, there's something wrong with this guy. You just finished arranging our next itinerary, and he immediately became abnormal. Not long ago, he even used special means to transmit information to the outside world. And if I'm not mistaken, the method he used should be unique to the Cao family. What? This time, Zhun Xiaoyao was really upset. He would never have thought that there would be an undercover agent next to him. And this person is his playmate since childhood. Zhou Zhen, give me an explanation. If not, the murderous aura in his body burst out instantly. So, Zhou Zhen collapsed directly. I said, you tell me everything. Xiaoyao, do you still remember what the Supreme Master told you? Zhun Xiaoyao nodded. He snatched a bird from Cao Wenbin's hand, so of course he would remember it. This incident caused a lot of uproar at the time. However, because Cao Wenbin became more and more assertive, the matter came to nothing. Actually, I did it before. That's when Cao Wenbin caused a disturbance in the Holy Mountain. Unfortunately, not only did I fail, but I also got myself into trouble. Well, I thought I was dead. But I didn't expect that Cao Wenbin would give me a task. Having said that, Zhou Zhen swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Obviously, he didn't dare to say anything more. But how could Zhun Xiaoyao, whose interest had been piqued, let him go? Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, don't blame me for not remembering our past friendship. As expected, a thin layer of sweat instantly appeared on Zhou Zhen's forehead. At this moment, he seemed to be standing on the edge of a cliff. Neither advancing nor retreating. However, this state did not last long. Because the pressure Zhun Xiaoyao brought to him was too great. The task he gave me was to keep an eye on your mother's movements. And his purpose. Shut up. Zhun Xiaoyao, who was just about to eat melon, suddenly became furious. Obviously, he didn't expect that this matter would involve his mother. As for what Cao Wenbin wants to do, isn't that Sima Zhao's intention, known to everyone? The 5 words, Wenbin is a good wife, or not just talk. Someone, take him away. According to the rules of the Zhun family, just beat him to death with sticks. Zhou Zhen was shocked. Then he rolled and crawled towards Zhun Xiaoyao. Of course, he didn't want to be taken down by someone else. He knows his own worth very well. He just wanted to hug Zhun Xiaoyao's thighs and beg for mercy. Unfortunately, Zhun Xiaoyao didn't give him this opportunity at all. He had just approached when Zhun Xiaoyao kicked him away. But that's true. You must know that in order to save his life, Zhou Zhen betrayed Zhun Xiaoyao's birthplace. I believe that no one can tolerate this matter. Aunt Pan, please inform my mother that there's a change of plans. Tell her to pack up as soon as possible and leave with us. Pan Simin was stunned, but soon, she reacted. It seems that this young master of our family is preparing to take care of his mother personally. I see. And she was right. This is what Zhun Xiaoyao planned. After all, apart from the Zhun family base, his side is the safest. Cao Wenbin, since you're so determined, let's have a fight based on this. I want to see if you can successfully sneak into my house right under my nose. At this moment, Zhun Xiaoyao was extremely confident. He seemed to have seen Cao Wenbin's furious look due to repeated setbacks. Unfortunately, he doesn't understand Cao Wenbin at all. If Cao Wenbin knew his choice, he would be so excited that he would jump up and down. At least you have to smile until your teeth show. By the way, I shouted, it's so enjoyable. After all, a goal scored by the goalkeeper is what makes it exciting. Shooting into an empty goal, what's the point? Chapter 182. The person that even Cao Wenbin admires. Things that Zhun Xiaoyao can find out. Cao Wenbin could naturally find out too. Therefore, Cao Wenbin soon set out for Yunjiang City. Of course, he won't leave by himself. After all, he has 2 mounts. However, he didn't have much free time along the way. Just as they set off, he suddenly discovered that the soul Zhou Zhen left with him had dissipated. And what this means is naturally self-evident. Zhou Zhen is dead. It seems my intentions towards Zhongzhou have been exposed. But it doesn't matter. I just like difficult things. After all, the harder it is to get, the more enjoyable the experience will be. In an instant, a storm blew up in Cao Wenbin's mind. He is thinking of countermeasures. Let's see how to bypass the goalkeeper Zhun Xiaoyao. But before he could get anything, they were stopped. Yuan Shifeng, have we entered someone else's territory? The corner of his mouth twitched. Cao Wenbin really didn't expect that he would think about this for such a long time. But he didn't worry. After organizing his thoughts a bit, he focused his attention on Yuan Shifeng, who suddenly appeared. Brother Yuan, what is your purpose in stopping me? I think you can see that I'm just passing by, not here to cause trouble. Of course, if Brother Yuan is interested in demonstrating, I can stop here for a while. Look indifferent. Obviously, Cao Wenbin did not take Yuan Shifeng seriously. There's nothing we can do, it's because the Yuan family is weak. Although they are a real immortal force, their foundation is extremely poor. There are not many masters in the clan. Moreover, their supreme ancestor has insufficient potential, so his combat effectiveness is at the bottom among the supreme beings. It is said that even Mr. Wang can't beat him. In the entire fairyland, he could only defeat Examen Supreme, who had the title of the worst supreme. And Yuan Shifeng obviously also knew his own situation. Therefore, as soon as Cao Wenbin said this, he immediately started to attack frantically. Brother Cao, you're joking. I'd be so lucky if you didn't come and cause trouble. There's no reason to ask for trouble. The reason I stopped the fight today is because I want to do business with Brother Cao. At this moment, Cao Wenbin's interest was immediately piqued. Then he flew to Yuan Shifeng's side. Hey, why is there a carriage here? Of course, although he was curious, Cao Wenbin didn't say much. After all, who doesn't have a little hobby? I wonder what exactly is the business that Brother Yuan is talking about. Without keeping anyone in suspense, Yuan Shifeng said immediately, family members know their own business. I know very well that there is no chance of me winning this game. I'm just a runner-up. So I want to bring my people and join Brother Cao's camp. As for what I want, it's simple. Priority mining rights for mid to high-end resources. Yuan Shifeng is very smart. He had no intention of taking those top resources. Because he knew that no matter who it was, no one would let go of that kind of strategic material. And the fact is, it is indeed so. If Yuan Shifeng has a big appetite, Cao Wenbin will definitely turn around and leave. But now, the request didn't cross my bottom line. But I'm curious, what can you give? Still without hesitation, except for the 3 6th rank elders, the others I brought with me are at Brother Cao's disposal. Don't worry about life or death. Brother Cao, don't think I'm stingy. It's really my Yuan family who can't afford this. A 6th rank elder is a pillar of our Yuan family. The loss of any one of them would be unbearable for us. Of course, if a fight really breaks out, they will naturally intervene. But they only help to drag people, they don't give their full effort. This is what the Supreme One instructed me before I came here, and I can't change it. By the way, the territory we currently occupy will naturally be handed over to you. The effort you put in is directly proportional to the desired reward. However, Cao Wenbin was not satisfied. After all, his principle has always been that if he doesn't gain an advantage, he will suffer a loss. So, Cao Wenbin immediately shook his head. Not enough. You haven't paid enough. This price is only enough for you to live here. If you want a share of the pie after victory, you have to increase the stakes. Not surprisingly, Yuan Shifeng's face immediately revealed a look of confusion. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Cao, come with me. I'll give you a big bet. A heavy bet that will make it impossible for you to say no again." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the carriage. Seeing that Cao Wenbin didn't follow, he waved to him. Interesting. Smile a little. Then Cao Wenbin followed. He didn't worry about his own safety. After all, the people who follow him are not there to eat for nothing. "Brother Cao, please look." After he finished speaking, Yuan Shifeng slowly lifted the curtain of the car. As his eyes gradually adapted to the darkness inside the car, Cao Wenbin's pupils shrank unconsciously. He was not wrong. There is indeed no danger inside the car. But there is a creature here that can disarm him. At the same time, the Wan Mei Lu in his mind finally moved after many days. And finally stopped at page 37. Although the ranking is not high, it is an indisputable fact that there will be rewards to be claimed soon. This is no direct answer. After glancing around, Yuan Shifeng said with a troubled look on his face, "She is my mother." Madame Zhaohua. Brother Cao should have heard of it too. After a moment of hesitation, Cao Wenbin cursed, "Fuck." At this moment, Cao Wenbin was really shocked. Before this, he had thought of many possibilities. But this was the only thing that was beyond his expectations. After all, Chapter 183 Experience Card. After all, who would give their own mother as a gift? I finally opened my eyes today. For a moment, even Cao Wenbin, the pervert, felt that this matter was a bit too perverted. Of course, although he was amazed, Cao Wenbin had no intention of refusing. After all, if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you will be punished by God. So, Cao Wenbin got on the carriage. But before he went in, he subconsciously asked, "By the way, does your father know about this?" Originally, Cao Wenbin thought that what he would get was definitely a nod, or a gesture similar to okay. But I didn't expect. Yuan Shifeng's mouth twitched. After a while, he gently shook his head, "I don't know. But Brother Cao, don't worry. My father has no say in the family. As for the reason, his qualifications are really too poor. After all these years, he's only a quasi-saint." Cao Wenbin understood. So I didn't hesitate and quickly lowered the curtain. As the noise disappeared, Cao Wenbin finally had time to observe the woman who was sent to his door. Skin as white as cream, and a white ancient costume gown. Plus all the gorgeous accessories. To be honest, if it weren't for the jaw-dropping scenes before, no one would believe that such a noble woman would be a gift for a man. What the world says is indeed true. Wenbin is indeed a good wife. I'm wondering, aren't you afraid there might be a scam here? What if I were an assassin? The words are full of irony. Obviously, this woman would not agree to be treated as a gift. Unfortunately, she couldn't change anything. Even though she is the famous Madame Zhaohua. That's right, this woman whose real name is Chen Zhaohua is not an unknown person. Of course, she is not famous for her strength or potential. But the ability to do business. Ever since she took over, the Yuan family's business in all aspects has been booming. In just a few decades, the assets have increased hundreds of times. The song and dance troupe she personally formed became even more famous. It seems to be becoming the third famous ladies' organization in the fairyland. She was actually very proud. But this incident was a real blow to her. It turned out that in the eyes of the Yuan family, she was no different from those singing girls she had found. They are all characters who can spread their legs at any time when the benefits come. In this world, fists are the ultimate rule. Everything else is just floating clouds. In an instant, endless sadness emerged in her heart. But after just a few breaths, she no longer had time to be pretentious. Because one of Cao Wenbin's hands had been placed on her leg as if unintentionally. Not surprisingly, her muscles tensed instantly. Then she looked at Cao Wenbin with a pleading look on her face. Master Cao, please let me go. Come to think of it, I'm a few years older than your mother. We are really not suitable. Cao Wenbin's smile is very evil. Obviously, he didn't take this statement seriously. There's even a hint of excitement. So, with no other choice, Chen Xiaohua could only resist. But just when she was about to grab the rebellious hand, Cao Wenbin said, "Don't move. Actually, there's nothing wrong with following me. At the very least, I can ensure that you don't have to accompany others anymore." Slightly stunned. Then Chen Xiaohua's tense body softened instantly. As for what happens next? Outside the carriage. At the beginning, Yuan Shifeng looked very nervous. After all, although Cao Wenbin is famous, as long as things haven't happened yet, there will definitely be variables. Fortunately, this time, he was worrying too much. Before even a cup of tea had passed, he discovered that the pebbles on the ground began to jump in a regular pattern. So pretty. Yuan Shifeng swung his fist fiercely. In fact, if this happened in the past, he would never be so excited. I wouldn't even do something so outrageous. After all, no matter what, he is still the young master of the Yuan family. But now it's different. As his father could provide him with less and less help, his position as the young master became precarious. His cousins are all staring at him. If he can't find a strong foreign aid, he may be replaced at any time. It is precisely because of this that he volunteered to attend this party. And he brought his mother along too. Of course, he actually made preparations for both scenarios. Not only did he bring his mother, he also brought his sister. But judging from the current situation, his sister is obviously no longer needed. Ladies, it's time for you to set off. After all, there's nothing worth staying here for. Besides, I think Master Cao would also like to experience the feeling of making rapid progress. I have to say, this guy understands men. Name: Chen Xiaohua. Identity: young lady of the immortal Yuan family. Strength: peak of nirvana. Appearance score: 93. Loyalty: 60. Some affection towards you, but not much. Note: due to the trauma of love, she no longer trusts anyone. From now on, she will only live for herself. If the list owner can make good use of this, then with her intelligence, she will be able to bring a lot of benefits to the list owner. Peak Supreme Experience Card. After using this card, you will have the aura of a Peak Supreme for a short period of time, and the ability to launch a full-strength attack. Note: the aura lasts for 5 minutes, but the attack can only be used once. Seeing the reward, Cao Wenbin, who was sipping tea, subconsciously curled his lips. What the hell is this? Can you only launch one attack? I'll scratch you to death. But his unintentional action angered Chen Xiaohua, who had just dealt with him. Boy, what do you mean by pouting? Why, I didn't satisfy you. I'm telling you, whether you're satisfied or not, you're not allowed to default on your debt. If anyone gives me trouble in the future, you must stand up for me. Slightly stunned. Then Cao Wenbin laughed. Women are really prone to worrying about gains and losses. Don't worry, Sister Chen. Although I am full of evil intentions, I have done all kinds of bad things. But he never tells lies to women. As long as I promise, I will definitely do it. Chen Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief. But just when she was about to say something else, a female voice suddenly came from outside the carriage. Master, we've arrived at Cloud City. Look. His expression was shocked. Then Cao Wenbin lifted the car curtain without saying a word. Chapter 184: The Dispute Over the Inn. What a coincidence. When Cao Wenbin and others arrived at Yunjiang City, the sun was just about to rise. So, everyone experienced the feeling of walking in the clouds. Husband, the scenery here is beautiful. Now that everything is fine, I can come here often for vacation. Mu Qianchen said it casually, but those who were eavesdropping were all shocked. These are the natives of Cloud City. They had been observing secretly since Cao Wenbin's carriage started to climb the mountain. As for probing, they are not stupid. Although this is a lawless area, the news here is extremely well informed. Therefore, anyone here who has some connections knows that things have changed on this continent. The people who are in charge of the continent now are no longer the original clan leaders. Instead, they turned into a group of aliens. It seems that this crime capital will no longer exist. No, we must think of a way. This is our last pure land. If we lose this place, we will become homeless dogs again. In an instant, the indigenous people here unified their thoughts without any communication. At the same time, Cao Wenbin and others also arrived in front of the largest inn in Yunjiang City. However, they did not go in immediately. It's not that you need to queue. But Jun Xiaoyao and others happened to arrive too. Brother Jun, we are truly destined to meet. In that case, why don't we just squeeze in here? Although we have quite a few people, it seems we can accommodate them. Jun Xiaoyao's mouth twitched. If there hadn't been the undercover incident, he might still have agreed to this proposal. After all, he is close, so he can observe his opponent carefully. But now, he absolutely dared not do so. There's nothing he can do, because his opponent is a pervert. I don't like the beauty of my peers, but I only think about her. Brother Cao is quite enthusiastic. What a pity. I like quietness. So you should find another place. Cao Wenbin raised his eyebrows, then said disdainfully, if you want to leave, it's you who should leave. Don't forget, we are the ones with the harder fists. By the way, don't say you were here first. This thing is a joke to you and me. Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. Obviously, that's what he originally intended to say. But now, Cao Wenbin choked it back in advance. Seeing his younger generation being humiliated, Pan Simin, as the ancestor, naturally would not let it go. So, young man, who gave you the courage to say such words? Isn't it just that they brought 2 more 6th grade ones than we did? You're not so naive as to think that numbers alone can determine success or failure. Cao Wenbin smiled. It's that kind of evil smile. The next moment, he put his arm around Zhu Lin's waist. Senior Pan Simin, you may not know this, but your predecessor was even more arrogant than you. But what is the final result? I don't think I need to say it. Honestly, if I were you, I would pack up and go home right now. Otherwise, it won't be long before the old clam gives birth to a pearl. By the way, if you don't believe me, you can talk to Aunt Zhu. I believe you two will have something in common. You. Pan Simin was so angry that she rolled her eyes. It's not that she has a poor tolerance. She had never encountered anything like this before. As a favored daughter of heaven, which man she met in the past was not polite to her. No one dares to say dirty jokes or even swear words in front of her. But now, stop talking like that, just say what you want to say. If you have nothing to say, then quickly find a place to stretch, so you don't get hurt if I catch you. You're looking for death. This time, Pan Simin couldn't bear it anymore. With a flash of his body, he rushed directly towards Cao Wenbin. And looking at the shape of her hands, it was obvious that she wanted to strangle Cao Wenbin's neck. But it was obvious that she couldn't succeed. After all, the woman Cao Wenbin brought was not a vase. You're looking for trouble. Mu Qianchen smiled coldly. Then he went to meet him. And she wasn't polite at all. The first move he made was the Shira clan's unique skill, the blood nerve. Boom. The sound was so loud that it shook the entire Cloud City. As for the results, without any surprise, the game ended in a draw. This is a true draw. No one got the upper hand. Pan Simin's advantage lies in her experience, while Mu Qianchen's advantage lies in her martial arts skills. They just cancel each other out. How is this possible? I was demoted from the 9th rank. Mu Qianchen curled her lips in disdain, so what? My father is Mu Bai. Who is your father? Not surprisingly, Pan Simin followed in Jun Xiaoyao's footsteps. Since she was so honest, Jun Xiaoyao didn't hesitate anymore and immediately evacuated with his family. He actually wanted to confront her for a while. Save your face. But the situation does not allow it. Not long ago, he had discovered that Cao Wenbin's eyes were almost welded to his mother's body. If it had been a little later, he was really afraid that Cao Wenbin would launch a general attack without regard for the consequences. Then stage a scene of raping a woman in front of him. Retreat. While Cao Wenbin and others were checking in, several leading figures in Yunjiang City were also holding a meeting quietly. Before Cao Wenbin and Jun Xiaoyao arrived, this picturesque Yunjiang City was jointly governed by them. But now, stop pretending to be quails. If you have any ideas, just tell me. Otherwise, we'll just have to go on the run. Still no one answered. After a while, a bald man who was not very good at cultivating his qi said through gritted teeth, what else is there to discuss? We should just side with the weaker party. After all, only when they are evenly matched will we have room to maneuver. Not surprisingly, this proposal was directly rejected by others. As for the reasons, stop it. With our level, we can't even balance it out. I think you should have observed the fight between those two women just now. That's a level of power we can never reach. It's no exaggeration to say that any one of them could sweep us out like garbage. Not many words, but they hurt. But everyone knows that this is the truth. Chapter 185. Is it an opportunity or a trap? This won't work, that won't work either. Am I just going to wait for death? Or are you praying that these outsiders won't change the status quo? The bald man who was refuted suddenly became even more manic. However, the people present did not agree with him. After all, they have been living together for hundreds of years and know each other's personalities very well. We would never quarrel over such a small matter. Praying is definitely not an option. Those so-called gods won't protect scum like us. So, we still have to rely on ourselves. By the way, do you think that if these guys fall into the sinkhole, can they climb out? The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. In an instant, everyone's eyes lit up. The so-called Tianqing is actually a natural vertical cave. Located 90 miles outside Yunjiang City. It existed when there was no city. It's bottomless. No matter what you throw in, there will be no echo. No one who went in to explore has ever been able to come out. Even a saint can't do that. As for the great emperor, I don't know about that. After all, the emperor has already stood at the top of the food chain. They won't take any risks at all. Enjoying life is what they are interested in. So, you can give it a try. Anyway, whether it succeeds or not, it has nothing to do with us. What we lack now is an opportunity. As luck would have it, the opportunity presented itself to me very quickly. What did you say? Have the guests from the Cloud Inn and the Shangxia Inn invited us? Shall we go over to your house and have a chat right away? Looking at the servant who came to report, the bosses were stunned. This is such a fucking coincidence. When you feel sleepy, someone will give you a pillow. But soon, they all reacted. Who cares if it's a coincidence or not? As long as we can trick these outsiders and save Yunjiang City, we can do it. How should I put it? Everyone should know the answer. Remember, there must be truth and falsehood, falsehood and truth. Don't be a pure liar. Those who can cultivate to this level are no fools. If there's even a tiny loophole, even a god wouldn't be able to save us. Everyone nodded solemnly. Old son, just put your mind at ease. If you ask me to tell the truth, I probably won't be able to remember it. But if they're lying, I, Old Lu, can write a book about them. Outside Yunjiang City, on the edge of the sinkhole, Cao Wenbin and Zhun Xiaoyao, who had just separated not long ago, were confronting each other across the pit again. I have to say, these two are really destined to be together. As long as the distance between them is not too far, they can basically do everything in sync. Brother Jun, as the saying goes, 3 people can't hold a tree, and many people can't watch a pit. There are so many people standing around you, and you are so close to the pit, aren't you afraid of being pushed in? By the way, I have more undercover agents than just Zhou Zhen. If it were someone else, after hearing these words, even if they didn't immediately become alert, they would at least tense up. This is not a matter of suspicion. It's a human instinctive reaction. But Zhun Xiaoyao didn't react at all. The standing posture is still so casual. He even felt like fighting back. I think the one who should be worried is you, young Master Cao. After all, those who do evil will eventually perish. Look at the people you're with. Which one of them didn't you get through some trickery? To be honest, I really admire you. After doing so much evil, he's still alive. Let me guess, when you sleep at night, do you always keep one eye open? One on guard, and the other resting. Tit for tat. Neither of them will give in. Of course, the two of them are not people who don't know the seriousness of the matter. So, after they had a few pleasantries with each other, they immediately stopped fighting. Then, all attention was focused on the indigenous people who were leading the way. Friend, when we were in the inn, you only gave a rough description of this pit. I didn't understand what I heard either. Now that we're closer, I'd like you to give me a detailed introduction. Is that possible? Zhun Xiaoyao's voice is very cheerful. It is very easy to attract other people's favor. And it was different from his gentle temptation. After thinking for a moment, Cao Wenbin raised his chin towards the pit and said, Old Lu, right. Didn't you say that except for the great emperor, everyone else has passed this pit? Now, please start your performance. I really want to know what will happen if the emperor falls down. Old Lu, who was about to watch the show, was stunned. Then I felt like cursing. If you want to know the result, then let your men try it. Why are you bothering me? If I go down and don't come up, then. The more he thought about it, the paler Lao Lu's face became. The body is subconsciously moving backwards. Obviously, he was planning to escape. Unfortunately, just as he took a step back, several auras that seemed to be able to destroy the world suddenly descended upon him. Not surprisingly, under the influence of different pressures, he, the emperor who had barely stepped into the imperial realm, immediately suffered internal injuries. After a few breaths, a hint of crimson appeared at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, how did I end up running into something like this? It would be great if I were on the other side. Old Lu feels very frustrated. But he didn't dare show it. He even suppressed his anger and put on a smiling face. Sir, please let me go. I have old people and young children. Before he could finish his words, Cao Wenbin interrupted him with a wave of his hand. I don't want to say the same thing a second time. As for your family, don't worry, if you die, I will take care of you. Cao Wenbin said it very seriously. Because he believed that the wife of such a scumbag would not be ugly. Seeing that there was no room for maneuver, Lao Lu instantly lost all his energy and spirit. Then he dragged his heavy feet towards the deep pit. Forget it, just jump. If you listen, there's still a chance of survival. If you don't obey, the smile is bitter. He can hurt him with just his momentum. If he does this, he will be turned into a meat patty in minutes. Swish. So he danced very happily. But just when he was about to try his best to control his body and slow down his falling speed, he suddenly discovered. He actually stopped in the air. He didn't hover on his own initiative. But there was a huge force preventing him from falling. Slightly stunned, but soon, his face was filled with joy. Of course, despite being excited, he immediately explained, Sir, my great strength is stopping me. In my opinion, there should be a ban here. It's preventing those above the Emperor realm from entering. Nodded. Cao Wenbin is not blind, so he naturally understands what is going on. But he didn't stop testing. After a glance, Lao Lu's companions also jumped into the pit. As for the results, no surprises. Everyone was like Lao Lu, floating directly on the top of the pit. Husband, I just tried it. I discovered that the strength of this barrier should be between the 12th level and the supreme level. If we transfer people from our family, it should be easy to destroy it. Cao Wenbin is very moved. But in the end, he still shook his head. They didn't know the situation inside the pit. If the barrier was broken, the things inside would be damaged as well, which would be a waste of time. Never mind. I'll go down there myself later. If I don't come up for a while, it won't be too late for you to ask someone to break the barrier. The words are very domineering. It's also very casual. As a result, Lao Lu and others were completely scared silly. 12 grades. Supreme. Is there such a person in this world? Isn't there a rumor that the rules of heaven and earth only allow cultivation to reach the 6th level at most? What are these outsiders? Just as they were swallowing their saliva secretly, Cao Wenbin and Zhun Xiaoyao had already jumped into the pit. That's right, Zhun Xiaoyao also jumped. Just as expected. The two people, whose strength was only in the late quasi-saint stage, did not encounter any resistance. It was very easy to cross the barrier. Chapter 186 Weak water blocks the way. Huff. Because the descent speed was too fast, Cao Wenbin's ears were filled with the sound of wind. Originally, he was planning to use the technique of levitation to control his speed. But for some reason, the skills that used to be as easy as using one's own arm are now impossible to use. Of course, Cao Wenbin is not without any solution. He had tried it just now, and both the law of time and the law of space that he had just comprehended could successfully slow him down. However, he didn't plan to use it. As for the reason, Zhun Xiaoyao who is not far away doesn't use it, so why should he? Brother Cao, don't be so stubborn. Hurry up and use the law of time to slow down. After all, you are different from me. I'm a kind and charitable person, and I've never done anything immoral in my life. So when I land, even if there isn't soft velvety grass underneath, there will be a deep pool. And you, look, Cao Wenbin hasn't even slowed down yet, and the mocking voices are already coming. If this is really slowed down, the consequences. However, when it comes to talking, Cao Wenbin has never been afraid of anyone. So, based on the principle that he might as well be idle, Cao Wenbin immediately hit back, "Brother Jun, you're really showing your weakness. If you fall from such a height, what's below? Does it make any difference? Besides, good people don't live long, but evil people will live forever. This is what our ancestors concluded. Hee, so you admit that you are a nuisance. I never denied it. You." This time, the two of them finally had their fill. Because it took more than 10 minutes before they landed. Boom, boom. Two loud noises sounded one after another. Although there was a lot of noise, neither Cao Wenbin nor Zhun Xiaoyao were injured. The moment they were close to the ground, the two of them used their unique skills one after another. As the smoke and dust cleared, they finally understood why the levitation technique had failed. Not far from the two of them, an underground river several dozen meters wide was flowing slowly. Actually, this is nothing. As long as it is a cave, it is rare that there is no underground river. But the key to the problem is that the water in this underground river is actually black. Weak water. Cao Wenbin was startled. Then, a look of relief slowly emerged on that face that even gods would envy. It is said that weak water is highly poisonous. And whether in the water or above it, the goose feather cannot float. Once you fall into it, there is no hope of escaping. Either you are drowned or you are poisoned, there is no third way. Damn, luckily I moved back a bit. Otherwise, it will be really troublesome. If nothing unexpected happened, those who came down to explore before should have been buried in this river. But soon, Cao Wenbin calmed down. Then, the solemnity on his face quickly turned into pride. Since the weak water did not involve him in it at the first time, there is nothing to be afraid of. This is not narcissism, but it's the truth. After all, Cao Wenbin is a man who has bathed in the long river of time. If the weak water is poisonous, can it still poison the long river of time? Brother Jun, I'm going first. Without hesitation, as soon as the words fell, the law of time began to surge. When everything was over, Cao Wenbin had already arrived on the other side of the river. Time shifts. He skipped time and simply skipped the process of crossing the river. This guy has become stronger again. An expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. At this moment, Zhun Xiaoyao looked extremely solemn. Of course, he didn't give in. You, Cao Wenbin, are capable, but I'm not bad either. Don't be anxious, brother. We came here together, so it's best for us to walk together. Space folding. Along with the roar, there also appeared a strong force of space. The next moment, Zhun Xiaoyao also appeared out of thin air on the other side of the Ruoshui River. Same ending, but the process is completely different. Cao Wenbin traveled through time, while Zhun Xiaoyao folded the space of the two places together. It seems like just a small step. But in fact, he only took dozens of meters. However, before he could feel proud, he suddenly found that he was back to the place where he fell. Everything that happened before seemed like a dream. Zhun Xiaoyao was a little confused. But after just a few breaths, he reacted. Cao Wenbin, you actually used a hidden attack on me. And Cao Wenbin did not deny it. It seems you are not stupid. By the way, I've set the time around here to loop. It will loop every 2 seconds. That is to say, no matter how hard you try, you will end up back at the starting point. Although my ability is limited and I can only keep this state going for 5 minutes, I think it's enough for you, Brother Jun. After saying that, Cao Wenbin disappeared into the shadows with an evil smile on his face. He didn't have this ability before. Of course, even if he knew how, he wouldn't be able to use it. After all, the energy required for this move is quite astonishing. But since I got the Kunlun mirror, all of this is no longer a problem. Chapter 187 12 Coffins. This Tianqing is not only deep, but also complex. So, Cao Wenbin, who had tricked Zhun Xiaoyao, soon got lost in the densely packed corridors. Damn, which idiot dug this hole? That's right, at this moment, Cao Wenbin has already realized that this place was not formed naturally. But it was dug by humans. However, the person who is doing the construction should be someone who is strong and has a simple mind. Otherwise, this place wouldn't be so rough. And there are dead ends everywhere. Do we need to use luck to pave the way? Damn it, it's not worth it. After running into another dead end, Cao Wenbin suddenly felt overwhelmed. Just when he couldn't stand it anymore and was about to do something shady, a bird's head suddenly appeared in his arms. It was none other than Shifeng, who had been working hard to recover. Oh my god, you're not dead yet. Do you know that a few days ago, I almost dug a hole to bury you? Cao Wenbin's expression was extremely exaggerated. There's nothing we can do about it, since the bird has been sleeping for several months. Don't even open your eyelids. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me, what happened to you? Why are you so upset? Not surprisingly, Cao Wenbin immediately received a big eye roll. But he didn't care, because he heard a hint of confidence in Shifeng's words. This woman seems to know something about this underground structure. And the fact is, it is indeed so. As soon as Cao Wenbin finished recounting his current situation, Shifeng immediately gave him some advice. You go northwest. Remember, no matter what happens, don't change direction. If you really can't get through it, then use violence. Don't worry, there won't be a landslide here. Because everything in this direction is a man-made obstacle. Even if you use force, it won't change the structure here. The more he listened, the brighter Cao Wenbin's eyes became. As he moved forward according to the law, he soon discovered that the actual situation was exactly as Shifeng had said. First up is a wall, which looks pretty solid. But before Cao Wenbin could even use any strength, it collapsed with a loud bang. Then came a pile of blue bricks half a person's height. After that, there is an obvious dead end. If this had happened before he was instructed, Cao Wenbin would definitely have taken a detour immediately. After all, he is not stupid, how could he go into a dead end? But this time, he stepped over it without hesitation. So, he soon came to a new world. Depend on. This trick is awesome. They even played with psychology. Just like that, in the following time, Cao Wenbin directly turned into a bulldozer. No matter what you encounter, flatten it. And hard work really pays off. Look, after he had been busy for 3 hours, he finally saw a different scenery. The narrow corridor disappeared. Instead, there is a huge space that is 10,000 feet high, and has an infinite length and width. Of course, none of this matters. What really attracts people's attention are the coffins in the space. There are 12 people in total, all neatly arranged. And each one of them occupies an area of over 1,000 square meters. This is. Cao Wenbin was shocked. He has seen many coffins. But this was the first time he had seen one this big. After all, as the saying goes, even if you have millions of houses, you only need 3 feet of space to sleep. This is the standard for living people, let alone the dead. But soon, he no longer had time to pay attention to big or small issues. Because as he observed more deeply, he suddenly discovered. These coffins are all emitting the power of rules. The two in the middle, one exudes the law of time, and the other exudes the law of space. This is not a mausoleum, but a place of inheritance. After realizing this, a hint of greed instantly appeared in Cao Wenbin's eyes. But no matter how much he longed for it, he did not act rashly. Instead, he took out the Kunlun mirror. It's not that he discovered the enemy, but he wanted to use the power of the Kunlun mirror to maximize his ability to predict the future. He wants to peek into the future. And the combination of these two did not disappoint him. Although the energy in his body was dissipating rapidly, after a few breaths, he realized that if he wanted to obtain the inheritance here, he must be able to push the lids of these sarcophagi. Every time you push one open, you will get a piece of inheritance. A test of strength. That's interesting. With a curl of his lips, Cao Wenbin walked towards the coffin representing the law of time. Although he knew that the closer he was to the coffin in the middle, the more difficult it would be to push it open successfully. But he didn't hesitate at all. After all, only by racing against time can he obtain both the inheritance of time and the inheritance of space. Otherwise, he will lose one of the two. There's nothing he can do, since he's not the only one here. Cao Wenbin was sure that the various mechanisms here would not be able to trap Jun Xiaoyao for long. Therefore, let's fight. As soon as he finished muttering to himself, Cao Wenbin immediately placed his hands on the coffin lid. Get out of here. The next moment, Cao Wenbin exploded. Even the strength of sucking milk was used. But this is the result. The coffin lid didn't even move. How ironic. Fuck. No, this doesn't make sense. Cao Wenbin was shocked. He thought that since the emperor was forbidden to enter here, As long as he could burst out the power of a saint, he should be able to take down the sarcophagus. Otherwise, there would be no point here. After all, the person who set all this up can't expect to have the body of a saint, comparable to the emperor. Unfortunately, common sense does not apply here at all. It can't be pushed open. The sarcophagus won't reason with you. But because of this, Cao Wenbin became stubborn. I just don't believe it. If I can't get it today, I'll take your fucking last name. The surname should be Shi. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 lights suddenly appeared behind him. Then his strength suddenly soared. It will not stop until it reaches the peak of the Holy Realm. I want to see how you can stop me this time. At the same time, the Supreme Bone, which had not been used much since being obtained by Cao Wenbin, also suddenly exploded. In an instant, Cao Wenbin felt an infinite force surging from his right arm. Boom! There was no suspense at all. Under this double explosion, the coffin lid, which had been very stubborn, suddenly flew out like a dead leaf encountered by a strong wind. As the coffin was opened, Cao Wenbin, who was originally full of energy, suddenly lost consciousness. Then he fell headfirst into the coffin. The posture is very indecent, but it is already within the protection of the coffin. Chapter 188 Zhun Xiaoyao, the Undiscerning One. This is. Looking at the bronze statue a few meters away, Cao Wenbin's body tensed up instantly. There's nothing we can do about it, this thing is just too scary. Human face. This is normal, but its body is that of a snake. And it is bright red, which is extremely weird. However, this state did not last long. Because as the time he spent staring at the statue gradually grew longer, a lot of insights about the law of time slowly emerged in his mind. Inheritance. Cao Wenbin was overjoyed, and the facts have proved that these insights are indeed worthy of his excitement. Just after reading a few sentences, Cao Wenbin suddenly discovered that his understanding of the law of time had made a qualitative leap. And that's not all. In the end, he even had a special skill about time in his mind. This move has no offensive power. It can't be considered an auxiliary skill. But Cao Wenbin, who learned it, was so happy that he almost burst into tears. The realm of eternity. After use, the flow of time in a designated area can become extremely slow. The specific multiple depends on the strength of the user. Although it was not clearly introduced, Cao Wenbin, as the owner of the skill, knew that if he used all his strength at this moment, he could at least slow down time 5 times. Although it's not much, it's definitely enough. Zhun Xiaoyao, this time I want to see how you can fight me. After an unknown amount of time, Zhun Xiaoyao, who had been tricked, finally arrived at the space where the coffin was. He can't predict the future. There is no innate treasure like the Kunlun mirror. But he knew the rules here very clearly. Because inside his corridor, he found a stone tablet that introduced this place. I have to say, the son of luck is a fucking pervert. Things that others have to work hard to understand, he can easily get. Is it still a step too late after all? Looking at Cao Wenbin in the coffin, Zhun Xiaoyao shook his head helplessly. But soon, his eyes lit up again. This seems like a good opportunity. The only way is to stab him to death. No, no one has to die. As long as we can make him escape with serious injuries, we will definitely make a lot of money. The more he thought about it, the more excited Zhun Xiaoyao became. At the same time, his body was subconsciously leaning towards Cao Wenbin. The process went smoothly and there were no obstacles at all. But just as he was controlling the dagger to stab downwards, he suddenly discovered that his movements had slowed down. At this time, he was only about 1 meter away from Cao Wenbin. Under normal circumstances, his attack would have arrived in the blink of an eye. But this time barrier. Damn, if we keep moving at this speed, by the time the 9th continent sinks again, the tip of the knife might not even be able to touch Cao Wenbin. Have no choice. Deep helplessness. Then Zhun Xiaoyao reluctantly put away the knife. He is very realistic. Since the thing cannot be done, he will not do useless work. In his opinion, if he had the time to be stubborn, he might as well go and fight with the coffin next to him. Since you chose the time inheritance, the space inheritance is mine. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped directly towards the sarcophagus next to him. In order to save time, he did not hesitate and directly borrowed strength from his future self. Open it for me. Crack. I have to say, he is indeed decisive. As for the results, that is also quite gratifying. Look, the coffin lid moved immediately. It's done. Zhun Xiaoyao smiled happily. But as the saying goes, too much joy leads to sorrow. Just when the coffin lid was pushed open more than halfway and was about to succeed, a huge force suddenly attacked his back. Killer move. A pure killer move. There is no room for maneuver. If this blow hits him, even if Zhun Xiaoyao doesn't die, he will have to recuperate for several years at least before he can recover. Cao Wenbin, you're so fucking cruel. Although I am reluctant to leave. But Zhun Xiaoyao dodged at the first moment. After all, he can still tell which is more important, fate or chance. Besides, he wouldn't necessarily lose in a head-on confrontation. But obviously, he was overthinking it. Cao Wenbin had no intention of going along with him. Because he dodged, the attack that was originally aimed at his back landed directly on the coffin lid. As a result, the coffin lid, which was about to be pushed open, was directly bounced out. Now that the obstacles are gone, Cao Wenbin will naturally not be polite anymore. With a flash of his body, he immediately prepared to crawl into the coffin. The movements are quite skillful. You dare. The development of the matter was beyond Zhun Xiaoyao's expectations, so he was stunned for a moment. But after just a few breaths, his handsome face became distorted. This guy surnamed Cao actually wants to pick his peaches. You must be dreaming. Stop it. Space barrier. In an instant, an invisible wall suddenly appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. Bang. I have to say, this move is really insidious. As a result, Cao Wenbin suffered a loss. The pace of progress also subconsciously slowed down. However, Zhun Xiaoyao's idea of being the first to be put into the coffin could not be realized. Because his pace slowed down. And it is 5 times slower. That's right, Cao Wenbin used the realm of eternity. Apply what you learn. Fuck. It's numb. Zhun Xiaoyao was completely numb. His spatial barrier can only hold Cao Wenbin back for a few moments at most. However, Cao Wenbin's move could at least delay him for 1 or 2 seconds. As one side gained strength while the other lost strength, his disadvantage suddenly became even greater. No, never give up. Otherwise, it was obvious that Zhun Xiaoyao still wanted to struggle. But at this moment, Cao Wenbin had already been put into the coffin. Oh shit. Unwilling. A strong sense of unwillingness. But he had no way out. Forget it, let's look at something else. After a while, he finally adjusted his state. But soon, he was confused again. Because he didn't know which one to choose. There are 4 coffins in the second tier. Of the 2 on the left, one is constantly emitting a tyrannical aura. One of them would spit out some black mist from time to time. Zhun Xiaoyao quickly recognized that this was the law of thunder and the law of poison. As for the 2 on the right, the outside contains endless vitality. Zhun Xiaoyao also knows this, the law of wood. The top rules for auxiliary classes. But the attack power is lacking. This one unreliable made him a little confused. He had never seen that mysterious aura before. What kind of law is this? Want to make a bet? Damn it, why should I be lazy when I'm studying? Chapter 189 Zhongzhou, I want to see where you can run. Part 1. Should I choose the law of thunder, or gamble on this unknown law? Choose one. Logically speaking, this decision is not difficult to make. But Zhun Xiaoyao was sweating profusely because of this. There is no way, he really can't afford to lose. At this time, Cao Wenbin had already mastered one more law of time than him. If he makes the wrong choice this time, it will be really difficult to get it back. Forget it, let's choose the law of thunder. This is safer. The unknown is too risky. In the end, Zhun Xiaoyao managed to hold on. As he entered the sarcophagus, this strange space suddenly fell into deathly silence. 2 days later, Cao Wenbin, who had inherited the laws of space, happily climbed out of the coffin. It is not difficult to see that he has gained a lot this time. And the fact is, it is indeed so. At this moment, his grasp of the laws of space has reached a very high level. If the entire space law has 1 stone, then Cao Wenbin has at least taken away 2 of them. But don't underestimate this 20%. You know, if you can master 30% of the power of a law, you will be a master in the holy realm. And the statue representing the law of space also gave him a skill. Space Blade, an extremely powerful means of attack. However, Cao Wenbin's excitement didn't last long. Soon, he encountered the same problem as Zhun Xiaoyao. That's what to choose. Of course, although the problem is the same, the situations of the 2 people are completely different. Zhun Xiaoyao can only figure it out by himself. But Cao Wenbin was able to conduct a trilateral meeting. Moreover, two of them are great men who have lived for at least 10,000 years. Yi Shuiyu, if you ask me, you should choose this unknown law. Anyway, you have already mastered the two top laws of time and space. Even if you comprehend other laws, they are only for supplementary purposes. In that case, you might as well take a gamble. If you lose, you don't lose anything. If you win, you make a lot of money. That's right, Yi Shuiyu, the ancestor of the Qingjing dynasty, also doesn't know this law. But her analysis is well-founded. Shi Feng, I also think we should choose the unknown law. Don't forget, this law is one level higher than the law of wood. So it's getting worse, but it can't be that bad. Definitely worth the gamble. I have to say, ginger is indeed more spicy when it's old. Look, in just a few words, the two of them found the best solution for Cao Wenbin. It saved him a lot of trouble. As Cao Wenbin placed his hand on the coffin lid, his expression suddenly changed. It's actually just as heavy as the first two sarcophagi. Damn it. The owner of this coffin is not pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. The more Cao Wenbin thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was extremely high. As a result, the strength in his hands suddenly became greater. Boom. Not long after, the sound of the coffin lid falling to the ground was heard again. As for the outcome of this bet, fuck, the law of reincarnation. Can you master the laws of other people's past and present lives? Not surprisingly, as soon as Cao Wenbin realized the law, he was stunned. He had thought that this law would be awesome. But being this awesome still exceeded his expectations. And that's not all. Just like the previous two inheritances, after all the insights were transmitted, the statue here also gave Cao Wenbin an extra gift. But this time, what is given is no longer skills. It's a formation. This formation must have 12 people to form. One more or one less won't do. It's best if it's someone you're close to. The closer they are, the more powerful the formation will be. To be honest, these conditions are indeed quite harsh. But if you make an effort, there will naturally be a reward. Once this formation is formed, it will be able to summon the phantom of the Witch clan's ancestor. This man is said to have the ability to create the world. There is no limit to strength. As long as you provide enough energy, he can even cut through the sky. Hee. If Zhun Xiaoyao knew what we've gained here, it would definitely be a big deal. No, I'll find a chance and make him angry. Otherwise it would be too boring. Outside the Tianqing, there are still the same people. Not one more, not one less. Of course, Lao Lu and others did not stay here voluntarily. In fact, they had already wanted to leave half a month ago. But no matter whether it was the people on Cao Wenbin's side or Zhun Xiaoyao's side, they refused to let them leave. And as time went by, his treatment became worse and worse. There's nothing we can do about it, it's Mu Qianchen and the others' fault for being in such a bad mood. 5 days. I'm waiting 5 days at most. If my husband doesn't come up after 5 days, I'll immediately send someone to blow this place up. As for you rubbish who provided information, don't even think about surviving. All of you, die. Remember, this time, no one can stop me. This is not the first time that Mu Qianchen has said something similar. She said it once 5 days ago. But that time, he was criticized by Pan Simin. In Pan Simin's words, do you have so little confidence in your man? It's only been a few days, why are you so anxious? If it really doesn't work, don't let him out in the future. If it gets a little scratched, wouldn't you be heartbroken? The language that time was very sharp. But this time, Pan Simin didn't say a word. Obviously, she was anxious too. But that's true. Cao Wenbin and Zhun Xiaoyao have been gone for more than half a month. Logically speaking, even if the cave is very deep, you can still run back and forth several times. But now, unlike the anxious girls, Lao Lu and others were almost going crazy. What does it have to do with us if those two little guys are in trouble? Why should we be buried with you? As for providing intelligence, you guys are obviously here for this sinkhole. Even if we don't tell you, you will definitely come over eventually. The more they thought about it, the more aggrieved they felt. But they dared not refute. After all, if you don't speak, you can still live for 5 days. If a miracle happens, you can even save your life. But if you don't keep your mouth shut, given the current state of these women, they might turn into meat patties in a matter of minutes. So, Their mentality changed. It was just a show before, but now it has turned into a prayer. My two little ancestors, you must come back alive. The names of our family, young and old, all depend on you. I have to say, this matter is full of irony. The guy who originally wanted to harm people is now trying desperately to save them. They didn't know whether their prayers were heard by God or whether they were destined not to die. In short, on the third day, the originally calm Tianqing finally showed signs of change. Whoosh, whoosh. First there was a huge surge of air. Immediately afterwards, Cao Wenbin suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Husband, master, Mu Qianchen, Daikizi and others were all overjoyed. Pan Simin and others' faces turned black in an instant. Suddenly, a bad premonition emerged in their hearts. Cao Wenbin has appeared, but their young master is nowhere to be seen. Could it be? But just when they were about to ask, they discovered that Cao Wenbin actually flew to Yunjiang City alone. Stop. If you don't tell me the whereabouts of my young master today, then don't even think about leaving. Yes, our strength is indeed inferior to yours. But if we can really stir up trouble, we can at least keep half of you alive. That's true. But Cao Wenbin didn't stop. But he left a message. Zhun Xiaoyao is very lucky. It's not that easy to die. He will definitely come out in half a day at most. But remember, no matter what happens, don't leave here. Otherwise, without your support, Zhun Xiaoyao won't be able to break out of the encirclement of these women. Speaking of this, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth curled up unconsciously. The masters are all tied up here. Zhongzhou, this time I want to see where you can run. Chapter 190 Zhongzhou, I want to see where you can run. Part 2. Cao Wenbin's words are quite intimidating. Look, Pan Simin, who was originally planning to ask someone to follow, suddenly didn't dare to move. There was also a look of confusion in his eyes. Obviously, she hasn't figured out why Cao Wenbin did this yet. What is it in Cloud City that attracts him? Pan Simin racked her brains. And since you have paid, there will naturally be rewards. Zhongzhou, she is one of the few people who knows about the traitor. So the answer is not difficult to guess. But at this moment, Pan Simin would rather not have guessed it. After all, Zhongzhou is the young lady of the Zhun family. Although the power is not great, it represents the face of the Zhun family. If Cao Wenbin gave this. Thinking of that scene, Pan Simin's body began to tremble unconsciously. No, I have to get someone to rescue me. This is a subconscious thought. But as soon as this thought came to her mind, Cao Wenbin's previous words echoed in her mind again. So, she was confused. Yes, Zhongzhou is very important. But compared with Zhun Xiaoyao, he is nothing. With her status, no matter what happens to Zhongzhou, she will not be punished. But if something happens to Zhun Xiaoyao. The picture was so beautiful that she couldn't accept it. Zhongzhou, you're on your own. But it doesn't seem to be a big problem. She is accompanied by a master at the peak of the Saint Realm. Even if the two of them work together, they are no match for Cao Wenbin. But if you want to run, it shouldn't be difficult. Cao Wenbin is very fast. Plus, the distance was not far, so after just a few minutes, he arrived at where Zhongzhou was staying. Aunt Zhong, judging from your appearance, it seems you didn't expect me to come. What a pity you didn't prepare in advance. But it doesn't matter. I can accept the original flavor. Looking at Cao Wenbin who suddenly appeared, Zhongzhou was a little confused. But as Cao Wenbin's words became more and more evil, she suddenly reacted. This kid from her mortal enemy's family actually came to play games with her. Could this guy have been beaten stupid by Xiaoyao? Or does he think of me as just another ordinary woman he can play with as he pleases? The more Zhongzhou thought about it, the angrier she became. So, without even a moment's hesitation, she shouted into the void, Aunt Fu, you can make your move now. Remember, hit the vital points. I'll take care of it if anything goes wrong. I have to say, she is indeed arrogant. Pocket. If something really happened to Cao Wenbin, what would she use to pocket? Besides, whether you can win or not is also a question. She doesn't understand Cao Wenbin, but doesn't she understand Zhun Xiaoyao either? Even Zhun Xiaoyao can't defeat this so-called Aunt Fu, let alone the even stronger Cao Wenbin. Of course, this is not the most bizarre thing. What is really speechless is that the master has big breasts and no brains. This Aunt Fu is not that smart. Zhongzhou dared to say it, and she actually dared to do it. As soon as she appeared, she directly attacked Cao Wenbin's lower body. And the first move is a killer. It's obvious that they are here for the useless people. You didn't run away. Damn it, I wonder if her intelligence will be transmitted to me when we have negative distance contact later. Cao Wenbin was stunned by the actions of these two women. In his expectation, Zhongzhou would turn around and run away after seeing him. But now, however, although he was confused, his movements were not slow. Even the 7-star life points were useless. Cao Wenbin simply used the newly comprehended law of reincarnation. In an instant, he had a glimmer of understanding about his future. Then he subconsciously threw a punch. This is nothing special. Aunt Fu wanted to laugh when she saw it. But after the attacks from both sides collided, she could no longer laugh. Instead, there was a deep fear. Because she actually felt a hint of imperial power from this punch. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. You are obviously only a quasi-saint, how can you possess the power of an emperor? But the facts are the facts. Whether she believes it or not, that won't change. As blood began to appear at the corners of her mouth, she finally accepted the reality. After all, other things might deceive her, but her own body would never deceive her. So, she immediately shouted at Zhongzhou, "Young madam, hurry up. We are no match for him. Remember, run towards the Tianqing. As long as we can meet up with our ancestors, this Cao guy will have no way to deal with you." These words were spoken quickly and urgently. After she finished speaking, she hugged Cao Wenbin directly. It was obvious that she had made up her mind to die. Unfortunately, she was just doing useless work. As the law of reincarnation appeared again, she immediately fell limply to the ground. However, there was a smile on the corner of her mouth. Because she gained a lot of time. It was enough for Zhongzhou to run far away. But as her gaze fell to the place where Zhongzhou had just been, an expression of disbelief suddenly appeared on her face. As for the reason, that's not true. That's absolutely not true. That's right, Zhongzhou is still in this room. She didn't run away. But I can't run. All her movements were like in slow motion. Very funny. There is no impossible thing in this world. Alright, stop struggling. Everything is under my control. Even if a god comes, he can't save Zhongzhou. As he spoke, Cao Wenbin walked over with an evil smile. To be honest, at this moment, no matter his actions or expressions, he is definitely a villain. If this happened in a novel, there would definitely be a hero saving the beauty scene. Unfortunately, this is the real world. Not a novel. Therefore, don't want. Chapter 191 Cao Wenbin's letter. Cao Wenbin's prediction was very accurate. Look, Zhun Xiaoyao really did jump out of the big pit half a day later. Cool. Originally, Zhun Xiaoyao had a smile on his face. After all, although he didn't find the tripod this time, his gains were indeed considerable. The law of thunder, the law of poison, the law of water. It is no exaggeration to say that at this time, he has already made great progress. He believed that if he faced Cao Wenbin, the balance of victory would tilt in an unpredictable way. Yes, the law of time is awesome. But so what? His law of thunder is not bad either. However, his good mood did not last long. Because after looking around, he found that Cao Wenbin had disappeared. Of course, if that's all, then that's fine. After all, Cao Wenbin has no obligation to wait for him. But the key point is that only Cao Wenbin himself disappeared. His female army is still confronting the Jun family's masters. This is obviously abnormal, and there was a flicker in Pan Simin's eyes when she looked at him. Something happened. The more he thought about it, the more anxious Zhun Xiaoyao felt. So, without hesitation, he immediately asked with great seriousness, "Aunt Pan, where is Cao Wenbin?" Silence. Pan Simin was not afraid to answer, but she didn't know how to answer. But her entanglement made Zhun Xiaoyao even more annoyed. "Auntie Pan, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me now." "Don't worry, I can handle it." After glancing at Zhun Xiaoyao with a strange expression, Pan Simin said in a very low voice, "Half a day ago, after Cao Wenbin came out, he went straight to our base. Originally, I wanted to send someone to intercept them. But the man surnamed Cao is concerned about your safety." Zhun Xiaoyao didn't hear the rest of the words. Because at this moment, he has lost the ability to think. He is not stupid. Although Pan Simin spoke very tactfully, he knew exactly what the other party wanted to express. Haha, Half a day, it's already been half a day. Not long ago, I was still confidently saying that Cao Wenbin would definitely not be able to break through my defense. But it's only been less than a month. Not surprisingly, Zhun Xiaoyao's expression became more and more crazy. Judging from his appearance, there are already signs of being possessed by a demon. But at this moment, a pair of small hands suddenly rested on his shoulders. Xiaoyao. The voice is melodious and beautiful. These two simple words were like the morning bell and evening drum, directly pulling Zhun Xiaoyao back from the edge of the cliff. That was a close call. In an instant, Zhun Xiaoyao broke out in a cold sweat. But he didn't show it. The expression is still so crazy. Auntie Pan, bring people back with me. Remember, if someone tries to stop you, don't hesitate, just start fighting. I will bear all the consequences. Damn it, at worst we can just have a supreme battle. When saying this, Zhun Xiaoyao deliberately raised his tone. Obviously, this is said for Mu Qianqun to hear. Mu Qianqun, who witnessed everything, looked extremely solemn. To be honest, if it were someone else, she would definitely roll her eyes at them. The battle of the supreme beings, who do you think you are? But if Zhun Xiaoyao, no obstruction, it's not that I'm scared. But Mu Qianqun knows Cao Wenbin very well. Half a day, plus those magical abilities, is enough. We'll retreat too. Shangxia in. Swish, swish, swish. As the sounds of breaking air rang out one after another, Zhun Xiaoyao and others finally rushed back to the base. Guard all entrances and exits. From now on, you are not allowed to release even a single bird without my permission. Do you understand? Clear. The answer was loud. And very neat. No one is a fool. Although the masters of the Zhun family didn't know what exactly happened, they could see that their young master was already furious. In that case, they naturally have to perform well. Otherwise, you will definitely be caught as an example. And the facts have proved that they did nothing wrong. Look, there is finally a smile on Zhun Xiaoyao's face. But this expression came quickly, but it also went away quickly. As for why he's angry this time, Cao Wenbin, you will die a miserable death. I, Zhun Xiaoyao, swear here that I will not become the lord until the Cao family is destroyed. In Zhongru's room, looking at Zhongru with her hands tied behind her back on the chair, Zhun Xiaoyao's forehead was full of blue veins. That look is even more terrifying than the evil spirits in the underworld. Of course, if it was just a posture, he wouldn't be like this. The key is Zhongru's legs. Mr. Cao, you are so good at planning. Looking at it, it's obvious that you just left. His continuous roars successfully woke up Zhongru, who had already fainted. At the beginning, Zhongru was still a little confused. He kept repeating words like, "No, you are not a human being," in his mouth. But no matter how confused she was still very strong at this time. But when she saw Zhun Xiaoyao, she couldn't bear it anymore. Her delicate nose felt sore, and then she let out a, "Wow," and burst into tears. Xiaoyao, I. It was obvious that Zhongru wanted to explain something. But when the words came to her lips, she couldn't say anything. After all, the facts are right in front of us. No matter what she said, it couldn't change the reality. So in the end, she could only utter one sentence: "Don't tell your father about what happened today. Otherwise, I'm afraid he can't bear it. By the way, send someone who is absolutely loyal to you to the clinic and ask him to bring me a set of contraceptives." Before she could finish her words, Zhun Xiaoyao interrupted her with a wave of his hand. "Mom, just have a good rest. I'll take care of all these details." After saying that, he helped Zhongru onto the bed. After doing all this, Zhun Xiaoyao was originally planning to leave. But when he turned around, he suddenly discovered that there was a letter placed on the table not far away. He secretly glanced at Zhongru, and after finding that she had closed her eyes, Zhun Xiaoyao used some means to capture the letter. "My dear Xiaoyao, I left in such a hurry this time that I forgot to leave you a gift. But don't worry, my little dad is not an errand boy. Next time we meet, I'll make it up to you with interest. By the way, you must help me take good care of your mother. If I come here next time and find that your shoes don't fit, I will definitely kick your ass. Don't doubt whether I can still come. After all, if there is one, there must be two. You can't stop me, kid. Your little dad Cao Wenbin stays." Tremble. Zhun Xiaoyao was trembling all over. He would never have thought that Cao Wenbin could be so shameless. Not only did he not feel secretly happy after getting the advantage, but he even acted like a good kid. Very good. Very good. Cao, just wait for my revenge. I'm not the only one with a mother in this world. Chapter 192 Zhun Xiaoyao's golden finger has arrived. Although he already had a revenge plan, Zhun Xiaoyao's anger increased instead of decreasing. The 4 words, Xiaoyao Wuer, kept echoing in his mind. But the son of luck is the son of luck. Just when Zhun Xiaoyao was about to lose control again, an extremely miniature stone tablet suddenly appeared in his hand. No one knows where this thing came from. No one knows how it appeared. Moreover, the edges of this thing seemed to be very sharp. As soon as the 2 sides came into contact, a cut was immediately made on Zhun Xiaoyao's palm. As expected, the blood immediately soaked through the mini stone tablet. Fuck. It was not until this moment that Zhun Xiaoyao reacted. It's not that he's slow. It all happened so fast. He couldn't react at all. Originally, Zhun Xiaoyao was planning to study this little thing carefully. After all, anything that can escape his perception must not be an ordinary thing. But before he could start, a piece of information appeared in his mind. Monument to the heroes. The supreme treasure condensed from good fortune. Whoever possesses it will never be short of subordinates. Because it can release a heroic spirit every 3 days. The specific strength is unknown. It all depends on luck. If it is clicked correctly, the monument to heroes can even release a 12th grade emperor or a supreme being. But if you are unlucky, what it gives back to you may be immortal. You don't need to question the loyalty of these heroes. All the characters it spits out are deeply bound to you. You die, the heroic spirit dies. But the death of the heroic spirit will not harm you. Of course, energy is conserved. After the cooling period, you must provide it with an imperial fruit before the heroic monument will work. Oh my god. There wasn't much information, but the more Zhun Xiaoyao read, the more frightened he became. Especially when he learned that this little thing could spit out the supreme, he jumped up directly. Why has his Zhun family always been suppressed by the Cao family? Is it the younger generation that is worse? Or is it that there are not as many middle-level people as others? Zhun Xiaoyao admitted that all these factors existed. But it is definitely not the most important thing. What really restricts them is the number of supreme beings. There are 4 people in the Cao family. But there are only 2 of them. The difference is twice as much. This is because the Cao family did not want both sides to suffer losses, so they adopted the method of cutting flesh with a blunt knife. Otherwise, his Zhun family would have been destroyed long ago. Of course, although he was excited, Zhun Xiaoyao was skeptical about the ability of this thing. After all, dead things summoning living people is a bit too fantastical no matter how you look at it. Let's give it a try. It's just a matter of an emperor fruit anyway. I can afford to lose. I have to say, no matter where you are, having money means being arrogant. If it were someone else, even if they got the monument to heroes, they would only be able to sigh and look at it. Because I can't afford to play. Having made the decision, Zhun Xiaoyao acted very quickly. Almost in the blink of an eye, an imperial fruit appeared in his hand. Then, he followed the instructions in the message and dripped the juice directly onto the stone tablet. In an instant, the light became brighter. Then, a woman who was only about 1.6 meters tall and looked extremely cute appeared in front of Zhun Xiaoyao. So beautiful. Without any surprise, Zhun Xiaoyao's eyes suddenly widened. There's nothing I can do about it, this is just his dish. But soon, Zhun Xiaoyao's attention shifted elsewhere. It's not that Loli is not charming, it's just that it's a new thing that attracts people's attention too much. As the woman's figure became completely solid, her introduction appeared on her right. Qinger, 6th rank emperor. Possess unparalleled loyalty. Just one word and she would reveal herself without hesitation. His specialty is soft sword. Majoring in the principles of kendo. 10,000 swords piercing the heart is her trump card. Hiss. Zhun Xiaoyao was stunned and pinched his thigh subconsciously. As for the consequences, of course he was grimacing in pain. Although his flesh hurt, his heart was burning with passion. Real. It's all true. I'm going to rise. No, it's my Zhun family that's about to rise. If I could summon 2 supreme beings. The scene was so beautiful that Zhun Xiaoyao was unconsciously immersed in it. But at this moment, Qinger spoke. Master, do you need Qinger to do anything? If not, then Qinger will go and comprehend the way of the sword. After all, only a sharp sword can help the young master kill all enemies. This is a very serious statement. But Zhun Xiaoyao was intoxicated. This Nuonuo's voice is really hard to resist. At the same time, Zhongru's previous miserable appearance appeared in his mind. Especially the dirt on the chair. No, this is a special period, I can't think about these messy things. After shaking his head vigorously, Zhun Xiaoyao signaled Qinger that she could go out. As for why he didn't leave, it's simple, he just wants to study this monument to heroes in depth. While Zhun Xiaoyao was studying the Golden Finger, Cao Wenbin was not idle either. At this moment, he was wandering in a forest outside Yunzhong city with his female army. The reason he came here was because he wanted to find the witch clan's library. Like Zhun Xiaoyao, Cao Wenbin also failed to find the 9 cauldrons in the Tianqing. Couldn't even find a clue. So in desperation, he set his sights on the witch clan's library. In the hope of finding some clues about the 9 cauldrons. Master, according to Old Lu and the others, the library should be buried underground nearby. Look, let's do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin flew back. The saints who received the order did not hesitate and launched attacks one after another, falling to the ground immediately. Their actions are very violent. Judging from the look on his face, he's obviously not afraid of damaging the things underneath. But that's true. The witch clan has always used iron to record their events. An attack of this magnitude would not be able to cause any waves even if it encountered Tianti, who had a record. Husband, since those guys knew there was a library here, why didn't they dig it up? The Wu clan once unified this continent. What they left behind should be considered a treasure to anyone. Cao Wenbin smiled. It's very simple. If nothing unexpected happens, they should have dug it up long ago. It turns out that all the skytrains here record the trivialities of life. It's no use to them. So they just filled it back in. And the facts proved that his guess was indeed correct. Chapter 193 Dad loves his son. Master, I found what you wanted. As soon as he finished speaking, piece after piece of iron was quickly sent to Cao Wenbin. The first part introduces the origin of the Wu clan. Cao Wenbin just skipped it. The second part introduces the habits of the witch tribe. Cao Wenbin just glanced at it. As for the third piece, this time Cao Wenbin stayed for a long time. Because this is an introduction to the witch clan's unique skills. According to the text on the sky iron, the witch clan is different from ordinary humans. They do not cultivate magic power, but only cultivate their bodies. They return all the spiritual energy they absorb into their bodies. This makes the body extremely strong. At the end of their training, they can even use their physical bodies to fight against top-level imperial weapons. Quite domineering. This cultivation system is quite suitable for me. After all, it's so hard, it must be very popular with women. Unfortunately, there's only an introduction, no specific practice methods. He shook his head slightly, and then Cao Wenbin looked at other skytrains. Unfortunately, even after looking through all the sky irons, he still couldn't find the whereabouts of the 9 cauldrons. One of the parts introduces the 9 cauldrons. But it only described the general appearance of the tripod and its power after it was sacrificed. But to Cao Wenbin, this is pure nonsense. After all, these 9 cauldrons are rare items for others, and they may not be seen once in several lifetimes. But for Cao Wenbin, it is not too surprising. He had played with it several times when he was a child. Damn it, where did this tripod go? Have no choice. Extremely helpless. Then he waved his hand and prepared to collect all the iron. These things don't take up any space anyway. It would be a waste not to accept it. When you have time in the future, you can check it out slowly. If anything can be learned from this. But at this moment, a voice with hidden anger suddenly entered his ears. Mr. Cao, if you have something good, just eat it first. But even the pot has to be moved away. Isn't that too much? Is this what your elders taught you? Eating alone. Digging a path for future generations. The person who came was none other than Zhun Xiaoyao. The moment he saw his mortal enemy, Cao Wenbin's eyes narrowed. He sensed something was wrong. There's something fishy going on these days. Otherwise, this guy would never show up now. Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin immediately sped up his actions. After just a few breaths, all the sky iron was collected into the heaven-swallowing tower. Sure enough, after this action, Zhun Xiaoyao, who was already furious, became even angrier. But before he could say anything else, Cao Wenbin interrupted him. Boy, how can you talk to your father like that? A son who teaches his father a lesson will be punished by heaven. But never mind, who made me love children? I won't bother with you anymore. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin waved his hand again. It looked like he was shooing away flies. Okay, stop making trouble here and go back to take care of your mother. After all, it's not easy for her. I fainted several times before. As for these TNT, if you really want to see it, then wait. Once I've had enough fun with it, I'll send someone to deliver it to you right away. Zhun Xiaoyao was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. This Cao Wenbin is so hateful. He calls her father when he opens his mouth and calls her daddy when he closes his mouth. He is just taking advantage of him. What's even more infuriating is that he has no way to refute it. Because from his mother's perspective, there is nothing wrong with these names. Of course, no matter how depressed he was, TNT absolutely could not let Cao Wenbin take him away. The reason why he rushed here so quickly was because these iron lumps were destined to be with him. He was sure that as long as these iron lumps could get into his hands, they would definitely produce incredible effects. However, he also knew that he couldn't play hardball with Cao Wenbin. After all, although he has Qinger in his hands, his overall strength is still inferior to Cao Wenbin. So, Brother Cao, after this trip to the Tianqing, you should have improved a lot. In that case, how about we have another competition? Whoever wins gets to take the Sky Tea away. Of course, Brother Cao was here first after all. To make up for it, I'll give you 3 extra lucky fruits. As long as you agree to this bet, regardless of whether you win or lose, these 3 fruits will all be yours. I have to say, Zhun Xiaoyao has indeed grown up. At least he already knows that he can't get something for nothing. Unfortunately, his bargaining chips could not impress Cao Wenbin at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin laughed. How come you haven't learned any of my great energy? How dare you offer these little things? Think about it, I only met your mother once, but how many things did I leave for her? Zhun Xiaoyao's eyes widened instantly. Leave something behind. You leave a hammer. There was nothing else in the room except a letter. Wrong. Originally, Zhun Xiaoyao wanted to make a few sarcastic remarks. But when the words came to his lips, he suddenly stopped. It seems this guy is not lying. He did leave something behind. And there are a lot of them. But can those be considered things? The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved Zhun Xiaoyao felt. At this moment, Cao Wenbin spoke again. How about this, since you are so sincere, I can agree to your request. But the compensation has to be changed. In addition to the lucky fruit, you have to add a kidney. Zhun Xiaoyao curled his lips slightly. He just knew it. Although I may be late in getting the kidneys, I will definitely not be absent. The guy in front of me has a special liking for kidneys. To be honest, he really didn't want to give it. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. Now Cao Wenbin has already made his mother fall into a coma. If I add a kidney. But I can't refuse it. Because his intuition told him that these irons were really important to him. Forget it, just give it to him first. I'll find a way to get it back later. As for my mother, just strengthen the guard force. I don't believe this guy can succeed again and again. Having made up his mind, he didn't hesitate any longer. With a push of magic power, a golden kidney suddenly appeared in the void. The reason why he took out the bet first was because he knew that if he didn't do this, Cao Wenbin would never do it. After all, he had already defaulted on a debt before. Can we start now? As expected, a hint of excitement suddenly appeared in Cao Wenbin's eyes. Please. Chapter 194 Zhun Xiaoyao wants to bang his head against the wall. Younger ones first. Brother Zhun, please. Don't talk much. But Zhun Xiaoyao almost went crazy. Okay, you've always taken advantage of me, right? In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. If I don't make you poop today, then you've done it cleanly. Having made up his mind, Zhun Xiaoyao stopped being polite. The next moment, arcs of electricity began to flow around his body. This is the symbol of the law of thunder. Immediately afterwards, a thick black smoke appeared on his body. This is the law of poison. It is obvious that Zhun Xiaoyao is using all his strength. As for Cao Wenbin, still looking so nonchalant, as a result, Zhun Xiaoyao became even angrier. How dare you look down on me? Good, very good, very good. After gritting his teeth, the law of space was immediately activated. Then he crossed the space and came directly in front of Cao Wenbin. Go to hell. This attack was made in anger, so the power was quite astonishing. But at the same time, he also keenly felt that the time around him was changing rapidly. Obviously, Cao Wenbin took action. But he was not panicked at all. The reason why he arranged the two laws of water and thunder on his body surface just now was to counter this move. Sure enough, his preparation worked. Although his attack was obviously slower, he did not retreat directly to his original position like before. Ha ha, your first move failed. In that case, then you can have a taste of my first blow. Zhun Xiaoyao was very proud of having taken the initiative. But soon, he was confused. Because he lost his target. Oh right, the law of space. Based on the strength of the inheritance in the Tianqing, this guy's grasp of the laws of space must be no worse than mine. The more he thought about it, the more headache he got. Cao Wenbin, who possesses two top-level principles, is indeed very difficult to deal with. Of course, even so, Zhun Xiaoyao still doesn't think he will lose. It's just a little troublesome. Humph, even the top-level rules aren't omnipotent. Yes, they are very strong. But at the same time, the consumption is also high. I want to see how long you can last when these two laws are used together. As soon as he finished muttering to himself, he immediately chased after him. To be honest, there is nothing wrong with his strategy. If everything goes well, he will definitely be able to drag Cao Wenbin to death. But the key question is Cao Wenbin a normal person? Yes, the characteristic of the law of water is endless reproduction. This can increase his endurance a lot. But Cao Wenbin's law of wood is not bad either. Besides, what does the kidney do? Isn't that about endurance? Originally, in this regard, Zhun Xiaoyao should have the advantage. After all, the nickname of Kidney King is no joke. But now, he only has 3 kidneys left. But Cao Wenbin has 4. Of course, despite having advantages in this regard, Cao Wenbin would not play with him like this. After all, his time is very precious. If you have the time, why not play with the holy maidens for a while longer? Wouldn't that be great? Therefore, boy, I just dodged 3 of your moves, I think you gave your mother face. But next, I'm going to be serious. Look, this is the law I just realized, it's called reincarnation. As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious aura emerged from Cao Wenbin's body. Then, his demeanor changed. He had a deeper understanding of his future. In fact, this time, he originally wanted to see the afterlife. But for some reason, even if he used all his strength, he still couldn't see it. So he could only settle for the next best thing. However, Zhun Xiaoyao was extremely disdainful of Cao Wenbin's changes. In his opinion, Cao Wenbin was just bluffing. After all, the momentum has changed, but the fist that comes out is still so soft and weak. Can it only increase momentum? It's a good thing I didn't choose it. Otherwise. But before he could finish feeling proud, the disdain on his face disappeared completely. Instead, there was a deep disbelief. He never thought that the slap in the face would come so soon. Bang! As the two sides collided, he realized that Cao Wenbin was not bluffing at all. They are really capable. But, he realized it too late. At this moment, he had already flown backwards. At the same time, a hint of crimson appeared at the corner of his mouth. What exactly is the law of this so-called reincarnation? Why are the improvements it provides to the user so outrageous? Also, how could the strength of this law be so high? It's not weaker than the laws of time and space at all. Zhun Xiaoyao's eyes were full of disbelief. Of course, there is more regret. If I had chosen this. Unfortunately, there are all kinds of medicine in this world, but there is no medicine for regret. A person possesses 3 supreme principles. No, I'm temporarily avoiding the sharp edge. Let your heart move as it pleases. The next moment, he winked at the people around him. And those who can be brought out by him are naturally all smart people. So I understood immediately. Of course, there are also those who do the opposite. So, Qinger, who put Zhun Xiaoyao first in everything, immediately pounced on the kidney. Obviously, she wanted to recover the losses for her master. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is extremely bleak. Mu Qianchen, who has lived for thousands of years, has been guarding against this move for a long time. So, the sea of blood is endless. 10,000 swords return to one. Boom. The explosion was earth-shaking. The nearby trees were like wheat caught in a strong wind, all of them were bent down. As for the results, Mu Qianshin has a slight advantage. Yes, the sword cultivator's attack power is strong. But the people of the Shira tribe are not vegetarians. Stop making trouble, retreat quickly. Qinger was very unwilling. Her beautiful big eyes were full of fighting spirit. This is also a major characteristic of sword cultivation. Not afraid of strong enemies, and love fighting. However, her body was retreating rapidly. This is the characteristic of a heroic spirit. Jun Xiaoyao's orders are greater than their subjective wishes. Hey, where did this woman come from? Local expert. Or did the Jun family cheat? Cao Wenbin, who did not choose to chase, was staring at Qinger's back in a trance. Of course, I came up with two possibilities. But he ruled out the option of cheating immediately. The ancestor of his Cao family is not just there to eat and do nothing. If the Jun family really dared to do this, they would have caused trouble long ago. Do you know the swordsman just now? This is said to Tu Shanyu. Originally, Cao Wenbin thought he could get a definite answer. But I didn't expect. I don't know him. I'm sure she's not from this continent. Slightly stunned. Then Cao Wenbin's eyes narrowed. It seems that this child of destiny has had another adventure. No, I must find out his strengths and weaknesses. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Chapter 195 The Invincible Method of Physical Training. This battle came quickly, but it went away just as quickly. Before long, the scene was a mess. However, although the person left, the spiritual consciousness that was paying attention to this place did not retreat. Yes, this battle attracted a lot of attention. Guys, watch it from beginning to end. Therefore, the mood swings are very big now. Mu Bai, see, this is my son-in-law. He's awesome. The greatest genius of all time is nothing but an ant in front of him. You can easily grasp it. Under his leadership, our Shira clan will definitely reach new heights. Mr. Wang, young master is young master, he is decisive in doing things. So what if it's the young mistress of the Jun family? So what if there are guards? If you say you want to go in and have a look, then go in and have a look. Even the Lord can't stop me. Cao Xing, as expected of my junior, you have quite a bit of my demeanor. I'll leave it to you after you're done. Come play again if you're interested. The main point is that I take all the benefits and leave the risks to you. Lin Wenchen, this kid's potential is truly terrifying. If this becomes a saint in the future. Not bad, not bad. I finally don't have to worry about the future anymore. With this kid here, at least my Lin family can be safe forever. Of course, when some people are happy, others are sad. Look, unlike the Cao family camp who were all overjoyed, the big boss of the Jun family camp was not so happy. Jun Qingfeng, it's just a small win, why are you so proud? Cao Wenbin has great potential, but is our Xiaoyao inferior? Even a blind man can see that the two are extremely close. So when they fight again, it's still unknown who will win. Fu Ao, brother Jun is right. I really don't understand what these Cao guys are bragging about. As for Zhongzhou's matter, that's even more nonsense. A grown man forcing others to do something they don't like. This is clearly shameless. How come it becomes a glory in your mouth? The Jun family's counterattack came very quickly. But this momentum is not good enough. Of course, there were not only two people from the Jun family present. However, in this kind of situation, it is not appropriate for those 12-rank emperors to speak. If I really speak out, it will not only fail to boost my morale, but will be even more embarrassing. As for the other supremes, then it's even more impossible to take action. For them, it would be great if these two families fought each other. After all, only in this way can they get to the top. Humph, just keep talking tough. Since Jun Xiaoyao came out of the mountains, he has fought against my Wenbin 3 times, and he was defeated every time. And each time it gets worse than the last. In this situation, you still have the nerve to say that we are evenly matched. Where's the face? Jun Qingfeng, there's no point in saying more. The facts will give you a slap in the face. This 9th continent will eventually fall into our hands. By the way, your genes don't seem very stable. Cao Wenbin is so outstanding, but what about Lin Dong? Despite having the upper hand in terms of strength, the large army he commanded was actually defeated by that brat from the Examen family. This time, it was Lin Wenchen and others' turn to be speechless. Because that is the fact, they have no way to refute it. That guy Lin Dong, with twice the combat power of Examen family, launched a sneak attack but ended up being beaten to a pulp. If Yuan Shifeng hadn't provided support quickly enough, the Su clan he led might have been completely wiped out. Hey, this may be what they say, when God opens a door for you, he will definitely close a window for you. Fortunately, we have double insurance with Wenbin, otherwise, it would be a real headache. No, I'll have to urge Xiu to come back when I have a chance. We must let her be more proactive. If her belly. As soon as they thought of Cao Wenbin, their morale immediately returned. So what if Lin Dong almost did it? We have one strong one, that's enough. However, just as they were about to fight back, they discovered that Zhun Qingfeng and Fuao had already withdrawn their spiritual consciousness. Humph, you guys are really fast. Cloud in. After returning to his territory, Cao Wenbin went straight into his bedroom without any delay. The girls were not surprised by this. When they came, this little man must have gone to fuse the kidneys. After all, this is what he has been thinking about most. But this time, they guessed wrong. After everything was settled, the first thing Cao Wenbin took out was those pieces of iron. Of course, he doesn't want to continue researching. He knew very well that even if he exhausted all his brain cells, he would not be able to snatch Zhun Xiaoyao's resources. Now he has only one way to go. That is to use the luck in your body. I must consume more luck. I'm very rich. You are not a big deal. It's not that Cao Wenbin is crazy, but the more luck he consumes, the more powerful the things contained in these heavenly irons are. And the direction of things is indeed developing in the direction he expected. Ever since he made up his mind to use his luck to solve the mystery of the sky iron, the luck in his body has been flowing away like crazy, just like the river water when the floodgates are opened. Everything stopped only when half of the luck in his body disappeared. Shocking. Cao Wenbin was completely stunned. You have to know that what is contained in his body is all the gains of the Qilin clan over tens of thousands of years. It is no exaggeration to say that if Cao Wenbin wanted to, all this luck could be exchanged for 2 garbage systems. But now, and this is not the most confusing thing for him. What really made him speechless was that even after consuming so much, he still couldn't get the things in the Skytrain. After checking the feedback from the Forbidden Divine Body, he realized that it was because he didn't have enough luck. So he only got the solution to crack it. 9 Revolutions Profound Art. Zhun Xiaoyao has a pot of pure witch blood in his hand. Only by using it to water the sky iron that records the Wu clan's cultivation system can one obtain this heaven-defying body-refining method. Cao Wenbin's eyes narrowed instantly. The brain is working like crazy. He was thinking about what to do in order to obtain the blood of the witch clan. It is absolutely impossible to snatch it directly from Zhun Xiaoyao's hands. Yes, he can suppress Zhun Xiaoyao. But it is absolutely impossible to capture that guy. So he can only start from other aspects. After thinking about it, there is only one way that is easiest to succeed. That is, target Zhongzhou again. As long as he can get Zhongzhou, not only can he renew his old relationship, but he can also make Zhun Xiaoyao offer the blood of the witch clan with both hands. After all, this is that boy's biological mother. He has to pay it whether he wants to or not. That's it. After making up his mind, Cao Wenbin didn't hesitate. He pinched the magic formula in his hand and immediately sent a message to Lin Dong. Cousin, please ask Aunt Yun to come to my place. I need her to do something. That's right, Cao Wenbin is ready to use Yun Qingzu as his trump card. Chapter 196 Depressed Yun Qingzu. Even though they are thousands of miles apart, it is no problem at all for the immortal Foss's communication methods. Just a few seconds later, Lin Dong, who was analyzing the reasons for the defeat with Su Zudi, received the news. As a result, Lin Dong, who was originally in a bad mood, suddenly felt balanced. It turns out I'm not the only one having troubles here. Well, although it's really wrong, I really can't control myself. The next moment, a smile appeared unconsciously at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he misunderstood. He thought Cao Wenbin was in trouble too. Of course, we can laugh but we still have to support when necessary. After all, Zhun Xiaoyao is the core of everything. All resources must be tilted towards him. Lin Dong had no objection to this strategy. And never jealous. I'm even proud to have such an awesome cousin. Wenbin, you must work hard. As long as you can become a venerable, then I can sleep peacefully on the lap of a beautiful woman. With a grin, Lin Dong called Yun Qingzu in. Due to his cultivation level, Yun Qingzu is no longer Lin Dong's protector. However, Lin Dong was nostalgic, so she did not return to the family. Instead, he stayed and started serving tea and water. Master, what are your instructions? Please clean up. Cousin Wenbin needs your help with something. So you have to go on a long journey. Yun Qingzu was stunned for a moment, but soon, Cao Wenbin's malicious smile appeared in her mind. As a result, her beautiful figure suddenly began to tremble. She didn't have much contact with Cao Wenbin. But Cao Wenbin left a very deep impression on her. Especially the scenes in the Qilin ancestral land. It's been so long, and that guy still hasn't forgotten what happened. This is too petty. Obviously, she misunderstood too. But that's true. After all, from her point of view, needing her help was just an excuse. You have so many emperors around you. If they can't handle it, then what role can she, a mere quasi-saint, play? Of course, she is not without merits. But this advantage. Humph, you told me to hire someone and all our grievances would be written off. Now it seems that Chuncheon is just a delaying tactic. He's just afraid that I'll run away, or become depressed. The more Yun Qingzu thought about it, the more she felt that Cao Wenbin came for her strengths. So, she didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately pretended to be pitiful. Master, since Master Wenbin needs help, you should send the elites over. Sending me there won't solve the problem at all. It can't be that Master Wenbin is short of people to serve tea and water. Besides, I'm used to being by the young master's side. If we suddenly change places. Yun Qingzu didn't continue speaking. Because the emotions she had been brewing were already there. The next moment, her eyes were filled with tears. Unfortunately, Lin Dong didn't even read it. He simply waved his hand at her and said, Aunt Yun, you're worrying too much. Cousin Wenbin has always been resourceful. Since he specifically asked for you, he must have his reasons. I guess there must be some undiscovered qualities in you. And the role this trait can play at this stage is even greater than that of the great emperor. As for not being used to it, you don't have to worry about this. You don't have to stay there long. Cousin Wenbin will only use this special weapon of yours once or twice at most. You can come back when you're done. Hearing this, Yun Zuqing subconsciously curled her lips. Characteristics. She does have some special qualities that others don't have. After all, there can't be two exactly the same people in this world. It seems like I can't avoid this long-distance escort no matter what. Oh, I don't know how much suffering I will have to endure this time. When I come back, I, Xiao Wen, will have to change my name to Xiao Lu. That's right, Yun Zuqing's nickname is Xiao Wen. Smooth journey. Yun Zuqing arrived at Yunjiang City smoothly. Originally, she thought Cao Wenbin would be waiting for her at the city gate. After all, men always act very generous when facing new girls. But she didn't expect that the one who greeted her was just a saint. This way, please. Although the person who greeted her was very polite, the woman's intuition reminded her that this person was hostile to her. Oh my God, do you think I'm your love rival? Please, I was forced. Of course, she didn't explain. She even hopes that this woman will be jealous. It would be perfect if this fourth-rank emperor got angry and sent her back directly. But obviously, she was overthinking it. Or maybe it's that I overestimate Xiao Chang. Even if she had another 100 times the courage from Xiao Chang would never dare to send her away. After all, this is the person Cao Wenbin specifically asked for. So, Yun Qingzu was looking forward to it all the way, but was disappointed all the way. It wasn't until she met Cao Wenbin that she completely gave up. Auntie Yun, long time no see. Well, you're still so charming. My body shook involuntarily. Then a bitter smile appeared on Yun Qingzu's face. Sure enough, I guessed right. Bullshit help. This guy is coming for me. He rolled his eyes lightly. But she adjusted herself quickly. Forget it, let's just make the best of it. Didn't a philosopher once say that life is like that? Since you can't resist it, just enjoy it. Thinking of this, she immediately prepared to get closer to Cao Wenbin. Finish it early and do it cleanly. But what Cao Wenbin said next made her completely helpless. The jade pendant left by your ancestor should still be on you. Dumbfounded. I was completely dumbfounded. What does it mean? This ant-pushing maniac called her over, but he really has no other intention. Was she just overthinking everything? Of course, being confused is being confused. But her reaction was not slow. Soon, she took out a bright yellow jade pendant from her arms. Master Wenbin, this is the jade pendant. You want to? He smiled faintly. It's not a big deal. Oh, you might not know this yet. This jade pendant was actually given to your ancestor by the Zhong family's ancestor. With this, the Zhong family can help you. And now, I need you to use this jade pendant to invite Jun Xiaoyao's mother, Zhongzhou, to the place I specify. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any loss. After this is done, I will give you a big gift. The corners of Yun Qingzu's mouth twitched again. Damn, I thought he had learned it well. Now it seems that I was just being sentimental. But it's okay this way. A jade pendant in exchange for peace of mind is worth it. Thinking of this, she nodded at Cao Wenbin without any hesitation and said, I did it. Cao Wenbin smiled. Very good, very sensible. It saves a lot of trouble. Chapter 197 Zhongzhou fell into the trap. Who are you? Why does this thing exist? The lobby of Shangxia Inn. Zhongzhou, who was about to have lunch, was stunned by the sudden appearance of Yun Qingzu. Of course, her main attention is not on Yun Zuqing. But it is in the hands of the other party. There is a bright yellow jade pendant. Unlike the Yun family, most people in the Zhong family know this jade pendant. There was even a period of time when they took the initiative to look for it. Not that they were in any hurry to fulfill their promise. But this jade pendant has special meaning to them. It is the symbol of the owner of the house. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, there was no result. Originally, they were about to give up. The matter of recasting the family head's token has also been put on the agenda recently. But unexpectedly, at this moment, the jade pendant magically appeared. What a coincidence. Zhongzhou is very happy. Even though a daughter who is married off is like spilled water. She hasn't been back to the Zhong family for a long time. But after all, the blood of the Zhong family flows in her body. It doesn't matter if there is no chance. Now that she has the opportunity, she naturally has to do something for her mother's clan. However, before she could figure out what was going on, the Shangxia Inn was surrounded. And the leader was her mortal enemy, Cao Wenbin. At this moment, she no longer cared about anything else. He immediately brought people to confront Cao Wenbin. Actually, this job should have been done by her son. But after returning from the suburbs, Jun Xiaoyao went into seclusion directly. So she had no choice but to go ahead with it. To be honest, since that day, she really didn't want to face Cao Wenbin. As for the reason, her book has been read over and over again. In this case, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. At least verbally, she will definitely suffer a great loss. Really. The moment he saw her, Cao Wenbin immediately started talking excitedly. Madam, it seems that you were very satisfied with my performance last time. But bringing so many people to greet us is a bit excessive. Our affairs are ultimately not something that can be made public. Hearing this, Zhongzhou instantly felt the urge to bite Cao Wenbin to death. You know it's not presentable, yet you still say that. Why the hell don't you just die? Of course, she was angry, but she didn't show it. She knew that she must not rush now. Otherwise, those who don't know the truth will definitely become suspicious. Mr. Cao, it's still daytime, not the time to dream. If you haven't woken up yet, then go back to your peaceful place. After she finished speaking, she waved her hand again. Okay, quickly explain your purpose. My time is limited, and I don't have time to waste with you. While chasing people away, she subconsciously glanced at Yun Zuqing. Her intuition told her that Cao Wenbin was most likely coming for this woman. I have to say, women's sixth sense is really awesome. As soon as she finished speaking, Cao Wenbin immediately raised a finger. A day of marriage is 100 days of grace. I won't make it difficult for you. Just kick her out, and I'll leave immediately. I won't get entangled with you. But if you insist on having your own way. After a light glance at the entire audience, Cao Wenbin said with a wicked smile, then I don't mind letting all the women here see blood. You know, I have the ability. As for how the man would deal with it, he didn't say. After all, it's obvious. He's not a big man, but he speaks so arrogantly. If you really have the power to destroy us, would you still reason with me here? Of course, although she said so, anyone could see that she hesitated. But at this moment, Yun Qingzu, who had been pretending to be a quail, suddenly spoke up. Madam Jun, you must save me. As long as you don't hand me over to this pervert, I will return the jade pendant immediately. Heart beating. Immediately afterwards, Zhongzhou turned it into action. Someone, come and protect this Ms. Yun. I want to see how our master Cao makes us bleed one by one. Sigh. As Jun Xiaoyao's mother, Zhongzhu's right to speak is naturally unquestionable. As soon as she said this, those masters who were hiding came out immediately. Of course, not everyone agrees with Zhongzhu's decision. Among them, Pan Simin is a typical representative. In her opinion, there was absolutely no need for them to confront Cao Wenbin for an irrelevant person. After all, they are still at a disadvantage. But in the end, she didn't say anything. After all, she felt guilty towards Zhongzhou. If she had been more decisive, Zhongzhou wouldn't have been. As a result of her silence, other people who had opinions buried their dissatisfaction in the deepest part of their hearts. There's nothing we can do about it, it's because they don't have enough status. Hey, I hope I can calm Cao Wenbin down. I don't want to see blood. And the development of things was almost as they expected. Cao Wenbin immediately got furious. Zhongzhou, it seems that the lesson I taught you that day wasn't enough. It's only been a few days. And you dare to disobey me. Believe it or not, I will arrest you and this woman right now. Then, shut up. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then get out of here right away. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Zhongzhou didn't dare let Cao Wenbin continue speaking. If this kid doesn't keep his mouth shut, it will be a lot of fun. At the same time, she also showed her most ferocious side. She knew that she absolutely could not retreat now. Otherwise, there will be no recovery. After all, when two armies face off, what they fight for is momentum. Sure enough, as soon as her momentum was full, Cao Wenbin's momentum immediately weakened a bit. After a while, Cao Wenbin even backed out. Zhongzhou, you are very good, very good. I've made note of what happened today. But what I want to tell you is that you can never protect this woman. She will be mine sooner or later. And you will definitely pay the price for what happened today. Maybe you two will end up together. The previous scene is happening again. Zhongzhou interrupted Cao Wenbin again. There's no point in leaving harsh words. I'm not scared. HMPH. This time, Cao Wenbin didn't say anything. After snorting coldly, he turned and left. When the emperors of the Jun family saw this scene, they were immediately excited. After all, this is the first time they have won since the two sides clashed. But what they didn't see was that the moment Cao Wenbin turned his head, the corners of his mouth began to rise slightly. Chapter 198, Plotting Against Pan Simin. Ms. Yun, it's safe now, you can speak freely. Tell me quickly, what happened to you? It actually made Cao Wenbin so crazy. When everything was settled, the gossip fire in Pan Simin's body immediately ignited. Of course, this is just the surface. In fact, it was a test. As an old hand, Pan Simin always felt that something was wrong. But she couldn't tell what was wrong. So she decided to ask some questions. In the hope that Yun Qingzu can confuse himself. But obviously, she was overthinking it. This is a long story. Originally, I belonged to Master Lin Dong. But a few days ago, that pervert Cao Wenbin suddenly transferred me here. The reason he gave was that we were short-staffed and needed help. Listen, is this human language? Help. How can a quasi-saint like me help? This guy obviously has other intentions. Of course, if that's all, then I'll put up with it. After all, as a woman, this day will come sooner or later. Although Cao Wenbin has a bad reputation, all things considered, he's definitely a good match. At least I don't have to worry about the trivialities of life. You can play however you want in the future. Not a loss. And at the beginning, everything was pretty much as I expected. When I was helping him bathe and change his clothes, I discovered something extremely terrifying. That guy. If I don't run away, I will definitely die there. It can really kill people. As for how I escaped. Maybe it's God's mercy that there are no toiletries in the bathroom. That's why I can escape. Perfect. No flaws at all. At the same time, Pan Simin also keenly discovered that Zhongzhou was nodding in agreement. If that's the case, then the following sentences should also be true. After all, there are victims who have come forward to tell their stories. However, this did not dispel Pan Simin's doubts. She still felt that something was wrong. Never mind. Anyway, I'm watching, nothing can happen. Let everything remain as it is. It won't be too late to investigate carefully after the young master comes out of confinement. The method is very safe. But some things often fail because of the word, safety. To be honest, if Cao Wenbin or Zhun Xiaoyao were here, they would definitely capture him first without thinking twice. As long as you have the initiative, how can you not pry open a woman's mouth? Bullshit. Cloud in. After returning, Cao Wenbin did not celebrate the success of his plan. Instead, his brows were furrowed. Because he recalled Pan Simin's eyes. She must be suspicious. Damn, these old guys who have lived for thousands of years, it turns out none of them are easy to deal with. The slightest flaw will be discovered immediately. In an instant, Cao Wenbin recalled every detail of his time with Zhao Yuan'er. The same goes for that pretty yaksha. Unreasonably smart. From the beginning to the end, he was always being controlled. Always the one being teased. That is to say, he got a small advantage just before the other party went into seclusion. When Cao Wenbin thought of Zhao Yuan'er, he couldn't help but feel excited. Especially those beautiful legs. Hey, I don't know when Sister Yuan'er will be able to come out of seclusion. It was originally said to be 2 years, I don't know if it can be brought forward. By the way, I can use the eternal realm on the space she's in. Although her realm is high, she shouldn't be able to enjoy 5 times the effect. Maybe the sooner the better. This made Cao Wenbin even more excited. But soon, he calmed down again. After all, things have to be done one by one. The most urgent task now is how to tackle this tough nut of Pan Simin. Let's talk to someone about it. After all, one person's plan is short, but 2 people's plan is long. Do it when you think of it. Soon, the women around him began to discuss crazily. Fang Zihua. Just find a chance to kill her when she's alone. Yes, she is strong. But we have plenty of 6th grade ones, and even 7th grade ones. She'd be overwhelmed by the piles. Dai Kizi, I don't think it's appropriate. Pan Simin is the core figure of the Zhun family camp. If she dies, Zhun Xiaoyao will definitely come out of seclusion immediately. And in this case, the young master's plan has failed. So, why don't we find a way to get Pan Simin to go into seclusion as well? As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of Cao Wenbin and others suddenly lit up. Yes, this is a really good idea. And Daikizi obviously spoke after careful consideration. After a brief pause, she took the opportunity to tell the solution. I've heard of Pan Simin. Sonic attacks are unmatched in the world. And her cultivation method has long been understood. Unlike ordinary cultivators who rely on hard training, she relies on enlightenment. As long as she can comprehend a new rhythm, her cultivation will immediately make great progress. So what we need to do now is to find a way to arouse her inspiration. Slightly stunned. Then all the women shook their heads. Let them kill people, that's fine with them. Even if we let them sing, they would still come. After all, their voices are very beautiful. Although they don't have skills, they have feelings. But asking them to compose music would be a bit too much. But it's different from their lack of confidence. At this moment, Cao Wenbin couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Yes, he can't compose either. But he can copy. Of course, he didn't copy this world. But it was copied from the previous life. It is hard to say which world has higher musical attainments, but the musical attainments of his previous life are definitely not found in this world. He only needs to pick a classic one, and it will definitely inspire Pan Simin. And at this moment, a bad idea came to Cao Wenbin's mind. That's the melody, only half of it. Then wait for Pan Simin to take the bait and threaten her with her significant other. By then, he can. The more Cao Wenbin thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible. Therefore, go get me a musician. At the same time, Cao Wenbin also began to recall the melody of blue and white porcelain. In fact, in this world, the most appropriate ones are 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, or 2 springs reflecting the moon. Unfortunately, he doesn't know any of those. So he had to settle for the second best and choose a pop song that was closest to classical music. It's not the best choice though. But it's enough to think about it. Chapter 199, Calculation. The sky is blue and waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you. 2 days later in the evening, most people in Yunzhong City were enjoying their dinner comfortably. Let's chat about family matters. But at this moment, a beautiful sound of musical instruments suddenly reached their ears. As a result, this anomaly immediately replaced all the gossip and became the topic of conversation at the dinner table. Wow, what kind of music is this? Why have I never heard it before? It must be someone showing off their skills. Stop it. Those vulgar ladies in our cloud city are not capable of such tricks. I just used my spiritual sense to investigate, and the sound came from the cloud inn. If nothing unexpected happens, it must be one of those fairies trying to curry favor with that second-generation rich kid who is only at the quasi-saint level. Damn it, having good talent really isn't as good as being born well. I worked myself to death to cultivate to the saint realm, and I thought I could live a carefree life from now on. But in the end, I found out that I'm not even as good as a canon emplacement. Hush, be careful with your mouth. If ordinary people can hear the sound, then there is no reason why the great Emperor Pan Simeon cannot hear it. But her reaction was different from everyone else's. The moment the music entered her ears, her beautiful body instantly tensed up. Then I entered a state of enlightenment. As time went by, her aura became stronger and stronger. If this state could continue, she might be able to enter the 10th level in one fell swoop. But at this moment, dang, with a hint of noise, the music suddenly stopped just when it reached its climax. So, that's right, Pan Simeon was injured. Her rhythm was forcibly interrupted, and a hint of crimson immediately appeared at the corner of her mouth. Is the person playing the piano the devil? How could it break here? No, that noise was very sudden. Damn, could it be that Cao Wenbin was so excited that he just handed the instrument to? The more Pan Simeon thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was extremely high. Therefore, her complexion became darker. At this moment, she really wanted to bite Cao Wenbin to death. After all, this is an opportunity to step into the 10th level. How many times can a person meet someone in his life? Unfortunately, even if she was angry, she couldn't do anything. Break into the cloud inn to settle accounts with Cao Wenbin. Stop it. If she really did that, not only would she fail to get revenge, but her health would also be affected. Forget it, let's just go into seclusion. While the warmth of enlightenment is still there, try to understand more. As for the second half of the song, just find an opportunity to snatch it from Cao Wenbin. Do it when you think of it. The next moment, she went straight into the room next to Jun Xiaoyao. He was so anxious that he didn't even have time to say a word. So, okay, everyone's in seclusion. Now we have absolutely nothing to do. Looking at the two closed doors, Zhongzhou looked helpless. Yun Qingzu, who saw everything, immediately became alert. Now that the two biggest obstacles have disappeared, it's time for her to take action. So after organizing her words a little, she immediately moved closer to Zhongzhou and said, Madam Jun, since we have some free time, why don't we go out for a walk? I heard there are quite a few clothing stores in Yunjiang City. And the styles of the clothes inside are all very novel. Hearing this, Zhongzhou's eyes suddenly lit up. No woman can resist the temptation of clothing. Even if she has no shortage of clothes. However, although she was moved, Zhongzhou quickly shook her head. Let's just forget it. With Xiaoyao and Senior Pan here, Cao Wenbin wouldn't dare to force his way in. But if we go out, we will never come back. Let me tell you, even though Cao Wenbin has retreated, I'm sure the area around the Shangxia Inn is absolutely covered with his spies. As soon as we show our heads, Cao Wenbin will definitely get the message within 3 seconds. This makes a lot of sense. But Yun Qingzu obviously also expected this. So, she quickly started to smirk. Mrs. Jun is right. We can't go out. But what if it's not us who go out? Will the Cao family's spies report it? Zhongzhou was slightly stunned. You mean? This time, Yun Qingzu didn't say anything. I just took out 2 masks. And as she took one of them with her, she instantly became a different person. Whether it's appearance or temperament, everything has changed. The only thing that remains unchanged is the figure. Oh my god, this is amazing. Qingzu, this is your fault. You have such a treasure, and you're just taking it out now. The more she talked, the more excited Zhongzhou became. The next moment, she turned around. Wait a minute. I'll call 2 experts right away. Then we'll go straight out. It seemed like a perfect plan, but before she could take any action, her left arm was grabbed. What's wrong? Yun Qingzu smiled bitterly. Madam Jun, I only have 2 masks. Besides, even if I had extra masks, I wouldn't be able to bring guards with me. After all, there are only a few emperors in Yunjiang City. If two strangers suddenly appear, it will definitely arouse suspicion. Zhongzhou smiled awkwardly. Obviously, after being reminded, she also realized that she had taken things for granted. But at the same time, doubts began to arise in her heart. She was afraid that she would encounter danger when she went out without an expert. However, this thought did not last long, because she suddenly remembered that her and Yun Qingzu's cultivation was not bad. As long as they don't meet Cao Wenbin, the two of them may not be able to walk around Yunjiang City with impunity, but they will be able to protect themselves. So, in that case, let's go alone. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived in front of a shop called Jinduanlu. She had actually wanted to come here for a long time. But there has never been a chance. Now I finally get what I wanted. I must have a good time shopping today. Zhongzhou said this and did it at the same time. Look, after just over 10 minutes, she had already chosen several pieces of clothing. Mrs. Jun, please go to the fitting room and change. Wait until you get it, and I can help you with some advice. Zhongzhou, who was so excited about shopping, didn't think much about it and went into the fitting room with the clothes in her hand. But she had just taken off one shoe. Something that shocked her happened. A pair of big hands inexplicably appeared around her waist. Without any hesitation, she was ready to shout. But before she could scream, a magnetic voice entered her ears first. Aunt Zhong, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. I hope you can behave better this time. Zhongzhou was stunned, and then her originally stiff body suddenly softened. Of course, although her body surrendered, her mouth was still very hard. Sir, you've got the wrong person. My last name is not Zhong. If you don't get out, I'm going to call someone. Cao Wenbin is speechless. This woman's IQ is still so touching. Isn't it said that once you get pregnant you will be stupid for 3 years? But what's wrong with her? I haven't heard that Zhun Xiaoyao has any siblings. While he was daydreaming, he also took off the mask on Zhongzhu's face. Aunt Zhong, haven't you figured it out yet? Everything that happened in the past few days was just a show. Yun Qingzu was sent there specially by me. The purpose is to rekindle our past relationship with you. Like I said, I will read your book a second time. At this moment, Zhongzhu's body suddenly became even softer. No woman doesn't like to hear sweet words. Although what Cao Wenbin said has little to do with love. But Zhongzhu just enjoys it. So, her body twisted subconsciously. Obviously, she is ready. But women always say one thing and mean another. You are such a beast. You think about useless things all day long. I'll say it again, let me go. Otherwise, Chapter 200 Xiaoyao searches for his mother. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. During this period of time, the entire Yunjiang city was unusually peaceful. There's nothing we can do about it, because there are suddenly 2 more big guys in this city. The original local tyrants had no idea about Cao Wenbin and Zhun Xiaoyao. So I can only pretend to be dead. Of course, calmness is just an appearance. In secret, there is an undercurrent. Especially the people from the Zhun family in Shangxia Inn, they were almost going crazy. Their young mistress is missing again. And it lasted for 10 full days. No one is seen alive, and no body is seen dead. Originally, they were planning to find Zhongzhou before Zhun Xiaoyao woke up. Just make amends. But soon, they became depressed. Because they searched every place they could, but found nothing. So, they came to a conclusion. That is their young aunt, who must have been captured by the man named Cao. Of course, even so, they did not give up. Soon after, a new plan came into being. They are planning to artificially create an opportunity. Always lead Cao Wenbin's large force out. Then, are you all ready? Don't worry, nothing will go wrong this time. Everyone's expression was very serious. But before they could take any action, the door of Zhun Xiaoyao's room was suddenly opened. Immediately afterwards, Zhun Xiaoyao walked out with a smug look on his face. He gained a lot from this retreat. First of all, he summoned several of his men through the monument to heroes. Although there are strong and weak ones. But overall, it's quite useful. Secondly, he realized the art of integrating laws by observing Wangxi, the national treasure of the Great Chu dynasty. Through this technique, he can combine 2 or even multiple laws into one law, thereby increasing the strength of the law. For example, during this retreat, he successfully merged the law of poison and the law of water into the law of weak water. Although the strength of this law still has a gap with time and space, this gap is already within his acceptable range. Mr. Cao, don't worry. I will eventually overcome this disadvantage in terms of law strength. To be honest, this is only because Cao Wenbin, who is studying the origin of mankind, doesn't know about this, otherwise, he would definitely laugh out loud. By the way, I'd like to say a compliment: work hard. As long as you work hard enough, I will conquer the way of heaven sooner or later. That's right, in Cao Wenbin's eyes, Zhun Xiaoyao is working for him. If you think about it carefully, it seems to be the case. No matter what good things Zhun Xiaoyao gets or discovers, in the end, they will all belong to Cao Wenbin. The distant ones are the kidneys, the nearby ones are the Kunlun mirror, without exception. It is precisely because of this that Tiandao dares not create any secret realm anymore. She was really scared. Zhun Xiaoyao, who had not yet realized this iron rule, was still very happy at this moment. However, his good mood didn't last long. Because as time went on, he also found something wrong. The atmosphere in the inn is a bit weird. What are you all doing here? By the way, where are my mother and Aunt Pan? Silence. Endless silence. Just when Zhun Xiaoyao was about to get angry, someone finally said, "Young master, Patriarch Pan is in seclusion. It is said that she has touched the opportunity to enter the 10th level. As for your mother, she disappeared 10 days ago. The specific circumstances of the matter are as follows." The more he listened, the darker Zhun Xiaoyao's face became. In the end, he almost fainted. 10 days. Such a beautiful woman was abducted by Cao Wenbin for 10 whole days. Is there anything more terrifying in this world than this? If he is unlucky, he might have a younger brother or sister in the near future. Cao Wenbin, you'd better prepare some medicine for my mother. Otherwise. After biting his lips hard, Zhun Xiaoyao waved to everyone and said, "Follow me. Let's go meet Cao Wenbin. Look at what he wants to do this time." The people of the Zhun family were stunned. Then everyone panicked. "Master, let's wait for Patriarch Pan. Without her top fighting force, we wouldn't even be qualified to confront the Cao family. If you're really anxious to save someone, why don't you use our method? The scheme we set up is very ingenious." Zhun Xiaoyao shook his head with a wry smile. Exquisite. He was 100% sure that Cao Wenbin would not be fooled. It's not that these emperors are incompetent, but the plans they set up are full of loopholes. But what they brought out was not attractive to Cao Wenbin. With Cao Wenbin's rank, what little is there for him? Instead of having the time to run, he might as well exercise a little more in the inn. Okay, just follow me. Don't worry, there won't be any fighting on this trip. We are just going to redeem someone. Just hand over the money and the person at the same time. The reason why Cao is playing this trick is, if nothing unexpected happens, he must be eyeing something in my hand. The old saying is indeed true: the people who know you best may not necessarily be your relatives or friends. It is very likely that he is your mortal enemy. So, Zhun Xiaoyao has studied Cao Wenbin's thoughts and ideas clearly. Similarly, Cao Wenbin also anticipated everything. Look, when the Zhun family arrived at the entrance of the Yunduan Inn, the Cao family had already formed their battle formation. A throne stood in the middle of the door. Cao Wenbin sits on it. As for what he held in his arms, it was Zhongzhou, who had been missing for 10 days. From the outside, Zhongzhou didn't seem to have any injuries. But, Chapter 201, Testing Each Other. Zhongzhou is still the same Zhongzhou. But her temperament has undergone a drastic change. 10 days ago, she was charming yet innocent. But now, innocence has completely disappeared, replaced by endless enchantment. And from head to toe, from inside to outside, it's all Cao Wenbin's aura. If Zhun Xiaoyao closed his eyes and only felt the energy, he would not be able to find Zhongzhou at all. In his perception, there was only Cao Wenbin sitting on the armchair. "Mr. Cao, even if this isn't yours, there's no need for you to use it like this. Are you really just playing around? If it breaks, whoever wants to fix it can do it." The more he thought about it, the darker Zhun Xiaoyao's face became. But soon, he calmed down again. He knew that now was not the time to lose his temper. After all, the initiative is not in his hands. So, "Mr. Cao, I have to admit that you are indeed very skilled in stealing women. Okay, stop being so cunning. We're all reasonable people, so just tell us what you want this time." Zhun Xiaoyao is single, and Cao Wenbin is also very direct. "Look, His eyes immediately fell on Zhun Xiaoyao's waist. The meaning is so obvious. Therefore, before he could open his mouth, Zhun Xiaoyao interrupted him directly, "Don't even think about the kidneys. I can't give you any more body parts." Zhun Xiaoyao said this very seriously. But that's true. Only when all the 5 internal organs are complete can one be called a human being. Zhun Xiaoyao would give it in the past because he was rich. Plus, he hasn't experienced the benefits of having too many kidneys. But now, it is completely different. Although he still didn't understand why Cao Wenbin was so obsessed with kidneys, the landlord had no extra food. If Cao Wenbin wants 1, that's fine. But if he wants 2, he will no longer be healthy. Zhun Xiaoyao was sure that by then, he would become a laughing stock. So he must block the road completely. You change the ransom. But he has his own ideas, and Cao Wenbin also has his own purpose. As a result, the two of them immediately came to a stalemate. "Mr. Zhun, don't forget, your mother is in my hands. If you don't take out the kidney, I'll show you right now how your mother has been living these past 10 days. As soon as these words came out, Zhun Xiaoyao's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. "Bring Zhongzhou to perform in public. Are you still a human being? Isn't it said that a husband and wife are bound by 100 days of grace after being married for a day? You have been married for more than 10 days, your relationship should be as deep as the ocean." But different from him, as soon as they heard these words, the eyes of the other men present suddenly lit up. "Even though they know it's wrong. But there's nothing we can do about it, since Zhongzhou is such a stunning beauty. They may never be able to taste such quality in their lifetime. But if I can satisfy my visual desire, then my life will not be in vain." At this moment, they hoped very much that the two could continue to fight. No one should give in. If you don't mind being embarrassed, then come. By the way, I'd like to admire Master Cao's grace. By the way, do you want me to give you some medicine? After all, this is a matter of reputation. If you can do it in 1, 2, 3 seconds, you'll be famous forever. Of course, with Brother Cao's thick skin, he probably won't care. But in such a huge Cao family, not everyone has your determination. I don't know whether the gods and Buddhas in the sky heard everyone's prayers, or Zhun Xiaoyao had already decided to throw the jar into the air. In short, the direction of things really developed in the direction everyone expected. As a result, everyone present immediately focused all their attention on Cao Wenbin. Whether they can have the pleasure depends on what Cao Wenbin chooses. "Brother Liu, do you think this Cao guy will do what he says?" "I think they probably will. After all, people like them all want to save face. Once words are spoken, they are like spilled water. How can they lick them back?" "Lao Sha, do you think it's possible?" "Of course not. Let's not even talk about whether the Cao family would allow Cao Wenbin to do this. The most important thing is that if there are people watching, he won't be able to perform well. And this is something that no man can accept. As long as he's a man, there's no way he's willing to show his weak side in front of everyone." Excited. Quite excited. Of course, they don't chat with their mouths. But it's a private message. After all, they don't want to die. As for who guessed right in the end, "Brother Cao, you finally moved. What's the point of just touching it? Of course, if you've figured it out and are ready to give your brother some face. Then we're talking. Brother, although I am not as wealthy as Brother Cao, I also have some collections. As long as you release my mother, everything will be negotiable." Seeing that Cao Wenbin didn't move for a long time, Zhun Xiaoyao's mouth corners immediately curled up into a beautiful arc. He made the right bet. He finally defeated Cao Wenbin. Of course, he did not continue to provoke Cao Wenbin. After all, even clay figures still have some temper. Not to mention Cao Wenbin. "Take out all your collections." Cao Wenbin's expression was very unwilling. There's not even any intention of getting angry. Therefore, the movements of the hands are obviously much bigger. But even so, Zhongzhou still didn't wake up. To be honest, if he hadn't seen the obvious rise and fall of her chest, Zhun Xiaoyao would have doubted whether his mother was still alive. How much suffering has this been? The more he thought about it, the more worried Zhun Xiaoyao became. As a result, his movements subconsciously became faster. After just a few breaths, a lot of treasures appeared in the empty space. Without exception, they all emit precious light. And Cao Wenbin's target, the blood of the witch clan, is also among them. But if you want to act, you have to perform it in full. Cao Wenbin's gaze did not stay on it for too long. After just a quick glance, his eyes fell on a snow-white seal. The thing is not big, but it is very imposing. Cao Wenbin, who is used to seeing treasures, is sure that this is definitely a rare and good thing. That's it. Zhun Xiaoyao's heart tightened, because the person Cao Wenbin chose was none other than the King of Stone. To be honest, if this had happened 10 days ago, Zhun Xiaoyao would definitely not have hesitated. After all, exchanging a symbol of status for his mother is definitely a worthwhile deal. But now, he really can't bear to do it. Even totally unwilling to agree. After all, this stone records the art of fusion of laws. He used this technique to finally close the distance between himself and Cao Wenbin. And saw the hope of a comeback. If Cao Wenbin also got it, then. The picture was so beautiful that he couldn't even imagine it. So, this thing won't work. Brother Cao, you should change one. Chapter 202, Hidden Sword Gourd. This won't work, that won't work, then what are we talking about? Let's just break up. Go back and eat your treasure. I'll go back and continue to mess with your mother. Let's not delay each other. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin stood up directly. As for Zhongzhou, of course, Cao Wenbin held her in his arms like a princess. To be honest, this scene is really pleasing to the eyes. But Zhun Xiaoyao was in no mood to appreciate it. Because his nose is almost crooked from anger. What do you mean by go back and ask your mother for help? Is this human language? Of course, he was angry, but he had no way to deal with it. Because he simply doesn't have the strength to snatch people away. Not to mention that Pan Simin is no longer around, even if she were, they wouldn't be good enough. And since the hard approach doesn't work, he can only use the soft approach. So, Brother Cao, this seal is really not working. It is the symbol of the Great Chu dynasty. This is the proof that I control the Great Chu dynasty. If I lose it, I'll immediately become a rootless duckweed, drifting everywhere. How about this? Apart from this, I'll let you pick any two of the remaining items, okay? His eyes narrowed slightly. Then Cao Wenbin made up his mind to find an opportunity to get the seal. He was sure that there must be some secret hidden within this seal. 2 pieces won't do. I want 3. Otherwise, we can each go back to our own homes and find our own mothers. Oh yeah, you can't find it. Because your mother is here with me. You. Zhun Xiaoyao was so angry that his whole body was shaking. As long as you understand it, that's all. There's no need to say it. Is it fun to poke someone's lungs? But he can really endure it. No, after glancing at Zhongzhou for a few times, he simply waved his hand and said, you choose. This is the last time anyway. By the way, you must hide these things carefully. Otherwise, I never know when I'll get my money back with interest. The tone is very firm. But Cao Wenbin ignored him. Just saying harsh words, normal routine. At this moment, Cao Wenbin's attention was all focused on the floating treasure. The blood of the witch clan will naturally be collected first. After all, he has been acting for such a long time, all for this. As for the other two. Soon, Cao Wenbin received another flower. Fuck. A few moments ago, Zhun Xiaoyao was still very grateful. After all, the first thing Cao Wenbin chose was really cool. In his opinion, the blood had no other function except providing energy. But this second thing really hurt him. This item was found with blood. Not long ago, he had already figured out that this thing was called red spider lily. Flowers bloom and leaves fall, leaves grow and flowers fade, flowers and leaves will never meet each other. And it has an extremely mysterious aura. And this breath is none other than reincarnation. Originally, he wanted to use this thing to understand reincarnation and thus improve his own strength. But now, never mind. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Just think of it as losing money to avoid disaster. And the interesting thing is, things really went as he muttered. Next, Cao Wenbin actually chose another piece of garbage. That's a bright red gourd. Apart from being hard, it has no other uses. The reason why he kept it was because he was unwilling to give up. After all, he found this thing in a secret place a long time ago. He hopes that a miracle will happen one day. Pure idiot. It's incredible that someone who grew up surrounded by treasures has no vision at all. If you don't need your eyes, donate them to someone in need. But Zhun Xiaoyao had no idea that this gourd was actually chosen by Shi Feng. At the beginning, Cao Wenbin was planning to take the lucky fruit seeds. Even though this thing cannot help him temporarily, it will benefit the present and future generations. But before he could reach out his hand, Shifeng interrupted him. In Shifeng's words, if special uses are not taken into consideration, then the most amazing thing in this pile of treasures should be this gourd. You know, it once killed a 12th rank emperor. And its name is the sword-hidden gourd. That special gourd head is actually the hilt of a magic sword. As for why Zhun Xiaoyao couldn't use it, that's because the gourd hasn't recognized its owner yet. Feeding with blood for 49 days. As expected of a peerless and fierce weapon, even the way he recognizes his master is so peculiar. While muttering to himself, Cao Wenbin threw Zhongzhou out. The movements are quite cool. He can actually break the contract. And the world can't find any fault with it. After all, Zhun Xiaoyao had broken a promise with him once. This is called tit for tat. However, Cao Wenbin does not intend to do so. Because in his opinion, keeping Zhongzhou by Zhun Xiaoyao's side would be even more helpful. For example, this time, he took advantage of Zhongzhou's confusion and unpreparedness to find out Qing'er's origins. To be honest, it's really hard to find such a perfect spy. It can not only gather information, but also bring joy. And there is no need to worry about her safety. As for whether I can capture it next time, this point is not even within Zhun Xiaoyao's consideration. Zhu Liang was able to capture Meng Huo 7 times, what was he lacking? Besides, judging from how proactive Zhongzhou had been in the past few days, it wouldn't take much, even if it happened twice, for this woman to take the initiative to find an opportunity to find him. Zhun Xiaoyao, having achieved his goal, did not stay for too long. After taking a deep look at Cao Wenbin, he flew away into the distance. Brother Cao, see you later. By the way, you must keep an eye on your female troops. Otherwise, what you did to others might come back to haunt you one day. The speed is amazing. It disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. He didn't stop until he returned to Shengxia Inn. Originally, he was planning to send Zhongzhou back to her room, so that they can have a good rest. But unexpectedly, before he could take any action, Zhongzhou woke up. Of course, she was still confused when she just opened her eyes. So he subconsciously said, "Little rascal, you are really going to kill me. By the way, please have someone bring me some water. I'm almost dehydrated." The voice is melodious and full of charm. No matter how you listen to it, it doesn't sound like a rejection, but rather like acting coquettishly. Plus her body fragrance. If it were the knowledgeable Cao Wenbin, he would naturally not take it seriously. After all, I've seen more exciting things. But Zhun Xiaoyao can't do that. He doesn't have Cao Wenbin's experience. So, Chapter 203 Not a brother, not a human. Don't get the wrong idea. Zhun Xiaoyao's legs were just weak and his whole body was trembling, nothing else. However, this shake of his woke Zhongzhou completely. So, Xiaoyao. When she realized that the person holding her was Zhun Xiaoyao, and not that tireless devil with an evil smile, tears filled her eyes again. She is suffering. For 10 whole days, she had no rest at all. His expression has always been in an excited state. To be honest, this is only because she has some foundation, otherwise she would have been reincarnated long ago. Cao Wenbin, just wait for me. I lost this time because I was not in good shape. But next time, who will win is still unknown. Obviously, Zhongzhou's mentality has changed without her realizing it. It's not an exaggeration to even say that I'm addicted. But as she cried, Zhongzhou suddenly realized something was wrong. Where did her son go? Why don't you come and comfort her? As soon as this thought came to her mind, she subconsciously raised her head. Then she was so angry that she laughed. After so much time had passed, Zhun Xiaoyao was still standing there. Judging from his appearance, he was obviously at a loss. This child. Zhongzhou shook her head speechlessly. In her impression, her son is quite good at flirting. Doesn't he have endless things to say when facing those little girls? How did this get to him? If it were Cao Wenbin, he would have come up and wiped the tears from my eyes a long time ago. And then, as she thought about it, her legs began to tremble again unconsciously. But soon, she started shaking her head frantically. She knew she couldn't think about it anymore. Otherwise, who knows what will happen. In order to divert her attention, she quickly focused all her energy back on Zhun Xiaoyao. Is this kid just good at talking? That won't do. It seems that I have to have a good chat with Yunur when I go back this time. We are all young people, there is no need to be so conservative. But how could she know that Feng Yan had already? However, if the two of them could really be open and honest with each other, they would probably have a lot in common. After all, they've been through the same things. Of course, Zhongzhou also knew that this matter could not be rushed. So after staying for a few more breaths, she turned around tremblingly. It's not hard to see that she is preparing to go back to the bedroom. At this moment, she was not far from the bedroom. At most, it's only about 10 meters. If this happened under normal circumstances, it would probably arrive in the blink of an eye. But this time, it took her more than a minute to walk the 10-meter distance. During this period, I even rested against the wall several times. And the way she walked was extremely unnatural. How to describe it? There are 80,000 characters in the world, but only 6 is the most like her. Cao Wenbin, you're going to die a miserable death. Just wait, I'll settle this score with you sooner or later. Zhun Xiaoyao watched with gritted teeth. At the same time, Zhongzhou, who was about to close the shop, finally said the first words since she woke up. Xiaoyao, I'd like to trouble you to go to the clinic. Cao Wenbin thought it was too much trouble, so he didn't give it to me. Zhongzhou didn't say the rest of the words, but Zhun Xiaoyao understood it. So, he suddenly became even angrier. Damn it, you take the benefits but leave the cleaning up to me, are you even human? Although he was angry, he still walked towards the clinic obediently. There's nothing he can do about it. He can't afford the consequences of not going. Time is passing by quickly. Since Cao Wenbin was practicing the 9 revolutions profound art in seclusion and cultivating the sword gourd, the entire Yunjiang city was unusually quiet. Of course, Zhun Xiaoyao was not idle during this period. He has been trying every possible means to capture Fang Zihua and others in order to take revenge on Cao Wenbin. Unfortunately, no matter what method he used, he could not find an opportunity to leave the women alone. The entire Cloud Inn has fallen into complete silence since Cao Wenbin began his retreat. Don't let outsiders in. No one went out. Damn it, Cao Wenbin isn't some precious thing, why are you guys always hanging around him? Can't you have a little life of your own? But how could he know that this team in the Cloud Inn was built around Cao Wenbin? Cao Wenbin is equivalent to the number 1. Others have 0. If 1 is there, then you can naturally form any number you want. But if this 1 disappears, the rest of the zeros will naturally become silent. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, Zhun Xiaoyao was just doing useless work. Damn it, why can't I contact Aunt Zhu? I don't believe she would betray me so completely. That's right, Zhun Xiaoyao also tried to contact Zhu Lin. He wanted to cooperate with the outside forces to deal a heavy blow to Cao Wenbin. He even thought of a method. That's poisoning. Yes, the emperor basically won't be poisoned. But don't forget, he knows the law of poison. It even evolved into the weak water law. But although the idea is good, the reality is too bleak. He tried all the Zhun family's unique communication methods one by one, but still couldn't get a response. So, he wavered. Could it be that Aunt Zhu? This time, he guessed right. At this time, although Zhu Lin had not completely betrayed, she had already been confused by Cao Wenbin. This queen who has lived for thousands of years now spends most of her time pestering Cao Wenbin. Only in very few times do I secretly blame myself. Unfortunately, recently, there was nothing else in her mind except Cao Wenbin. Because Zhongzhou took her share away. She hadn't tasted meat in ages. Therefore, never mind. Since there is no opportunity, then work hard to improve yourself. As long as I can integrate more laws together, everything will no longer be a problem. Just like that, Zhun Xiaoyao, who had just come out of seclusion, turned around and entered the secret room again. Of course, the 9th continent will not stop operating because of the two people's retreat. On the contrary, it is precisely because of the absence of these two big demons that it is so lively. After confirming that neither Zhun Xiaoyao nor Cao Wenbin would interfere in their little quarrel, the young masters of the various families who came over almost beat the man's head into a dog's head. All the previous holidays suddenly broke out. Revenge those who have grudges, and complain those who have complaints. Lin Dong, who had suffered a loss at the hands of Examen Qingfeng, fell into madness. It looked like only one of them could survive. Unfortunately, even though he had made sufficient preparations, he still lost more than he won. Although Examen Qingfeng's cultivation talent is not the best among this group of gifted people, his brain is quite useful. Various strategies emerge frequently. Turn the disadvantage into an advantage. I have to say that the loss of Zhang Jian had a really huge impact on Lin Dong. After all, Lin Dong is not good at strategy. He likes to talk with his fists. In the original novel of Dragon King from Another World, the division of labor between Lin Dong and Zhang Jian is extremely clear. One leads the charge, the other one guards the center. But there's nothing he can do, it's his fault for being slow. In this kind of situation, the quickest one gets the most out of it. Even if Cao Wenbin knew about it, he would just say softly, he is not a brother but a human being. It's just that his sister-in-law is too charming. Chapter 204 Sanctification. Superior. Kill. The entire Kyushu continent was completely plunged into madness. There are wars everywhere. All forces are bloodthirsty. But on this day, everyone stopped tacitly. Even if the knife had already hit the enemy's forehead, he would subconsciously stop. Because, boom, the loud noise shook the earth. Following this, there was also a beam of light shooting straight into the sky. Has anyone become a saint? Or is it sanctified by a new law? That's right. In the fairyland, if you follow the path taken by your predecessors, no matter whether you become a saint or an emperor, there will be no strange phenomena in heaven and earth. But if a new rule is created, it will be completely different. Because you complete the heaven and earth. It benefits heaven and earth. So the world will naturally give you feedback. When you become a saint, a pillar of light will appear to the sky. Plus the golden lotus emerging from the ground. This is to highlight the style. When he becomes an emperor, the sky will be filled with rosy clouds. Plus various visions. The most important thing is that as long as you are not dead, anyone who practices this law in the future will provide you with some luck. Although it is a one-time deal, but when it accumulates little by little, it can be considered a windfall. As for how much luck a person can provide, that depends on the strength of the laws you comprehend. The stronger the law, the more luck the practitioner will provide you. And these are all open secrets. Of course, people don't know about luck. However, anyone with insight will know that anyone who opens up new rules will be extremely lucky in his life. And the achievements are not low. Therefore, as soon as the beam of light appeared, anyone strong enough immediately turned their attention to that side. They want to see who this new talent is, so as to avoid offending the wrong people in the future. Looking at the position of the light column, it should be in the center of the continent. Isn't that where Cloud City is located? Could it be that all of this was caused by Cao Wenbin? Thinking of this possibility, the hearts of all the chosen ones who came, except Lin Dong, suddenly tightened. If everything is really as they think, then things will be really serious. Cao Wenbin is already invincible, and with his incredible luck, they don't have to struggle. Just lie down. Fortunately, things are not that bad. When their spiritual consciousness descended upon Yunjiang City, they discovered that all of this was actually caused by Zhun Xiaoyao. Not bad, really good. As expected of the former #1 prodigy in the immortal realm, he's just awesome. After being suppressed for such a long time, he was able to turn the tide. Actually, their relationship with Zhun Xiaoyao is not that good. But as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhun Xiaoyao is the only one who can compete with Cao Wenbin at present, so when he becomes stronger, everyone is naturally happy. After all, in this way, they can develop secretly again. But what is this law? Why is the space around this entire in twisting crazily? Shocking. Unparalleled shock. Because they can clearly feel that the new rules that Zhun Xiaoyao has comprehended are extremely powerful. The laws they possess are simply incomparable. It can even be said that it is difficult to catch up with him. Next, should I cheer for Cao Wenbin? Damn it, I hate fence-sitters the most in my life. But in the end, I ended up becoming the person I hate the most. The chosen ones from each family arrived very quickly. But there are people who are faster than them. Moreover, this group of people are knowledgeable and experienced, so they can name things that the geniuses don't understand. The law of space. Zhun Qingfeng. Haha, you are worthy of being from my Zhun family. If you don't make a sound, you'll be a sensation. The law of space. This is a law that only gods can master. That kid from your Cao family, even if he was very powerful before, what could he do? At this crucial stage of becoming a saint, he is still one step behind my Xiaoyao. And after this battle, even if Cao Wenbin becomes a saint in the future, he will never be a match for my Xiaoyao. After all, space is the king's law. Any other laws are nothing compared to it. Good at. Extremely proud. When some people are happy, others are sad. Look, even the supreme leaders of the Cao family camp are a little annoyed. As old monsters who have lived for tens of thousands of years, they naturally know the value of the law of space. It is no exaggeration to say that if Zheng Xiaoyao really becomes a master in the end, he can rely on the law of space to make up for the gap between the two sides, and even make the attack and defense move apart. But no matter how solemn they were, they didn't admit defeat. Cao Xing, what are you showing off for? Practice requires being down to earth. Fast is not always a good thing. As for my Wenbin, he will always be suppressed. This is even more hilarious. Don't forget, they already mastered the rules. That is to say, they had already competed with each other's laws during their previous battle. And in this situation, Zheng Xiaoyao was always suppressed. Do I need to tell you what this means? This statement makes sense. The logic is even more full. But as soon as he finished speaking, Fuao immediately sneered, "Brother Cao, you are showing your cowardice. Don't you know that there are special bonuses for becoming a saint using the new law? Yes, your boy should have mastered the special rules. I don't deny that, but becoming a saint with the new law is extremely difficult. If he fails and thus fails to gain the bonus, then even if he comprehends the special rules thoroughly in the future, he will never be Xiaoyao's opponent. After all, that bonus is extremely terrifying. Oh, by the way, it's no wonder Brother Cao didn't know these things. After all, you were following the same well-worn path as our predecessors." When this was mentioned, Fuao's tone became cheerful. That's right, he also understood the new rules back then. The law of soaring. Is the bonus awesome? I don't think so. If you're really that awesome, then why can't you beat me? Why do you want to flatter old man Zheng? Chapter 205 Sanctification. Down. Every word Cao Xing said hits the heart. At the same time, Mu Bai, who was filled with murderous intent, also spoke up. Actually, I think it's too early to talk about this. Talent is talent after all. Strength is strength, and they must not be confused. Don't forget, the Saint Realm is just the beginning. There are still many obstacles ahead. Upon hearing this, several supremes with less experience fell silent. Especially Fuao, who became a master last, instantly recalled his past. In fact, based on the foundation of the rules he created himself, his original status should not be so low. I'm not the best person in the mainland, but he still has the ability to stand on his own. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. Even though he was very low-key, he was still found when he became a master. As a result, not only did he suffer a hidden injury, but the most important stage of sublimation for the Supreme was also interrupted. If Zheng Qingfeng hadn't helped him in the end, he might have been suppressed on the spot. Although Mu Bai didn't say it explicitly, his meaning was very clear. If Zheng Xiaoyao could become a master, he would definitely help his son-in-law. Of course, his words also successfully angered Zheng Qingfeng. But before Zheng Qingfeng could say anything, the sky above Shangxia suddenly twisted. Immediately afterwards, Zheng Xiaoyao suddenly appeared in the air. He is now completely different from before. There is an ethereal aura all over his body. This is the unique temperament of a strong person in the Holy Realm. Obviously, he has accepted all the gifts from heaven and earth. Cao Wenbin, you are still a step too slow. From now on, the situation will be completely reversed. Good at. Extremely proud. After coming out of seclusion, Zheng Xiaoyao didn't care about anything else. He just laughed out loud at the Cloud Inn. The protest intention is very obvious. He even started planning how to take back everything he had lost from Cao Wenbin. Mother's dignity. The hatred of the fiancé. My own kidneys. The more he thought about it, the more excited Zheng Xiaoyao became. But as the saying goes, too much joy leads to sorrow. At this moment, boom, under his gaze, a thick beam of light shot down directly from the sky. And the target is the Cloud Inn. Even a blind person can see that this beam of light is obviously much thicker than the previous one. Dumbfounded. How excited it was before, how messy it is now. Zheng Xiaoyao couldn't believe that such a coincidence could happen in this world. He hasn't even finished pretending yet. The big slut had actually smeared his face. But facts speak louder than words. He has to believe it whether he believes it or not. The law of time. The smile gradually disappeared. What replaced it was endless bitterness. Of course, this is just the beginning. After all, Cao Wenbin's mouth is never forgiving. This is not. Brother Jun, I wonder what you were laughing at just now. Could it be that your mother is going to give birth to a brother or sister for you? Jun Xiaoyao's mouth twitched. You can't talk about anything else except mother, right? You just slept with my mother a few times, what's there to brag about? However, although he was dissatisfied, Jun Xiaoyao did not respond to the conversation. There is no way. Cao Wenbin may not care about Zhongzhou's reputation, but he can't. The Jun family is no exception. So after a brief silence, he immediately changed the subject. Brother Cao, it seems that your understanding does not match your aptitude. A small obstacle in the Holy Realm has delayed you for so long. A quarter of an hour. You and I both understand what this extra quarter of an hour means. Cao Wenbin smiled. A quarter of an hour. This guy's overconfidence problem hasn't changed. Yes, you came out a quarter of an hour early. But so what? After today, everyone will only care about your fighting ability. As for who comes first and who comes later, what the hell is that? Besides, how can concentrating on studying the laws be the same as trying 3 things at once? Looks like I have to teach this cheap son a lesson. Otherwise, with his character, who knows how much harm he'd suffer if he went out. Alas, how pitiful are the parents in the world. Zhongzhou, I'm doing this all for you. If you don't come up with something new next time we meet, I'll definitely spank your ass. The corner of his mouth curled up, and then Cao Wenbin said lightly, it seems that Brother Jun is interested in sparring again. In that case, let's have some fun. How about one move to decide the outcome? Without any hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao nodded immediately. After all, he also wanted to know how awesome he was at this moment. So, after a slight adjustment, he immediately applied the law of space to the extreme. He didn't hold back. Know your own business. If he tries his best, he might still have a chance of winning. But if you dare to hide your abilities, you will definitely be beaten so badly that even your mother won't recognize you. Space interference. This move has no offensive power. The reason he used it was just to interfere with Cao Wenbin's law of time. The real killer move is his fist. Humph, today I'm going to beat you into a pig's head. So you don't have to go around flirting with women. Thoughts and actions are very consistent. Judging from the trajectory of the fist, the target was Cao Wenbin's handsome face. And his strategy seemed to be successful. From beginning to end, Cao Wenbin didn't react at all. His fist hit the target. Boom. The collision sound was very loud. From this we can also see that the energy contained in the fist is indeed not small. But the result is, that's impossible. Looking at Cao Wenbin, who just tilted his head slightly but was not hurt at all, Jun Xiaoyao went crazy. In his opinion, it is impossible for a human to have such ability to withstand blows. You have to know that although his punch cannot destroy the sky and the earth, it still has the ability to destroy a top-level holy weapon. But the reality, this guy has a body comparable to a low-grade imperial weapon. Damn it, what on earth has he been doing during this time of seclusion? No one could answer his question. But he did guess one thing right. At this moment, Cao Wenbin's physical strength is really comparable to that of a lower-grade imperial weapon. It's worthy of being the Wu clan's clan protecting technique. It's really awesome. And this is just the beginning. If you can cultivate to the highest level. The scene was so beautiful that Cao Wenbin now couldn't even hope for it. Of course, while he was secretly excited, he did not forget to attack Jun Xiaoyao. Do you want to continue? Just 5 words in total. There are no insulting words in it. But when Jun Xiaoyao heard this, he was like an eggplant hit by frost, and he immediately lost all his energy. Continue. How can this continue? His full-strength attack couldn't even break the opponent's defense. What the hell is this? No, I must find a way to counter this move. Otherwise, it would be too passive. While he was thinking, his body was subconsciously retreating. And the speed is getting faster and faster. Brother Cao, I suddenly remembered that the bedroom window is not closed. And looking at the weather, it seems like it's going to rain soon. So I won't keep you company. By the way, you should go back early too. It would be bad if I got soaked to the skin. His reaction is indeed not slow. In the blink of an eye, he had already slipped to the door of the inn. But the next moment, he suddenly returned to Cao Wenbin. Didn't your mother teach you all kinds of etiquette? The elders haven't spoken yet, and you're leaving right away. No rules anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin kicked Zhun Xiaoyao directly in the butt. The next moment, boom, Zhun Xiaoyao was like a cannonball, smashing directly into the ground. I couldn't come out for a long time. I hope you can learn from today's lesson. When you meet your elders in the future, please know the rules. Chapter 206, Create the Witch-Slaying Sword. The gap between the two seems to have widened. Before entering the Saint Realm, they were 40% to 60%. But now, it seems like it's not even 30% to 70%. Crushing, this is pure crushing. Cao Wenbin hasn't even put in any effort yet, and Zhun Xiaoyao is already lying down. Oh, and I heard that Cao Wenbin soared to fame because he forcibly married the old man. Do older women have any special advantages over men? Don't tell me, I really thought it was possible. What's with Wenbin being a good wife? That might just be a trick. He doesn't want others to know this secret. Damn it, I'm not going to struggle anymore. I'm just going to lie down. I work my ass off to improve a little bit, but what about them? They improve a lot in just a month or so. As one gains while the other loses, the gap between us will only get bigger. Actually, there's no need to be so pessimistic. In this world, no one can have smooth sailing. I'm sure that in the near future, this Cao guy will definitely encounter difficulties. By then, not only will Zhun Xiaoyao be able to catch up with him, but even we may be able to trample him underfoot. Without exception, all the geniuses from various families were stimulated by this competition. Some people with bad character even develop psychological trauma directly. In their eyes, Cao Wenbin is invincible. So since you can't afford to offend them, just try to hide as much as possible. Of course, if someone is sad, then there will naturally be someone happy. Look, Yuan Shifeng almost laughed out loud. But that's true. After the carriage incident, he and Cao Wenbin were real relatives. Therefore, well, mother, you must give me some strength. What my son will become in the future depends entirely on you. The Cao family is not prosperous. If you could give me a younger brother. The more he thought about it, the more excited Yuan Shifeng became. And it wasn't just these little guys who were shocked. The big guys in the void were also confused at this time. The law of time, the physical body is comparable to the lower-grade imperial weapon. What is wrong with this world? It's not enough that two top-level laws appear in a row within one day, but they are given something even more exciting at the end. Are you sure you're not kidding? But they were knowledgeable and experienced people after all, and they soon came to their senses. Then, haha, I told you, my family's offspring is no worse than anyone else's. So what about the laws of space? Can they compare to the laws of time? A quarter of an hour earlier. That's a huge joke. How many quarters of an hour is this invincible body worth? Silence. No one answered. After a while, Zhun Qingfeng said sourly, "What are you so proud of? Things are unpredictable. What if there is another reversal?" And just as Mu Bai said, potential does not equal strength. Whether he can grow up or not, only God knows. All right, I'm going to withdraw first. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhun Qingfeng's consciousness disappeared completely. Obviously, he was too embarrassed to stay. After all, before Cao Wenbin came out, he praised his juniors to the sky. But the result is, humph, you're so stubborn. Inside the Shangxia Inn, Zhun Xiaoyao, who had just crawled out of the pit, didn't even have time to clean up his image. He immediately called over the ancestor of the great Chu dynasty. "Senior Chu, you should have seen the confrontation just now. I called you here because I wanted to ask you if you know why that guy's body is so strong. I have to say that Zhun Xiaoyao knows how to use people." After he confirmed that the magic formula used by Cao Wenbin must have come from this continent, he immediately called a local tyrant. And this old guy surnamed Chu did not disappoint him. After pondering for dozens of seconds, he said solemnly, "Master, if my guess is correct, that kid surnamed Cao must have practiced the ancient witch clan's body refining method. And it's the best one." Zhun Xiaoyao was shocked. Then he immediately asked, "Tell me in detail." He didn't dare to keep it a secret. According to ancient records, in ancient times, the Wu clan was the absolute overlord of this continent. All races today are either their playthings or their food. And what the Wu clan relies on is precisely their method of body refining. They don't store any magical power within their bodies. When fighting, they rely solely on their bodies, which are invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire. Very domineering. It is said that after practicing to the end, their bodies can even withstand the innate magic weapons. Of course, that's just what they say. I'm sure that no one in the Wu clan has ever reached this level from the beginning to the end. Even someone with a body that can rival the ultimate imperial weapon has never appeared. Lao Chu said the last two sentences with absolute certainty. But Zhun Xiaoyao's expression did not relax at all. Instead, it became even more solemn. As a mortal enemy, he knows Cao Wenbin very well. He was sure that if he left it alone, Cao Wenbin would be able to practice the body refining method to the highest level. At that time, he will face an opponent whose physical body is comparable to an innate magic weapon. Fuck. Zhun Xiaoyao shuddered subconsciously. Then, he asked with a ferocious look on his face, doesn't this technique have any weaknesses? Wrong. If this technique really had no solution, the Wu clan wouldn't have perished. There must be something in this world that can restrain it. Old Chu was stunned. Then a look of admiration appeared on his face. No wonder he can lead such an awesome team at such a young age. In addition to bloodline, he also has some skills. Master guessed right. This body refining method is indeed not invincible. It's very easy to restrain yourself. All we need to do is refine a witch-killing sword. Chapter 207 The blood of a city can be used to forge a sword. Master, just by hearing the name of this witch-slaying sword, you should be able to guess its specific function. That's right, it was born to deal with the witch clan. When facing other monks, this thing is completely useless. To say it's comparable to a mid-grade holy weapon is an exaggeration. But against those barbarians of the Wu clan, it can be surprisingly effective. According to ancient records, once the witch-slaying sword is unleashed, witches of all ranks will be as soft as tofu and will crumble to pieces upon contact. It seems that all 12 leaders of the Wu clan died at the hands of this sword. In order to show his value, Lao Chu really works hard. And Zhun Xiaoyao became more and more excited the more he listened. This thing is tailor-made for him. If the operation is done well, the first blow will definitely cause serious damage to Cao Wenbin. Even if he couldn't chop it down later, Cao Wenbin would definitely be worried. No matter what the cost, I must refine it. After making up his mind, Zhun Xiaoyao immediately asked, then how do we refine this witch-slaying sword? A city's blood can forge a sword. Not much talk. But the content inside directly silenced Zhun Xiaoyao, who had just been so confident. A sword forged from blood. This is too evil. And it's the blood of a city. Wouldn't that be hundreds of thousands, or even millions? However, this woman's kindness did not last long. Because just as he was hesitating, several images suddenly appeared in his mind. His Aunt Zhu was pushed down madly in order to save him. His mother sat helplessly on the chair. And his fiancé. Done. He who is narrow-minded is not a gentleman, and he who is not vicious is not a man. After gritting his teeth, Zhun Xiaoyao immediately made up his mind. And very quickly, he made a plan. The main forces that have appeared so far must not be touched. Otherwise, Cao Wenbin, who is smarter than a monkey, will definitely notice it. Besides, without these people, he would have no capital to confront Cao Wenbin. So he planned to send the newly summoned people to carry out this task. Let them break up into small groups and kill some in each place. This way it is not easy to be discovered and it is not easy to arouse public anger. The most important thing is that these people can take the blame for him. As heroic spirits, even if they were caught, they would never betray him. That's it. The corner of his mouth curled up, and then he stared at Lao Chu and said, the information you provided is very important. I'll remember this achievement. But now, I still have something I need you to do. As long as you can complete it, I'll reward you for both. From now on, I will ensure that your Chu family will always rule the Chu kingdom. Slightly stunned, then Lao Chu's body began to tremble unconsciously. Rule over the Chu forever. So, his Chu family won't be punished later. So, Master, please speak. As long as my Chu family can do it, we will definitely not refuse. He nodded with satisfaction. It's not a big deal. I just want you to help me collect other materials to refine the witch-slaying sword. I think this shouldn't be difficult for your Chu family. After he finished speaking, Zhun Xiaoyao stood up directly. Obviously, he thought Lao Chu would agree. But things in this world are so unpredictable. Look, before he could even move, old Chu called him. Master, wait a moment. His brows furrowed instantly. Don't tell me that you, who have lived on this continent for thousands of years, can't even do such a small thing. Old Chu smiled bitterly. Master, we can get most of the materials. But there's something called star iron that we really can't do anything about. It was born in the God-forsaken land. And that place is surrounded by thunder all year round. Even I can only penetrate a dozen miles. But at this distance, I can't even touch the star iron. So, Zhun Xiaoyao was stunned. Then he shook his head and chuckled. This is really a coincidence. When he was accepting the inheritance of the Thunder Law, he had received a piece of information. It is said that in the center of the God-forsaken land, there is a thunder bead suspended. If he could obtain it, not only would his Law of Thunder be able to evolve, but his combat effectiveness would also definitely have a qualitative leap. Of course, the information also said that this place is not easy to enter. Even with the Law of Thunder, it won't work. The person who arranged the inheritance once tried to take the Thunder Pearl. But in the end, when they were still 1 mile away, they had no choice but to give up. There is no way, the thunder falling from the sky is too loud. Even with his physical body, he couldn't bear it. It seems I have to go there. That's right, Zhun Xiaoyao didn't take the advice in the message to heart. He possesses the laws of space. He is confident that he can move freely among the thunder. So what if you are powerful? If it can't hit anyone, then it's all just empty talk, right? So, in that case, you don't have to worry about the star iron anymore. This time, you should be fine. Remember, don't delay my work. Otherwise, Old Chu was overjoyed. He was really afraid that Zhun Xiaoyao had no humanity, and would make him pay with the lives of the Chu family. But now it seems that he was obviously overthinking it. Don't worry, Master. I guarantee with my head that there will be absolutely no problems. I'll send a message to the younger members of the clan right away, asking them to disguise themselves as merchants and secretly deliver all the goods here. Hearing this, a hint of satisfaction suddenly flashed in Zhun Xiaoyao's eyes. Good. As expected of the head of the clan, he is really capable. Cao Wenbin, just wait for me. I want to see what you can use to fight me this time. Cloud Inn. Cao Wenbin, who had just come out of the bedroom, was looking into the distance. What's on your mind? The one speaking is Zhu Lin. At this moment, her eyes were blurred. The sitting posture is unusually bold. It's not that she doesn't want to be more ladylike, it's really her legs. There's nothing we can do, it's Cao Wenbin's fault for being such a bad person. Originally, the two were equally matched. But the emergence of the 9 Revolutions profound art completely broke this balance. Hard. It's so hard. The reason why she took the initiative to talk was to get closer to him. So that they can get a bigger share. But soon, she regretted it. Because, I was thinking, it's been 3 days. What on earth is Zhun Xiaoyao doing? Based on my understanding of him, he will definitely not sit still and wait for death. Zhu Lin bit her lip lightly. How should she respond to this? On one side is the child she has watched grow up. On the one hand, she was given. The palms and backs of your hands are all made of flesh. But just when she was extremely conflicted, a few casual words completely tipped the balance of victory towards Cao Wenbin. If you are willing to help me analyze it, I will come to see you every week from now on. Of course, the premise is that you must analyze it correctly. Heart beating. Abnormal heartbeat. In the past, she couldn't get close to Cao Wenbin for 10 days or half a month. If this is changed to a week, won't it take off? I'm not doing this for pleasure. I'm feeding the tiger with my own body. After all, if you want to make Cao Wenbin sink, you must get in touch with him as much as possible. Yes, I am saving the country in a roundabout way. That's it. The more she murmured, the more determined Zhu Lin's tone became. After she finished muttering the last sentence, she immediately looked directly at Cao Wenbin. Based on my understanding of Xiaoyao, he must be focusing on your 9 Revolutions mysterious art right now. After all, if he can't restrain your technique, then he's really too passive. He is worthy of being the one who has protected Zhun Xiaoyao for more than 20 years. Look, you hit the point right away. After hearing this, Cao Wenbin did not hesitate at all. He called Tu Shanyu over directly. Do you know if there is something in this world that is specifically designed to defeat the Wu clan? Of course I know. Chapter 208, Shoot it to death. Witch slaying sword. Even with a strong body, I can't be arrogant in front of it. On this 9th continent, the history of the semi-human race is much longer than that of the human race. Therefore, Tu Shanyu naturally knew what Lao Chu knew. According to what you said, Zhun Xiaoyao should have already set out on the road to the God-forsaken land by now. Without any hesitation, Tu Shanyu nodded directly. As long as your previous analysis is correct, then he must be doing this. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and then Cao Wenbin ordered calmly, "Go and capture the leader of the intelligence organization. I need to confirm something." This order was given to the air. But just a quarter of an hour later, a woman in black suddenly jumped out of the void. Of course, she didn't return empty-handed. In her hand, she was holding a middle-aged man with a terrified face. "Master, this guy's name is Song Jun. He's a very famous information dealer around here. You should be able to get what you want from him." After she finished speaking, this extremely charming woman slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. Although the figure disappeared, everyone knew that she must still be in this room, waiting for Cao Wenbin's instructions at any time. "This nightingale. Why are you so unsociable? No wonder I've been the deputy for so many years. If you don't take the initiative to get close to your leaders, it's strange that you can make progress." That's right, this charming woman is none other than the deputy commander of Dark Knight, Nightingale. 6th grade cultivation. Of course, despite all the complaints, Cao Wenbin didn't forget the important things. Soon, he walked in front of Song Jun. "Don't be afraid. I don't eat people. I called you here this time just to ask you something. As long as you answer well, not only will your life be safe, but you can even take away a large sum of money when you leave." Song Jun wants to cry. "Ask something. Is there anyone in this world who asks questions like you? It would be fine if we just sent out a 6th grade one." So violent. After arriving at their door, he destroyed half of their headquarters without saying a word. If he hadn't been a little quicker, he would have completed the reincarnation process by now. However, even though he was extremely dissatisfied, Song Jun could only greet him with a smile. After all, the boy in front of him is a terrifying existence who can order the female butcher around at will. He is definitely not to be trifled with. "Sir, if you have any questions, just ask. I will tell you everything I know, without reservation." Cao Wenbin nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, this attitude is good. As far as you can remember, have there been any large-scale deaths on this continent in the past week? Don't rush to answer. Think about it seriously. No mistakes, no omissions." Originally, Song Jun had already opened his mouth. But the words that were on the tip of his tongue were choked back by Cao Wenbin's next few words. Only when sweat broke out on his forehead did he reorganize his words. "Sir, there have been large-scale deaths recently. And there are quite a few of them. According to intelligence, although the locations of these incidents are far apart, the perpetrators are likely from the same group. Because the states of the dead are very uniform. Without exception, all of them were drained of blood." Hiss. After getting the exact answer, Cao Wenbin took a deep breath. "Fortunately I found out early. Otherwise, you might really suffer a loss." But soon, he became excited again. This seems to be an opportunity for him. "So, friend, are you interested in collaborating with me? Don't worry, I will never let you suffer any loss." Hearing this, Song Jun almost fainted. He knew that he was caught in a huge vortex. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. Of course, he also knew that he had no right to refuse. Otherwise, he would be doomed. So after calming down a bit, he said resignedly, "Sir, just tell me what you need me to do. It's very simple. I don't need you to charge into battle. Just provide me with real-time intelligence. If there is a large-scale death incident, or there is a possibility of such an incident, you must notify me immediately. I wonder if you can do that." Song Jun was stunned. But then, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this task is not difficult. It's just a matter of sending more people. After getting his guarantee, Cao Wenbin turned around and handed a red gourd to Mu Qianchen. "Sister Mu, take this hidden sword gourd. Once Song Jun's information arrives, you must rush over immediately. Remember, don't go alone. Bring as many people as you can. Safety first, after all. As for when we get there, you don't have to do anything, this hidden sword gourd can solve it all by itself." That's right, even though it's already been raised. But this sword-hiding gourd still needs blood. The more blood it gets, the more powerful it becomes. Originally, Cao Wenbin was still struggling with how to cultivate it. But I didn't expect that just when I felt sleepy, someone came to hand me a pillow. As for saving people, he doesn't have the time for that. It wasn't his fault anyway. Of course, Cao Wenbin's arrangements did not stop. After explaining everything to Mu Qianqun, he turned his attention back to Fang Zihua. Sister Zihua, you will have to work hard for a while from now on. Don't stop the piano. Just keep playing the top half of the blue and white porcelain. I'm going to tease Pan Simin to death. Isn't she arrogant? I must seduce her into inviting me to stand behind her. Chapter 209, Bringing the Whole Family. Stop it all. The area ahead, covered by dark clouds, must be the God-forsaken land. It's not safe to go any further. In a relatively low-key carriage, Zhun Xiaoyao, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Then his attention fell on Zhongzhou. That's right, he didn't come here alone on this trip. Instead, he chose to bring his family with him. As for why we do this, he has learned from his previous lessons. In his opinion, the reason why his mother was captured so frequently was because he was never around. This gave Cao Wenbin an opportunity. Of course, he also knew that with Zhongzhou's strength, she could not enter the land forsaken by God. So he made full preparations before setting off. Not only were the guards brought here unfamiliar faces, they were all summoned. He even specially prepared an inconspicuous carriage. In short, there is only one purpose, which is to reduce the sense of presence as much as possible. Mr. Cao, this time, I want to see how you can catch my mother. Wrong. You must still be wandering around Cloud City right now. There's no chance of getting involved in this trick of a false attack. The more he thought about it, the more proud Zhun Xiaoyao became. He thinks he is a genius. Double insurance. But he did not take it lightly. Although the plan is good, it requires cooperation from others. So Zhun Xiaoyao prepared to explain to Zhongzhou. But before he could open his mouth, his brows unconsciously frowned. Because he suddenly discovered that his mother looked extremely depressed. He looked like a child who had lost his favorite toy. What happened to mother? That's right, she's hesitating. She's afraid that her father will find out what's going on here, and she might lose him. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly tightened. After all of this was caused by him. No, I can't let this happen. If anyone dares to speak without restraint, I will destroy his entire family. A hint of murderous aura flashed by quickly. Then Zhun Xiaoyao prepared to comfort Zhongzhou. But at this moment, Brother Zhun, Aunt Zhong, your hospitality is terrible. I've been here for almost a minute. You didn't even show your faces. The sound came from outside the carriage. And judging from the size, it is obviously very close. So, after a moment of hesitation, a look of horror immediately appeared on Zhun Xiaoyao's face. He is not deaf. He had already recognized it was Cao Wenbin's voice. That is to say, this guy actually arrived here right after me. And he quickly broke through my deception. No, that's not true. I must be dreaming. Of course, although his mouth was trying his best to deny it, his body was extremely honest. He jumped out immediately. I have to go out. The vision inside the car is blocked. If Cao Wenbin launches a sneak attack, he will have no time to react. But it was different from his panic. The moment she heard the voice, Zhongzhou, who was originally listless, suddenly became energetic. But her body became even softer. Why is this guy here? Humph, this time, I will definitely not let him succeed. Outside the carriage, Zhun Xiaoyao, who had figured out the situation, was glaring at Cao Wenbin. The reason for this expression is that most of the people he brought with him have died in the battle. The 3 surviving 5th-grade emperors are also being hunted down by a woman in black. Obviously, Cao Wenbin did not lie to him. They really arrived a long time ago. How did you know the person in the car was mine? Also, why did you remind me just now? Wouldn't it be more in your best interest to just kill him directly? Cao Wenbin smiled. And the more you laugh, the louder it gets. How do you know for sure? Isn't this obvious? This is the forbidden area of the 9th continent. Why would an ordinary person come here? And a whole ordinary carriage? Brother, have you ever heard of the saying, there is no silver here, but 300 taels? Besides, even if I killed the wrong person, what's the harm? It's just a few lives, so just kill them. As for why I didn't just kill him. Having said that, the disdain on Cao Wenbin's face suddenly turned into a smirk. I don't like mosquitoes, so I have to leave a battlefield. Slightly stunned. Then Zhun Xiaoyao's face began to fill with blood like crazy. He is not stupid. Naturally, I can understand what Cao Wenbin is saying. So, you're fucking dreaming. Even if I die today, I will never let you touch my mother again. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed directly towards Cao Wenbin. The speed is amazing. This is not because he is impulsive. But he couldn't move. He had already seen that the only 3 remaining heroes were at the end of their strength. In 3 to 5 minutes at most, your head and body will be separated. So he must capture Cao Wenbin before the 3 of them die completely. Then use Cao Wenbin to threaten the 6th rank official. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be Zhongzhou who would suffer again. Whether he can retire after achieving success is another matter. Let's fight. The potential of the Child of Destiny is indeed amazing. Look, at the critical moment of life and death, Zhun Xiaoyao just exploded. The law of space, which had always been at a disadvantage, actually suppressed the law of time this time. The weak water law he integrated directly gave Cao Wenbin a chill. Sizzle. White smoke was coming out of Cao Wenbin's whole body. It looks miserable. But Zhun Xiaoyao, who succeeded, had a look of despair on his face. Because he realized that his full-strength attack, although it couldn't be said to be tickling Cao Wenbin. But it's not much different. At most it can be considered a back rub. Is this the law of wood? Damn it, an invincible body coupled with thriving vitality, this is simply cheating. Of course, he was helpless, but he did not give up. He plans to try the laws of space. But before he could make another move, his wrist was suddenly grabbed. Immediately afterwards, he was thrown directly to the god-forsaken land. Mother, you are. In fact, Zhun Xiaoyao had already sensed it before Zhongzhou approached. After all, he is in a state of combat, and any movement around him cannot escape his eyes and ears. The reason why he was caught off guard was that he didn't expect Zhongzhou to attack him. But soon, he reacted. His mother wanted to sacrifice herself to save him. And the fact is, it is indeed so. This is not. Xiaoyao, don't look back, run. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Those 3 of your men can't hold on any longer. Isn't it? Of the 3 5th-grade heroes, 2 had already been killed by Nightingale. The last one is just barely surviving. If Zhun Xiaoyao continues to entangle with Cao Wenbin, then everything will be too late. But, she interrupted him directly with a wave of her hand, don't say but. Don't worry, mother won't die. At most, I'll suffer a little. Anyway, this isn't the first time. It's worth it to use my fragile body to save your life. Oh right. It is not difficult to see that Zhongzhou still has something to say. But she couldn't say it. Because Cao Wenbin has come to her side. Brother Zhun, don't be in such a hurry to leave. How about I ask you to watch the play? You. Looking at Cao Wenbin walking towards the carriage, a tear immediately appeared in the corner of Zhun Xiaoyao's eyes. At this moment, he hated himself so much. Hate my own incompetence. The number 1 genius in the fairyland, bullshit. What genius needs his elders to sacrifice their lives to save him time and time again? There is Zhu Lin in front. There is mother behind. But no matter how sad he was, he didn't look back. Firstly, I don't want to see my mother in such a miserable state. Secondly, I don't want to waste my mother's efforts. However, while running, he felt a little confused. Why isn't mother's will to resist strong? Although she is definitely no match for Cao Wenbin, she shouldn't be taken to the carriage so easily. Confused. Very confused. But this thought came quickly, but it also went away quickly. It must be that mother is afraid of angering Cao Wenbin. And thus suffer unnecessary harm. I have to say, he knows how to comfort himself. As his attention was diverted, his feeling of frustration was slowly subsiding. But it was obvious that Cao Wenbin would not let him go so easily. Just as he was about to step into the god-forsaken land, a cry of, "Ah!" came into his ears. Then came Cao Wenbin's wild laughter. "Xiaoyao my son, you must move faster. But don't waste the time your mother risked her life to buy for you." You. Zhun Xiaoyao felt a sweet sensation in his throat. But the speed is even faster. Obviously, he really listened. Chapter 210 The Spirit of Thunder. Keep an eye on her for me. This one is the god of wealth. After we go back, we can exchange her for a lot of good things. I have to say that Cao Wenbin is indeed a role model for scumbag men. After taking all the money, he still wants to make money from others. And the funny thing is, no one objects. Of course, Zhongzhou actually wanted to object. But at this moment, she was speechless. As for the reason, Master, don't worry, she will never escape. No one can take away from me what I want to protect. Nightingale is very confident. After all, she has the ability. However, looking at Zhongzhou in the carriage, her face was quickly filled with confusion. And as an elder of the Cao family, she didn't hide anything. Master, there's nothing special about this woman. But why is it that every time you meet her, you can't walk? Cao Wenbin was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. Because she can come when called, fight when she comes, and leave after the fight. The most important thing is that there are people responsible for maintenance afterwards. This time, it was Nightingale's turn to be stunned. Obviously, she was shocked by these words. While he was daydreaming, Cao Wenbin had already slipped into the God-forsaken land. Boom! What was recorded in ancient books was indeed correct. This God-forsaken land is indeed filled with all kinds of lightning. Some are spherical, some fall from the sky. And the further you go in, the denser the lightning becomes. At the beginning, Cao Wenbin could still rely on the 9 revolutions profound art to hold on. But in the later stage, he didn't dare to let lightning get close to him. Damn, this place is horrible. No wonder no one has ever been able to reach the deepest point from the beginning to the end. After using the law of time to dodge another pure white lightning, Cao Wenbin breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that he is timid. The power of this lightning is really terrifying. When he first encountered this special color of lightning, out of curiosity, he tested it with a low-grade imperial weapon. As for the results, melt. That's right, it melts. The moment the imperial weapon came into contact with the white lightning, it turned into liquid. The speed is quite fast. Therefore, from then on, he never dared to touch any lightning of the wrong color. But this world is often so weird. Whatever you don't want to encounter will always come to you. Look, the white lightning in the sky seemed to have identified Cao Wenbin and kept striking him. After dodging one, there is another one, it never ends. Of course, if that's all, then it's nothing. After all, before coming in, Cao Wenbin was already prepared to be struck. But what made him depressed was that just as he was struggling to move forward, 2 humanoid creatures suddenly jumped out from his left side and left rear side. Fuck. Is this going to make people live? The reason for swearing was that after a brief observation, Cao Wenbin was horrified to find that these 2 guys were actually the thunder elves recorded in ancient books. They are transformed from thunder balls. Extremely brutal. Once it encounters a living creature, it will pounce on it regardless of the consequences. What made Cao Wenbin speechless the most was that one of these 2 guys was transformed from a white thunder ball. Even though it's just pale white. But white is white, and its power is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary blue lightning. Escape. This was Cao Wenbin's only thought. But the dark clouds in the sky seemed to have guessed his thoughts, and in an instant, they changed the landing point of the white lightning. Before, I chased him and chopped his butt. But now, the road has been closed in advance. Speechless. Quite speechless. At the same time, 2 thunder elves also came quickly behind him. Space barrier. Time warp. Although the situation was unfavorable, Cao Wenbin did not give up. But unfortunately, human power is sometimes limited. These 2 moves are indeed very mysterious. But his strength is too low. The thunder spirit immediately defeated him with his strength. Not good. Cao Wenbin was shocked. Immediately afterwards, his body began to make evasive movements. But it's all too late. The speed of lightning is no joke. The next moment, the 2 thunder elves merged into Cao Wenbin's body one after another. Ah! The screams were earth-shaking. It even faintly drowned out the never-ending sound of thunder. Chapter 211, Assistance from Jun Xiaoyao. Part 1. In fact, the thunder spirit that first entered Cao Wenbin's body did not cause much harm to him. After all, the one running fast is just a blue thunder ball transformed. The power is extremely limited. But the one who arrived later actually wanted to kill him. As soon as the 2 sides came into contact, his body immediately began to dissolve like the imperial weapon used in the test. First the arms, then the legs. The speed is amazing. If this continues, this day next year will definitely be his death anniversary. However, after sensing danger, the various powers in his body also consciously protected the master. The first is the 9 revolutions profound art. This technique directly brings oneself to the extreme. If the white lightning destroys a little, it will repair a little. Immediately afterwards, the law of wood also got involved. Although these two abilities are magical, they are not enough to fight against the white lightning. It's not that they can't do it. But destruction is much easier than repair. Therefore, they tried their best, but could only delay it. Cao Wenbin's body is still on the verge of collapse. Damn, I'm not going to travel through time again. If we really can't hold on, we'll suffer a huge loss. Sister Yuener, Sister Xiu and the others, I haven't tasted them yet. For a moment, Cao Wenbin thought a lot. But that's all. The next moment, he fainted. There's no way, it hurts so much. But at this moment, a breath of air emerged from his body again. This aura is not only mysterious, but also extremely powerful. Look, as soon as he joined the battlefield, he immediately stabilized the situation. There is even a hint of counterattack. In the central area of the god-forsaken land, Zhun Xiaoyao is struggling forward. After all, his attention is highly concentrated. But as a faint scream was heard, his expression changed immediately. Cao Wenbin's voice. Is he in danger? That's right, even though his mother bought him 2 days, he still didn't widen the gap with Cao Wenbin. At most, it's only 2 miles. It's not that he is lazy. Knowing that Zhongzhou has had a hard time, he has actually tried very hard. Unfortunately, my ability is limited. Especially now, it is even more difficult. Every step is taken with caution. It was precisely because of this that he had different thoughts the moment he heard the scream. He wants to go back and add insult to injury. After all, as long as Cao Wenbin can be killed. No, don't kill yourself. As long as he can destroy it, then he won't have to work hard. After all, except Cao Wenbin, other geniuses are nothing but chickens and dogs in his eyes. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he could no longer control himself. There's nothing I can do, he's also a human being. He couldn't remain indifferent when faced with shortcuts. But the moment he turned around, a sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. No, it's absolutely wrong. We're taking the same route. The time difference isn't that long. It doesn't make sense that I can get through but he can't. Even though I don't want to, or rather, I'm unwilling to admit it. But Zhun Xiaoyao understood that at this moment, there was still a certain gap between him and Cao Wenbin. If his fighting power could be rated at 6 points, then Cao Wenbin can get at least a score of 10. So this matter seems very strange. That guy is probably trying to sting the law. You're unwilling to put in the effort, or perhaps you've been bewitched by your mother, so you're planning to resort to trickery and end this quickly. The more he thought about it, the more Zhun Xiaoyao felt that this was the truth of the matter. After all, his mother is a famous beauty far and wide. Conquering Cao Wenbin is a piece of cake. So, he immediately cleared all distracting thoughts from his mind. He immediately set out on the journey to find the Thunder Pearl. As for Star Iron, he has already collected a lot of that thing. Not to mention forging a witch-killing sword, even 2.5 would be more than enough. Boom. Compared with the thunder and lightning in Cao Wenbin's place, the thunder and lightning here are much more abnormal. There wasn't a single blue one to be seen for half a day, it was almost all white. Therefore, as long as lightning strikes, Zhun Xiaoyao must use the laws of space to the extreme. But even so, he could only slightly change the direction of the lightning. As for completely eliminating the lightning, or channeling it into another dimension. Sorry, that's not something he can do. To be honest, this is just his good luck. If he had the same treatment as Cao Wenbin, the grass on his grave would be at least 1 meter tall by now. But hard work really pays off. Look, after trying for a long time, he finally saw the Thunder Pearl. This thing is snow white all over. Of course, this white is not its color itself, but its surface, which is covered with thunder. Oh shit. Logically speaking, Zhun Xiaoyao should be very happy when he saw something he liked. But the truth is just the opposite. It's not that he's ungrateful after getting the advantage. But this thing is not easy to get. The white lightning around it was like a waterfall, with no gaps at all. How do I take this? If not? In an instant, Zhun Xiaoyao began to back down again. But this idea came quickly and went away just as quickly. Because he remembered the scenes before he set off. Especially the "ah" sound in the carriage. Damn it, let's fight. At worst, I'll just reincarnate. After making up his mind, he immediately mobilized the power of space again. But this time, he did not try to change the direction of the lightning. After all, there are just too many. He is simply too busy. So he applied the power of space to himself. Space folding. He took a step forward, and the next moment, he was directly next to the Thunder Pearl. Then he used his palm, which was dripping with blood, to grasp the Thunder Pearl. This is the method recorded in the inheritance information. Feed the pearl with blood. Blood arrives, pearls return. Life and death are determined by fate. At this moment, he was actually competing with lightning in speed. If he's fast, then everything will be fine. With the Thunder Pearl here, the white lightning is just floating clouds. It will definitely not hurt him at all. But if the lightning is fast. Boom. The thunder and lightning arrived as promised. It directly covers the area near the Thunder Pearl. The scene was extremely terrifying. But before the thunder and lightning dissipated, a burst of laughter suddenly came from inside. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. Cao Wenbin, your death is coming. Didn't you set a trap? If that's the case, I'll kill you in the trap you set. After all, you chose this place yourself. I think the feng shui there should be to your liking. After he finished speaking, Zhun Xiaoyao walked out leisurely. But at this moment, he was no longer afraid of thunder. No matter whether it was blue or white, when it fell on him, he was not even a little bit moved. It's time to take back everything I lost. Chapter 212, Assistance from Zhun Xiaoyao. Part 2. Space folding. Zhun Xiaoyao's desire for revenge is extremely strong. Look, in order to see Cao Wenbin as soon as possible, he even used the law of space to speed up his journey. Of course, his unrestrained behavior did not last long. After feeling that he was almost there, he restrained all his breath. Even though he had obtained the innate treasure, the Thunder Pearl, he also understood that he must not be too wasteful. Otherwise, who knows what will happen. After all, Cao Wenbin is not an easy guy to deal with. Let's just move slowly. It won't be too late to take action after we understand Cao Wenbin's specific arrangements. Whatever you think in your mind, your body will naturally do. Therefore, in the next few minutes, he moved extremely carefully. There was no sound at all during the whole process. But as he got closer, his expression became more and more complicated. In the end, he just stood there in a daze. As for the reason, is this Cao guy really in danger? The screams before weren't fake. Damn, could it be that he encountered the spirit of thunder? Looking at Cao Wenbin, who was breathing out but not breathing in not far away, Zhun Xiaoyao smiled. And the more you laugh, the louder the sound. In his opinion, this was retribution from God. Who told you to sleep with someone else's mother or someone else's aunt all day long? However, although he was happy, Zhun Xiaoyao, who was highly concentrated, also discovered that Cao Wenbin's physical functions were slowly improving. Although the process is slow, it is indeed getting better. According to his estimation, if there is no external interference, Cao Wenbin will be able to recover as before in 3 days at most. It doesn't matter. Since God can't take you away, then I will send you off on his behalf. Remember, this first blow was for my mother. Aren't you arguing with her? Then I'll chop you down. As soon as he finished speaking, the Thunder Pearl immediately appeared above Zhun Xiaoyao's head. Then a pale white lightning struck Cao Wenbin directly. Boom. Without any surprise, Cao Wenbin, who had already lost his ability to move, was hit directly. Of course, Zhun Xiaoyao didn't stop. The next moment, the Thunder Pearl lit up. The second time, I struck it for Yun'er. Although I don't know what happened to her during the time you captured her, I am certain that it must be bad. The more he chopped, the happier Zhun Xiaoyao laughed. The faster the attack speed. It's not that he has the habit of whipping corpses, it's just that he has been holding it in for too long. Since his debut, he has been suppressed by Cao Wenbin. The helpers around him were killed one after another. Therefore, when he had the chance, he would naturally take revenge. Besides, in his perception, Cao Wenbin is still alive. So his actions were not excessive. After all, you have to remove the roots to cut the grass. Damn, Zhun Xiaoyao is treating me like a punching bag. But, I like it. Chop it hard. When you've had enough, I'll give you a surprise. That's right, Cao Wenbin is already awake at this time. The reason why he was muttering like this was not because he liked being abused, but because his body was lacking energy. Not long ago, under the siege of various abilities, the 2 Thunder Elves in his body were completely defeated. Actually, no matter how you look at it, this should be considered a good thing. But before he could be happy, he discovered to his dismay that both the 9 Revolutions profound art and the red spider lily that had suddenly appeared before had become addictive. One of them was trying to move up a level, while the other wanted to be completely bound to Cao Wenbin. To achieve these two goals, a huge amount of energy is required. But given Cao Wenbin's current condition, he simply can't afford it. Of course, he can also stop it. After all, the body is his. But he was unwilling to give up. The red spider lily is fine, you can refine it anytime. But the 9 Revolutions profound art is different. If you miss this opportunity, don't even think about looking for this store again. That's why he kept gritting his teeth and persevering. In the hope that there will be variables. While persisting, he also analyzed the possible variables. He thought of many possibilities. He even thought of the possibility that Zhao Yuaner would suddenly come out to help him. But the only thing I didn't expect was that the variable would appear in Zhun Xiaoyao. And they cooperated with him so well. The energy transmitted in each time is neither too much nor too little, just enough for the 9 Revolutions profound art and the red spider lily. That's right, after being baptized by the 2 Thunder Elves, Cao Wenbin has adapted to the white lightning. It would be really funny if this silly kid knew the truth. At this moment, Cao Wenbin smiled extremely evilly. But at this time, he was lying on the ground, so Zhun Xiaoyao didn't notice him. Boom, boom, boom. Zhun Xiaoyao was still thundering tirelessly, and his expression was still excited. But as long as one is human, he or she will feel tired. Zhun Xiaoyao is naturally no exception. As fatigue set in, his sanity began to return, and he soon realized that something was wrong. He has been chopping for such a long time. Logically speaking, even if it was a mid-grade imperial weapon, it should have been chopped into pieces. But this half-dead Cao Wenbin never showed any change. It was the same at the beginning as it is now. Not good. We've fallen into a trap. This guy is kidding me. Thinking of this possibility, Zhun Xiaoyao immediately put away the Thunder Pearl. Then he began to slowly retreat. He didn't intend to go out, but to escape inside. After all, he is more familiar with it. With the help of the geographical advantage, he is confident that he can escape. And he guessed right. As soon as he stopped, Cao Wenbin immediately stood up slowly. At the same time, an aura like that of an ancient giant beast suddenly spread out. Xiaoyao, I really have to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, my body refining method would never have reached the level of perfection. Tell me, what reward do you want? As long as a father has something, he will never be stingy. Cao Wenbin is very generous. But after hearing this, Zhun Xiaoyao's face turned dark in an instant. But he didn't say a word, just turned around and ran. He is very self-aware. After discovering that Cao Wenbin's body had moved one step closer, he knew that he could never be Cao Wenbin's opponent. Damn it, why is this guy always one step ahead of me? As long as I make progress, he will definitely make progress too. And the direction of evolution is specifically designed to restrain me. He reacts quickly. But Cao Wenbin's dirty words came out even faster. What's wrong with you, kid? Don't you want the reward anymore? Forget it, since you don't want it, I'll give the credit to your mother. By the way, Xiaoyao, your mother will definitely thank you in the future. Because through your efforts, my body can also discharge electricity. I will definitely show her this ability when we play together. Of course, I will control the power. Don't worry about that. Zhun Xiaoyao's face became even darker. Doesn't this mean that her mother will suffer even more? But what made him feel lucky was that Cao Wenbin didn't seem to adapt to his new body, so he didn't chase him. No, I must redeem my mother as soon as possible. Chapter 213 Lin Dong asks for help. You run fast enough. But it doesn't matter, the monk may run away but the temple cannot. The temple where you were born and raised is in my hands. We'll see you again soon. Looking at Zhun Xiaoyao's hurriedly fleeing back, Cao Wenbin's mouth corners immediately curled up. At the same time, he finally moved. Zhun Xiaoyao guessed correctly. Just now, he was indeed adapting to his suddenly stronger body. Well, this recovery is too slow. Forget it, let's go back to find Zhongzhou. With her cooperation, I think the adaptation speed will be much faster. As for whether she can adapt, someone will take care of it anyway, so why be afraid? He did it as soon as he thought of it. The next moment, Cao Wenbin disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived next to the carriage. The laws of space are on the way. He was in a hurry, so he indulged himself. But just as he was about to get in the car, a bit of starlight suddenly emerged from the void. Then he ignored everything and directly merged into his sea of consciousness. Without any suspense, Cao Wenbin frowned immediately. Ask for help. Cousin lost again. Damn, is Examen Qingfeng so capable? Of course, even though he was complaining, he immediately ordered Nightingale, go find a monster with enough strength to take over the truck. Let's set off for Qingzhou. Although very puzzled. But Nightingale is not the type to get to the bottom of things. So after a slight pause, she prepared as instructed. As for Cao Wenbin, of course, get on the bus. The battle is imminent, he must get his body into the best condition. Otherwise, you are likely to suffer a great loss. So, well, I just woke up. Qingzhou. After many days, Cao Wenbin finally returned to this magnificent place where dragon veins converge. As for why I didn't go to Lindong's base. It's simple, Lindong no longer has a base. During this period of time, Lindong had 3 fierce battles with Examen Qingfeng. For the first time, he was ambushed. He led a large army directly into the formation prepared in advance by Examen Qingfeng. The second time, he was tempted into dividing his troops under Examen Qingfeng's manipulation. This resulted in a large army being swallowed up. Among tens of thousands of cultivators, only a few emperors escaped. And the third time was even worse. Having learned from the lessons of the previous 2 times, Lindong was much more cautious this time. Very patient when attacking. Once they find something wrong, they will immediately set up camp and never advance rashly. So, he, who was timid, fell into Examen Qingfeng's empty city plan again. By the time he reacted, all his territory had already been swallowed up by Examen Qingfeng. Not a single thing left. Cousin. As soon as the carriage came to a stop, Lindong immediately rushed over excitedly. He swore that he would never take on the leading role again. It's good enough to be a thug peacefully. But just when he was about to calm down and complain to Cao Wenbin about his difficulties, his eyes suddenly widened into lanterns. This is. Looking at the person being carried down from the carriage by Cao Wenbin, Lindong couldn't speak clearly. Zhongzhou. Jun Xiaoyao's mother. Princess Hug. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Pa. Lindong, who thought he was hallucinating, slapped himself immediately. But the situation before my eyes has not changed at all. Zhongzhou is still the same Zhongzhou. Cao Wenbin is still the same Cao Wenbin. Cousin, you even got this woman. The words were full of disbelief. But Cao Wenbin looked unconcerned. It's not my soaked hand. But I captured him. Including this time, I've caught her 3 times. Lindong's eyes widened instantly. Doesn't that mean that she has been? He nodded indifferently. Now that it's in my hands, there's no reason to let it go. Otherwise, I'd be so unworthy of my nickname, the Mother Killer. Besides, I'm planning to train her to be an undercover agent. So naturally, I have to make her my own. This is not Cao Wenbin's fantasy. In fact, Zhongzhou was already a little shaken at this moment. There's nothing we can do, it's Cao Wenbin's fault for being so cruel. Just torture her for no reason. Especially after coming back this time, he even developed electric shock. To be honest, she can handle it. If it were someone else, they would have rebelled long ago. You're awesome. After getting the exact answer, Lindong immediately gave a thumbs up. Immediately afterwards, he came close to Cao Wenbin. Judging from his appearance, he obviously wants Cao Wenbin to help him catch one of such high quality. But before he could open his mouth, Cao Wenbin changed the subject. Okay, you better tell me why you called me back in such a hurry. Could it be that Examen Qingfeng is still not satisfied after getting the upper hand? Lindong, who originally had a wretched look on his face, immediately showed a hint of shame and anger in his eyes after hearing these 2 sentences. Then he threw all those messy thoughts out of his mind. That's right, that guy just can't get enough. A few days ago, he challenged me again. They said they were inviting me to break the formation. I lost. I just need to admit in public that I am not as good as him. And if I win, he'll give all my territory back to me. Damn it, he's taking me for a fool. The bet is so unfair, there's obviously something fishy going on here. The more he talked, the angrier Lindong became. But soon, he felt guilty again. The reason I called you back is because I really can't figure out what tricks that guy is trying to play. There was a gleam in his eyes, and then Cao Wenbin smiled. This Examen Qingfeng is really something. Take every step carefully. Lin Dong has been calculated to death. The first two confrontations completely destroyed Lin Dong's confidence. The third confrontation made Lin Dong doubt himself. As for this fourth time, a feint to the east and attack in the west. As soon as these 5 words came out, Lin Dong's body suddenly froze. He is just not good at conspiracy, but he is not stupid. After Cao Wenbin's guidance, he immediately figured everything out. You mean, Examen Qingfeng's target is actually Yuan Shifeng's territory, not mine at all. He smiled and nodded. Isn't this obvious? That declaration of war is actually a talisman. A spell that can pin you here, so that you dare not move. I have to say, Examen Qingfeng really has a good grasp of human nature. If my guess is correct, the large force he has should have already gathered towards Yuan Shifeng. Hiss. Lin Dong took a deep breath. Then, without saying anything, he immediately prepared to mobilize troops to go to the rescue. But before he could move, Cao Wenbin stopped him. Cousin, don't you want revenge? Lin Dong was stunned for a moment, and then a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Cousin, you mean? It's very simple. While that guy is out on the expedition, you led your men to raid his lair. By the way, let's take back the lost land. As for Yuan Shifeng, don't worry about it. I will take care of it. Cao Wenbin said it very calmly. But Lin Dong just jumped up. Just do it. Damn it. This time, I'm going to make that bastard Examen Qingfeng a homeless dog. Come here, gather for me. Chapter 214. Examen Qingfeng was confused. Boom, boom. In front of a huge city, Examen Qingfeng's men are frantically attacking the city defense formation. However, although the noise here is loud, it cannot be heard very far. Because this area has been surrounded by a mysterious smoke. This is a common tactic used when a large-scale war breaks out in the fairyland. Once the smoke comes together, it can immediately block out everything. Be it spiritual consciousness or means of communication, all of them are ineffective. Even the people inside can't get out. Of course, you can come in if you want. But anyone with a little common sense will definitely move away from this thing the moment they see it. As for taking a closer look, unless you are sick. Otherwise, I would never have this idea. Qingfeng, looking at the energy density of this formation, it will take at least half a day to pry it open. This progress is much slower than expected. Do you think we need to use some special means? The person who spoke was an old man, holding a cane in his hand. His body is also a little hunched. Although he looks old, he is very energetic. And he is none other than the 6th-rank emperor sent by the Examen family to assist Examen Qingfeng. Simon returns. Half a day. It's a bit long, but it doesn't matter. After all, the two groups that might be supporting this place are both unavailable right now. That Cao Wenbin is confronting Zhun Xiaoyao. He uses his only free time to flirt with other people's mothers. As for Lin Dong, he must still be in a state of paranoia. Even if he had more courage, he would never dare to come out. Examen Qingfeng is very confident. In his opinion, Yuan Shifeng was already trapped in a jar. It's impossible to create any waves. And everyone else in the room also firmly believed this. After all, Examen Qingfeng has never missed a beat since the war began. But nothing in this world is absolute. Just as the people in the house were discussing how to enjoy themselves after taking over this place, this man covered in blood and with a broken arm staggered in. Young master, something terrible has happened. 3 hours ago, Lin Dong suddenly led a large army to attack our base camp. Since he came out in full force, the 3 6th-rank ones are also here. So our brothers who stayed behind couldn't handle it at all. Out of a team of 3,000 people, I was the only one who escaped. Silence. The living room, which was originally bustling with activity, suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone, including Examen Qingfeng, had their brains shut down. It was not until the visitor repeated it loudly that they came to their senses. The one who reacted the most was Examen Qingfeng. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Then Lin Dong has been scared to death by me. But before he could finish his words, Examen Gui interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Time is urgent, now is not the time to question. If they can't come up with a solution quickly, they're really finished. Qingfeng, wake up. Otherwise, I will have to change my generals at the last minute. That's right, Examen Gui has the power to replace Examen Qingfeng. This was decided before departure. The purpose is to prevent Examen Qingfeng from being unable to shoulder the heavy responsibility. And this sentence really works. Examen Qingfeng's body shook and he woke up immediately. Unlike the Cao family, which has only one heir and cannot be replaced, the Examen family has many descendants. There were several people watching him at this position. Therefore, he must not reveal any evidence. And this strong adjustment ability immediately won Examen Gui's praise. Good, you can take it and put it down. But soon, Examen Gaiju turned his attention back to the main business. What should we do next? Hurry back for help. Without any hesitation, Examen Qingfeng shook his head decisively. No, we absolutely cannot go back to help. Although he has won 3 major victories, Lindong's strength has been greatly reduced. But the wealth left by Cao Wenbin is really too great. In terms of overall strength, we are still at a disadvantage. So we absolutely cannot confront Lindong head-on. The analysis is well reasoned. As a result, Examen Gui and others became even more desperate. This doesn't work, and that doesn't work. Do we have no choice but to give up this area? Damn it, we fought so hard to get this. Examen Qingfeng smiled confidently. Of course I can't give up. Even though I can't go back. But we can exchange homes with them. We are outsiders anyway, so it doesn't matter where we stay. Slightly stunned. Then Examen Gui and others became excited. Yes, as long as they take down the city in front of them, won't they have a base again? Therefore, old friends, please come over here. Now is not the time to be lazy. As soon as he finished speaking, Examen Gui disappeared on the spot. As for the others, they will naturally follow suit. As soon as these people took action, the originally strong city defense formation suddenly became fragile. With just 2 hits, it was completely shattered. It's done. But before they could even curl their lips, a scene that left them speechless appeared. On top of the city wall, a large formation soon appeared. And the strength of this formation is obviously not weak. Even if Examen Gui and others tried their best, they would definitely not be able to take it down in such a short period of time. Damn, this kid from the Yuan family is too cautious. Set up 2 city defense formations. It's his idea. Obviously, Examen Gui and others thought that Yuan Shifeng was being cautious. But Examen Qingfeng behind them was in confusion. He knew that this was definitely not cautious. But it was done on purpose. Adding to that Lindong's uncharacteristic behavior. There's an expert behind them directing them. But who is this master? Chapter 215. What's your mother's surname? Seniors in the city, would you please show yourself? Qingfeng really wants to see your elegance. The more Examen Qingfeng thought about it, the more certain he became of his guess. So, when Examen Gui and others were struggling with the city defense formation, he suddenly roared towards the city. And his roar quickly triggered a chain reaction. The city, which was originally very peaceful, suddenly became lively. Immediately afterwards, Yuan Shifeng, the city lord, appeared on the city wall. Examen Qingfeng, why are you howling here instead of coming back to help? Aren't you afraid that you'll be back too late and the doghouse will be gone? By the way, I wonder if you like this great gift I prepared for you. Yuan Shifeng was very excited. His face was full of an expression of looking forward to the show. However, this state did not last long. Because he saw disdain on Examen Qingfeng's face. Yuan Shifeng wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Examen Qingfeng interrupted him. Stop pretending there. Who of us doesn't understand who? You are so cruel that even sacrificing your mother for glory is nothing to you. But you definitely don't have the brains to arrange all this. Tell me, who are you begging this time? Who did you send out for this? Are you milky, or are you too milky? Yuan Shifeng's face instantly turned red like a monkey's butt. It's not that he is shallow, it's just that Examen Qingfeng's curses were too dirty. Although he was angry, he did not act impulsively. After all, he came with a mission. He has to hold back the guy below. Revenge is never too late for a gentleman. You'll cry later. What happened to Laozi offering his mother? You want to offer something, but you don't have anything to offer. My mother was one of the top 3 beauties on the 100 flowers list back then. And your mother can't even make it into the top 100. I was secretly complaining in my heart. Of course, his mouth was not idle either. He started to argue with Examen Qingfeng directly. And based on the principle of reciprocity, it can be said that nothing can be heard but what is unpleasant. As a result, the battlefield suddenly became more lively. The sound of explosions was mixed with curses. If a quiet person came here, he would be annoyed to death. However, as he kept on spraying, Examen Qingfeng's brows gradually began to frown. Wrong. That's extremely wrong. This kid is obviously stalling for time. He's afraid I'll run away. Could it be? In an instant, an extremely terrifying thought suddenly popped up in his mind. This kid has external help. He's going to knock me out completely. Sweat instantly appeared on my forehead. Then he was ready to ask Examen Gui to stop. Unfortunately, it's too late. Before he could finish his words, a huge formation suddenly appeared under their feet. 9-9 returned to origin formation. At this point, even a slow-witted person would know that something was wrong. At the same time, there was suddenly another person beside Yuan Shifeng. Someone who, in Examen Qingfeng's opinion, absolutely should not be here. Cao Wenbin. Examen Qingfeng was horrified. A man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Yes, he does think highly of himself. But he also understood that there was still a gap between him and Cao Wenbin. After all, the person in front of him is a great man who can single-handedly transform the church. And Cao Wenbin's approach this time also proves this point. Originally, he had the absolute upper hand. But as soon as Cao Wenbin took action, the situation was immediately reversed. Not only did he get back everything he had lost, but he also swallowed up his old nest. Damn, is Zhun Xiaoyao such a loser? In a one-on-one situation, you can't even hold Cao Wenbin back. The more Examen Qingfeng thought about it, the more helpless he felt. But soon, he had no time to think about it. Because as the deployment is completed, the offense and defense also change. Examen Gui and others who had just been attacking frantically have now retreated. And they all looked solemn. Examen Qingfeng can also understand this. After all, Cao Wenbin has 4 6th-grade people, but they only have 3. Alas, it seems my journey to the 9th continent is coming to an end. I hope my previous performance can satisfy the old guys in the family. Otherwise, he shook his head and then said to Cao Wenbin, Master Cao, I admit defeat. Tear down the formation. I will take the elders of my clan and leave the 9th continent right now. Slightly stunned. The next moment, a speechless expression appeared on Cao Wenbin's face. Walk. You are dreaming. You definitely can't leave. But I can make an exception and let someone take you away. This time, it was Examen Qingfeng's turn to be stunned. Take it away. What does that mean? How can we praise such a grown-up man? Etc. Originally, Examen Qingfeng was very confused. But as he made a holding gesture, he understood it instantly. You actually want to kill me? He shrugged gently, what's the problem? After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin immediately gave Nightingale and the others a wink. Thus, the war broke out instantly. As for him, he rushed directly towards Examen Qingfeng. This guy has delayed him so much, how could he let him go so easily? Mr. Cao, you are going too far. You don't think I'm really afraid of you. Let me tell you, the reason I gave in just now was to give face to your Cao family. It has nothing to do with you. Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me. Watch out, the fairy from the sky. Examen Qingfeng, who was being pressed step by step, finally got angry. In an instant, he pushed his cultivation to the extreme. He even used the Examen family's unique skills right from the start. But, it's all a cover. As soon as he finished the opening moves, he started rubbing oil on the soles of his feet. He is not stupid. When Cao Wenbin created a new law and became a saint, it caused a sensation in the city. He was watching the whole thing too. So the gap between the two is very clear. Compete with Cao Wenbin in hard power. Isn't that like holding a lantern in the toilet, looking for death? Goodbye, you. Unfortunately, although his reaction was quick, he was overthinking it and thought he could escape from Cao Wenbin's grasp. Look, he had just run a few hundred meters when he suddenly found that his body was out of control. After a slight pause, he began to retreat rapidly. It was not until he returned to Cao Wenbin that he regained his balance. During this period, no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. It felt as if his consciousness and body were not in the same time and space. Is this the law of time? The intensity is so high. Shocking. Extremely shocking. Of course, although his brain was a little out of order, his body was extremely honest. Without any hesitation, as soon as he regained control, he immediately knelt on the ground. Master Cao, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please treat me like a fart and just let it go. By the way, I have a mother too. You can arrest me and then ask my mother to redeem me. Although she will definitely resist then. But it makes more sense that way, doesn't it? Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then he subconsciously asked, what's your mother's surname? How old are you? Cao Wenbin swore that he was just asking casually. Absolutely no unreasonable expectations. Chapter 216 The Troubled Pan Simin. But as the saying goes, the speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. As soon as Cao Wenbin asked the question, Examen Qingfeng was overjoyed. At this moment, he saw hope of survival. Sure enough, Wenbin is a good wife. Better yet, his mother. So, he immediately began to introduce, my mother's name is Su Yu. Your posture is perfectly straight. I've been the only one born so far. It has to be at least 70% new. Back then, she was a famous beauty far and wide. She almost made it into the top 100 of the 100 Flowers ranking. Examen Qingfeng spoke quickly and urgently. Even though he knew that once this scene happened, he would definitely become the laughing stock of his brothers and sisters. The position of the head of the family has nothing to do with him anymore. But he doesn't care. Compared to life, everything else is bullshit. What a pity, if he is disappointed. The more he spoke, the more Cao Wenbin frowned. Especially when the words, almost entered the top 100 of the 100 Flowers list, came out, Cao Wenbin couldn't help himself. Yes, he likes it cooked. He never denied this. But he is not a rag collector. If you are not in the top 3 of the 100 Flowers ranking, you are not worthy of getting close to him. Go to hell. That's what I said, and that's what my hands did. The next moment, Examen Qingfeng's neck was grabbed by Cao Wenbin. However, he didn't twist it. Instead, it activated the newly realized abilities. This is, seeing Examen Qingfeng aging rapidly and having wrinkles all over his face in the blink of an eye, everyone present was shocked. What is going on? A moment of 10,000 years. Cao Wenbin has already comprehended the law of time to this extent. And this time it's not over. Soon, an even more shocking scene appeared. Even after Examen Qingfeng died of old age, his ability did not stop. Starting from the legs, Examen Qingfeng's body slowly began to weather. Until dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth, everything will be over. Silence. Everyone was silent, including the 3 6th rank ones from the Examen family. Cao Wenbin's terror made them feel terrified. Yes, at this moment, it would be easy for them to kill Cao Wenbin, who is only at the Saint realm. What about later? Not to mention being at the same level as them, even if he was 2 levels lower than them, they had no confidence in defeating Cao Wenbin. This boy must not stay here for long. Even if we don't kill him, we have to cripple him. Unlike the others who were filled with murderous intent, Cao Wenbin was extremely excited at this moment. The move he just used was derived from the withering of the red spider lily. To be honest, he had already highly regarded this move before. But after actually using it, he realized that he was still a little too conservative. If withering is so impressive, then I imagine the Higanbana's other move, blooming, is definitely not much worse. Cao Wenbin really wants to try it out. Unfortunately, there were no more experimental subjects on the scene. That's right, although they had murderous intentions towards Cao Wenbin, the 3 6th ranked people of the Examen family chose to escape at the first moment. Like the Yuan family, the Examen family is not rich either. The people below can die at will, but nothing can happen to the 6th rank. This is their backbone. As for everyone else, without the restraint of the 6th rank, the other minions would have been beaten to death by Nightingale and others one by one. Forget it, let's find another opportunity to talk about it. There's no rush anyway. With a faint smile, Cao Wenbin then prepared to return to the city. But as the fog in the sky gradually dissipated, a familiar scene appeared. A bit of starlight actually merged into his sea of consciousness. Damn, could something have happened to my cousin again? This is mostly a joke. And the facts have proved that although Lin Dong cannot take on the main responsibility, he still has the ability to be a general. Look, the content of the message is very simple, just to tell Cao Wenbin that the problem has been solved. Not only did he get back the lost land, but he also swallowed up the Examen family's territory. Of course, if that were all, Lin Dong wouldn't have sent a message specifically. The information also said that when they were cleaning up the battlefield, they found a stone tablet in the Examen family's territory. Cao Wenbin should be interested in the content recorded above. But the information didn't say what it was specifically. It is obvious that Lin Dong is keeping the secret. This cousin, still so funny. But despite all the complaints, Cao Wenbin was still ready to start writing the postscript as soon as possible. Lin Dong, you better not lie to me. Otherwise, I'll have Sister Xiu hang you up and whip you. Yunjiang City, Shangxia Inn. Since he went for another tour inside the God-forsaken land, Zhun Xiaoyao did not return to his base camp until Examen Qingfeng was dealt with. The first thing he did after settling the matter was to call Pan Simin over. Auntie Pan, my mother was captured by that Cao again in order to save me. So I want you to take this thing and redeem her. After he finished speaking, a seal suddenly appeared in Zhun Xiaoyao's hand. It was none other than Wang Shi, the person Cao Wenbin had been thinking about. That's right, this time Zhun Xiaoyao is not going to redeem it himself. As for the reason, it's not that he couldn't save face, but he didn't want to argue with Cao Wenbin. He was sure that as soon as he showed up, Cao Wenbin would never stop pestering him. Either you bet kidneys with him, or you push for more. In that case, it would be better to let Pan Simin go. He believed that after seeing Pan Simin, Cao Wenbin would definitely understand what he meant. This is the ransom, take it or leave it. But what Zhun Xiaoyao didn't know was that Pan Simin was also very conflicted at this moment. In the past period of time, she was almost driven crazy by the music that often appeared. He only played half of it each time, leaving her hanging in the air, unable to move up or down, which was extremely uncomfortable. Of course, anyone who can cultivate to her level is no pushover. She also tried to rob the person who played the piano. Unfortunately, it was blocked by Yi Shuiyu. So, in desperation, she had to ask for a meeting honestly. Prepare to trade things for songs. But the answer she got almost made her collapse. Fang Zihua, my young master taught me this song, and I only know half of it. If you want the second half, then go find my young master. Looking for Cao Wenbin. What's the difference between that and a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Even if Pan Simin used her toes to guess what conditions Cao Wenbin would put forward to her. After all, every time they met, the boy's eyes basically never left her. And that condition was something she absolutely could not accept. Then could you please stop playing? That's right, after knowing that the thing could not be done, Pan Simin was ready to settle for the second best. I can't afford to offend you, but can't I just hide away from you? Originally, she thought Fang Zihua would agree. But unexpectedly, this emperor, who was only of the first rank, refused so straightforwardly. No, the young master told me before he left that I should play it at least 3 times a day. Don't be lazy. At this point, Pan Simin finally understood everything. It turned out that Cao Wenbin had been seducing her from the beginning. As for the purpose, it is naturally self-evident. You're truly worthy of being Cao Wenbin. For such a small matter, they actually started making arrangements so far in advance. If you had put this energy into cultivation, you might have become an emperor long ago. That's why she was so conflicted. She was afraid that after meeting Cao Wenbin, she would not be able to resist the temptation of music and be. Chapter 217 The Whereabouts of the 9 Cauldrons. Go. Still not going. Pan Simin is very conflicted. But in the end, she still chose to go. There's nothing we can do, since Zhun Xiaoyao's eyes are full of anticipation. She really couldn't bring herself to refuse. And this is also a great opportunity for her. An opportunity to test Cao Wenbin's bottom line. Forget it, just make more preparations. In this way, as long as I don't want to, no one can do anything to me. I have to say that Pan Simin has indeed studied Cao Wenbin thoroughly. If she was unprepared and could be easily taken down, Cao Wenbin would definitely not waste time talking to her. Talk, sure, but we have to go inside and talk openly. Otherwise, what would you do if you were carrying a hidden weapon? After coming up with an idea, Pan Simin didn't hesitate. After discussing some details with Zhun Xiaoyao, she turned around and left. Not long after, a spatial fluctuation arose inside the Shangxia Inn. This is a sign of space being torn apart. Cousin, where is the stone tablet? Hurry up and take it out and let me see it. Don't say no. Otherwise, Sister Xiu will get mad. Originally, Lin Dong was planning to take credit for it. After all, this discovery is really important. But as soon as the word, Xiu, came out, he immediately wilted. There is no way, he can't afford to offend that great god. You're so cruel. He rolled his eyes helplessly, then waved his hand, and a stone tablet full of ancient atmosphere suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Judging from its appearance, it must be at least thousands of years old. What does it say? Did you find someone to translate? Lin Dong nodded gently. This is ancient witch writing. I don't know many people now. Fortunately, I have an expert in this field in my hands. And according to that person, what's recorded here is a dispute that happened over 8,000 years ago. At that time, the Wu clan had already declined. The few remaining members were escorting a large cauldron and preparing to migrate north. However, when they passed by this place, they were attacked by masters of the Zhongzhou clan. Although the Wu clan finally managed to break through the encirclement, the cauldron is nowhere to be found. It's suspected to have been taken away by the two-horned clan. Cao Wenbin's eyes lit up when he heard this. After such a long time, I finally heard the accurate information about the big tripod. But soon, his brows furrowed again. He sensed something was wrong. Did you find this steel in the wild or in a treasure house? Of course I found it in the treasure house. After all, who would go out into the wild for no reason? Lin Dong said this as a matter of course, with a look of indifference on his face. But Cao Wenbin's brows furrowed even more tightly. Treasure house. Doesn't that mean that Examen Qingfeng has also seen this stone tablet? If that's the case, then why doesn't he go looking for the 9 cauldrons? Compared to the area of their territory, the Examen family should need the 9 cauldrons more. Damn it, it's too early to kill. Cao Wenbin was a little helpless. If I had known this, I would have killed Examen Qingfeng later. But this feeling did not last long. Soon, he had a solution. Let's go to the two-horned tribe's territory first. It would be even better if we could find some clues. If I can't find it. In an instant, a hint of hostility emerged from Cao Wenbin. If the traces are erased, then he will send someone to threaten the Examen family. According to his estimation, as the leader of the Examen family this time, Examen Gui would know something more or less. After making a plan, Cao Wenbin didn't hesitate and stood up immediately. He is afraid of the long night and many dreams. But things in the world are often so unpredictable. The more things you have to do, the more they will pile up. Before he even walked out of the room, he bumped into a servant. What happened? Why are you so flustered? After taking a deep breath, the servant quickly said, Master Cao, there's a woman at the city gate. I want to see you by name. By the way, she also said her last name was Pan. As for her strength, I can't see through it. But judging from her aura, she should be no worse than the 3 elders of my Lin family. Even stronger. Cao Wenbin was stunned, but soon, he laughed. Is the fish hooked? That's right, even though they haven't met yet, he has already guessed who the person outside the city is. Is she alone? The servant nodded affirmatively. She is the only one. Not even an entourage. At this moment, the smile on Cao Wenbin's face became even more evil. Go and invite her over. Yes, I agreed very readily. Of course, action is more exciting. Just a few minutes later, a woman suddenly appeared in the room where Cao Wenbin was. It was none other than Pan Simin. Master Cao, we meet again. By the way, where is that girl Zhongzhou? Let her out quickly. I want to take her back. Obviously, Pan Simin didn't want to stay here any longer. So let's get straight to the point. But Cao Wenbin did not respond. Just keep staring at Pan Simin. It wasn't until Pan Simin's hair stood on end that he slowly said, Auntie Pan is truly as capable as any man. Honestly, you're the first strange woman who dares to come to see me alone. So, to repay your bravery, I've decided that I too will bravely venture into your forbidden territory. Don't talk much. The impact it can cause is unprecedented. Soon, a sound of breaking air was heard in the room. Soon, the beautiful Pan Simin became a canary in a cage. Auntie Pan, please. By the way, the conditions here are very simple. So I can only lend you a table. But with your strength, I don't think I'll need it. Despite being prepared, Pan Simin was still angered by Cao Wenbin's shamelessness. Does this kid really have no bottom line at all? When 2 countries are at war, they do not kill envoys. This is the most basic principle. But even though she was angry, her movements were not slow. The next moment, a rhythm suddenly appeared on her body. Then her body began to become illusory. Master Cao, you should let them leave. I'm not stupid. Since you dare to come, you must have made all the necessary preparations. Of course, if you insist on doing so, I will have no choice but to take my leave. Ah, the word, lust, is really a knife hanging over your head. For their own selfish desires, some people are about to miss out on a truly rare treasure. His eyes narrowed slightly. As a holder of the law of space, Cao Wenbin naturally knew the rhythm of Pan Simin's body. At the same time, he also understood that this woman really had the ability to leave at any time. But soon, he had no time to pay attention to anything else. All attention was drawn to the seal in Pan Simin's hand. Chapter 218 The Human King Stone is obtained. Human King Stone. Are you planning to use this to redeem Zhongzhou? Yes, my son is filial. You. Pan Simin was so angry at the word, my son, that her whole body was shaking. You are so shameless. Raise your own seniority. According to the rules of the fairyland, women follow men. In other words, in the current situation, Zhongzhou should be demoted, instead of Cao Wenbin being promoted. But while she was angry, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Because the 4 6th grade masters who were originally surrounding her had disappeared at this time. Obviously, after realizing that things couldn't be done, Cao Wenbin didn't force it. Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me whether to change or not. Silence. After a while, Cao Wenbin nodded and said, changed. I'll send someone to call Zhongzhou right away. But you'd better be mentally prepared, she's in a bad state. Pan Simin disagreed. In bad condition. This is what monks fear the most. Even if there is any damage, just treat it. His Jun family doesn't lack these little things. But after the serious business was over, Pan Simin soon fell into a dilemma. At this moment, she really wanted to talk to Cao Wenbin about music. But she didn't know how to start. After all, the two sides are enemies. It's neither reasonable nor moral for her to say this. What should I do? In an instant, a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on her delicate forehead. As time went by, she became more and more impatient. This is not because she is not cunning. This matter is really too important. An opportunity to enter the 10th level. It is no exaggeration to say that faced with this situation, no one in the entire fairyland could perform better than her. But as the saying goes, there is always a way out. Just when she was about to give up and look for another opportunity, Cao Wenbin actually took the initiative to speak. And what she said was exactly what she had been thinking about. Auntie Pan, you seem to have something to tell me. Let me guess, is this about blue and white porcelain? Pan Simin was stunned. Then a look of obsession appeared in his eyes. Blue and white porcelain. Is that the name of the song? So fitting. The voice of talking to oneself is very soft. But just as she finished muttering, Pan Simin was shocked to find that her state of mind had begun to loosen again. But this feeling comes quickly and goes away just as quickly. Before she could take advantage of the opportunity, the energy disappeared again. I can't stand it anymore. So, she didn't hesitate and immediately looked directly at Cao Wenbin. Mr. Cao guessed correctly, he just wanted to talk to you about songs. Tell me, what do I need to pay you to give me the complete blue and white porcelain? Very refreshing. What Pan Simin didn't expect was that Cao Wenbin was even more straightforward than her. As soon as she finished speaking, Cao Wenbin pointed his finger at the table. It's very simple. You just have to hold it. And don't look back. When everything is over, the second half of blue and white porcelain will naturally appear in your ears. You. Without any suspense, Pan Simin's body began to tremble again. Or a table. There's something wrong with you. Do you have such a special liking for tables? But before she could say anything, Cao Wenbin snapped his fingers lightly. Then, outside the room, a burst of music suddenly sounded. It is you who kissed the pen and dyed the tears in the corners of my eyes. It's still a tone I've never heard before. Still of such high quality. So, the power in Pan Simin's body began to stir again. But Pan Simin, who benefited from it, was not happy at all. Instead, she tried her best to suppress it. Because she knew that this was another fish hook. Once she bites it, she will really have to hold the table. Sure enough, the previous situation happened again. The musician who was playing still only played half of it. Then it just stopped. Auntie Pan, please stop struggling. Just think about it, holding up a table every time in exchange for a chance to break through. What a bargain. How about this, if you're willing to give in today, I'll give you both songs on a buy one get one free deal. How about that? After taking a deep breath, Pan Simin shook his head decisively. Actually, she was also very moved. Just as Cao Wenbin said, exchanging one table for a chance to advance is definitely a very cost-effective deal. If it were someone else, they would definitely not hesitate and would agree immediately. Even if the person who said this was not Cao Wenbin, Pan Simin would not have taken the blame. After all, she is a woman, who would really care about this? What's the difference between one more or one less? But if the person who said this was Cao Wenbin, it would be completely different. If something really happened between the two of them, she would never be able to return to the Jun family. Yes, if neither of them says anything, then no one will know. But she can promise not to tell it. But what about Cao Wenbin? Pan Simin even guessed what Cao Wenbin would do. I don't usually use it. But at the critical moment, he immediately made it public, causing the Jun family to fall into civil strife. Master Cao, don't waste your energy. Your conspiracy will never succeed. I just don't believe it. Without your music, I can't reach level 10. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the door. Coincidentally, at this moment, Zhongzhou also arrived. So, his body paused slightly, and then an expression of disbelief appeared on Pan Simin's face. How could it turn out like this? Charm. The ultimate charm. Walk with your legs wide apart. You can tell at a glance. To be honest, if it weren't for that face and that aura, Pan Simin would never have believed that the person slowly walking towards her was Zhongzhou. Damn, even if she's the top girl in a brothel, she wouldn't be so promiscuous. Cao Wenbin, are you still a human being? You've tortured such a good girl into this state. Look back suddenly. At this moment, Pan Simin was like a powder keg. If she wasn't careful, it would probably explode. But Cao Wenbin doesn't care at all. Why, are you envious? Don't worry, it won't be long before you become like this too. You're dreaming. After a roar, she disappeared with Zhongzhou. Of course, before that, she also handed over the human king stone. As for not handing it over, she can't afford the consequences. As they disappeared, a sly smile appeared on Cao Wenbin's lips again. Zhongzhou, please don't let me down. Otherwise, you won't get anything the next time we meet. Chapter 219 The Woman Who Never Opens Her Eyes. The episode was very entertaining. But since he failed to keep Pan Simin, Cao Wenbin naturally wouldn't stay with Lin Dong for too long. After all, what's the fun in being with a grown man? You're not a child anymore. So, after a brief explanation, Cao Wenbin decisively took his men away. As for where to go, that is naturally the Sand City where the Two-Horned clan is located. Of course, the owner of Sand City had already changed by now. The ruler there has become the young master of Tianji Pavilion. A girl who has never opened her eyes. It is said that this woman has a body that can reach the sky, which is rare in 10,000 years. Born to master the art of Kimandunjia. The reason why she never opens her eyes is because her eyes can see the future. You can only open your eyes 3 times in your lifetime. Once it exceeds the limit, it will inevitably suffer backlash from heaven and earth, and even gods cannot save it. That's interesting. While on the road, Cao Wenbin was not idle either. I have been studying this potential opponent named Mengluo. Yes, at this moment, he is indeed the number one among the younger generation. This is recognized. But so what? How could someone who is chosen as the successor by the immortal forces be an easy person? If you are not careful, you may end up in a ditch. Therefore, Cao Wenbin's strategy has always been to despise the enemy on a macro level. But tactically, be extremely cautious. And the facts have proved that this woman is indeed worthy of his attention. Just when he was still 100 miles away from the Sand City, he suddenly stopped. It's not that he's in danger. It wasn't that the road ahead was too difficult, but that he heard the sound of a piano. It is you who kissed the pen and dyed the tears in the corners of my eyes. String play. Of course, if that's all, then it's nothing. After all, he had someone play this piece before, so if you're willing, it's not difficult to get it. But what really confused Cao Wenbin was that the other party played a full set of silk-threading drama. Is this another encounter with a fellow villager? In an instant, all of Cao Wenbin's attention was directed to the direction where the sound came from. That's a sand dune. Very ordinary. However, the woman sitting on it, gently playing the piano, is not ordinary at all. She was wearing a white dress and looked ethereal. The mouth and nose are extremely delicate. As for the eyes and eyebrows, this is not yet observable, because they are all covered by a white ribbon. Mengluo. Although it was the first time they met, Cao Wenbin was able to immediately identify her identity based on her unique outfit. And when Cao Wenbin said the name Mengluo, the woman finally spoke. I really didn't expect that Master Cao actually has such talent. In order to pick up a woman, he actually created this magical song called Qi Si Shi. His brows furrowed slightly, but in my heart, I breathed a sigh of relief. Things were not what he thought. After all, if the other party is a fellow villager, he would not say that the silk-pulling opera was created by him. Did you figure out the title and the sequel to the song? Meng Luo did not deny it. That's right, I just made a calculation when I was bored. That's why I'm here. The sound is very clear and full of joy. It looked as if he was reminiscing with an old friend. Unfortunately, Cao Wenbin didn't buy it. After using the space technique to get to the other person's side, Cao Wenbin directly reached out and pinched the woman's chin. Girl, since you are so good at calculating, why don't you consider the consequences of doing this? Do you know that anyone who ruins my good deeds will never have a good ending? Except for my mother, there have been no accidents so far. As the voice fell, murderous intent arose. That's right, Cao Wenbin really wanted to kill. After all, if the song just now were to get out, his plan for Pan Simin would be completely ineffective. This is something he absolutely will not allow. However, Mengluo was not panicked at all. Don't be nervous, Mr. Cao. I have nothing to do with the Jun family. You and I know the song I just sang, but it will never reach the ears of anyone else. Besides, if something really happens, just take me back. My appearance is not worse than Pan Simin's, right? Very sincere explanation. But the murderous aura on Cao Wenbin became even stronger. He hated the look on this woman's face. It seems as if everything is under his control. I only believe in the dead. Because anything that breathes can't keep a secret. While speaking, energy was slowly condensing in Cao Wenbin's hands. And very quickly, the energy exploded. Boom. Without any suspense, Mengluo was immediately blown into a sky full of stars. But Cao Wenbin, who seemed to have succeeded, had a frown on his face. As for the reason, how can a good person become a star? Puppetry. I never thought that Meng Luo, at such a young age, has already mastered the supreme secret technique of the Tianji Pavilion. But what on earth is her purpose in doing this? Frowning. But before he could figure out what was going on, a burst of light suddenly burst out from the sand city in the distance. Chapter 220. Even the wisest man can make mistakes. Cao Wenbin naturally recognized this glow. A sign that the innate magic weapon is about to recognize its master. He has experienced this 3 times recently. So very quickly, he understood everything. It turns out that Meng Luo's purpose was to delay him. This will buy time for refining the 9 cauldrons. As for why the 9 cauldrons weren't taken away. The innate magic weapons are all very unique. For example, the Kunlun mirror before it recognizes its master, no one can touch it. Bitch. Don't let me catch you, or you'll be afraid. Cao Wenbin's face is very dark. Of course, even though he was scolding, his actions were not slow. After a few breaths, he brought his men to the outside of the sand city. Buzz. Unsurprisingly, the city defense formation was open. And there are 3 large formations. Obviously, this was arranged in advance. Smash it for me. Yes. The 6th grade emperors brought by Cao Wenbin did not hesitate and attacked the city defense formation with all their strength. Boom. The formation is very powerful. Judging from the hardness, the 3 emperors of Tianji Pavilion should have been involved. But this is not a problem for Nightingale and others. After all, there are so many of them. Boom. Boom. 2 minutes later, the first formation was broken. 5 minutes later, the second formation was broken. To be honest, this speed is not slow. But Cao Wenbin was waiting extremely anxiously. Because if we continue at this pace, by the time the 3rd formation is damaged, the opportunity will probably be lost. But just as he was thinking about how to shorten the time to break the formation, a sound of shattering suddenly came into his ears. He raised his head in surprise, and then Cao Wenbin was delighted to find that the 3rd formation had disappeared. Master, it's done. According to my estimation, the Tianji Pavilion must have run out of resources when setting up this third formation. That's why this anticlimactic scene happened. He nodded with a smile on his face. Cao Wenbin doesn't care what the reason is. All he needs to know is that the road ahead is clear, that's all. But just as he was about to rush into the city, three figures suddenly appeared on the city wall. Old fellows, stop them. I don't think I need to tell you how important the 9 cauldrons are. With it, our overall strength can be increased by at least 10%. And the young master has done everything he can. The rest is up to us. The person who is speaking is in good health and has plenty of energy and vitality. But there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he was attacked by the formation. However, even though he was injured, his words were very inflammatory. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 6th-grade emperors standing with him, plus the other emperors of Tianji Pavilion, rushed over together. Stop it. It is not difficult to see that they have all been prepared for death. Unfortunately, momentum can't make up for the gap between the two sides. Although most people were stopped. But when Cao Wenbin stepped into the Sand City, he was still accompanied by a 6th-rank official. And he is the strongest nightingale among them. Master, Sand City is so big, we don't have enough time to search. Nightingale is a little anxious. But an evil smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Cao Wenbin's mouth. Searching. Why are we looking? Just destroy this place. The 9 cauldrons won't be damaged anyway, as for the others. Whether he lives or dies, what does it have to do with me? The words were very calm. But the nightingale who heard it was shocked. Destroy this place completely. How many people would die then? But soon, she calmed down. Then a giant hand covering the sky appeared above the Sand City. And as time goes by, it becomes more and more solid. No, you devil, stop it right now. Aren't you afraid of divine punishment for slaughtering the people? The roars came one after another. Of course, the person who spoke was not from Tianji Pavilion, but the natives of Sand City. Unfortunately, Cao Wenbin was not moved at all. And they couldn't resist. After all, the 6th rank is not a vegetarian. The momentum alone is enough to suppress these small fry. Boom. Soon, the giant hand that covered the sky fell directly into the Sand City. As for the consequences, houses collapsed in large numbers. The original roar turned into a groan. That's right, Nightingale finally held back. But Cao Wenbin didn't say anything. Because the goal has been achieved. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived in front of an altar. It can be seen that this was originally supposed to be a palace. But at this time, it has turned into rubble. But the altar was intact. Mengluo and Juding on it didn't even touch a speck of dust. As expected, you are the number 1 among the younger generation. Master Cao is indeed decisive. What a pity. You are still 1 step behind. I will accept these 9 cauldrons. You may not believe this, but everything that just happened was within my expectations. Including you ordering the destruction of the city. Originally, Cao Wenbin was planning to destroy the altar. But before he could do anything, Meng Luo, who was raising Juding, suddenly spoke. Immediately afterwards, a divine light appeared on the bodies of Juding and Mengluo. Recognition of the master is completed. And as I predicted, you couldn't stop me in the end. Everything I arranged just bought me enough time. Killing people and destroying their hearts. I have to say, this woman is really crazy. And Cao Wenbin smiled. Mengluo, do you think you've got it? And then, have you forgotten what happened next? Meng Luo curled her lips. Is there still need to calculate? Master Cao, who is well informed, should be able to demonstrate the function of these 9 cauldrons better than anyone else. It not only protects its owner automatically. It can even bring its owner with it and travel freely across this land. No object or formation can stop it. Of course, although her face was full of arrogance, Mengluo's heart was very empty. Know your own business. It's not that she doesn't want to calculate, but she simply can't calculate it. In the future she glimpsed, everything became hazy since Cao Wenbin arrived by her side. But she didn't take it seriously. Just as she said, Juding's ability to protect its master is extremely strong. With it, as long as she is still on this continent, even if she is a 6th-grade cultivator, there is no way to catch her. There shouldn't be any surprises. After recalling all the details again, Mengluo breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, she discovered that Cao Wenbin's smile became even more evil. What on earth does this guy want to do? A man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. In an instant, a bad premonition arose in Meng Luo's heart. Then she prepared to let Juding take her away. In her opinion, if I can't afford to offend you, can I avoid you? But soon, she discovered with horror that the 9 cauldrons no longer obeyed her commands. And the connection between her and Juding is getting weaker and weaker. She tried to resist, but it's of no use. No matter what method she used, Juding was slowly moving away from her. Finally, a situation occurred that made her confused. The 9 cauldrons that she had conquered with great effort had become ownerless again. That's impossible. But even though she was questioning it, her heart was as clear as a mirror. She lost. Defeated by the law of time. No wonder the future I see is so blurry. I didn't expect this guy's law of time to be so terrifying. It can actually reverse time and space. The smile is bitter. But she didn't give up. With a flash of his body, he pounced directly towards the 9 cauldrons. She has paid so much, there is no way back. A mayfly shakes a tree. Certainly. Cao Wenbin's face was full of disdain. Among his peers, only Zhun Xiaoyao could barely fight with him, the rest were all ants. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Look, with just one word, fixed, Meng Luo, the favored child of heaven that the entire Tianji pavilion was proud of, was directly fixed in the air. Can't go up, can't go down. Tell me, which road do you think is more congested? I'm in a good mood today, so I can help you for free. Chapter 221. Keeping Together for Warmth. Part 1. You dare. I am the only heir to the Tianji pavilion. If you dare to do anything to me, my ancestor will never let you go. After listening to Cao Wenbin's words, a look of horror suddenly appeared on Meng Luo's face. She is not afraid of death. But she was afraid of losing her virginity. Because she likes women and hates men. As long as he's a man, even if it's her father, she will still hate him. Because of this, she really didn't dare to think about what would happen if Cao Wenbin. The picture is so beautiful. If it really happened, she would probably go crazy. But Cao Wenbin doesn't care who you are. He is not Sun Wukong. You've been pinned down, how can you escape? Ancestor of Tianji Pavilion. Just let her come. By the way, if I remember correctly, she seems to be a woman. That's perfect, it'll save you from crying for your parents later. If you have more people to share the burden with, you'll suffer less. Meng Luo was speechless. This guy is crazy. You have to know that the ancestor of her Tianji pavilion is the supreme being. An ant who has just entered the holy realm is coveting the body of the supreme being. Is this definitely not a joke? But how could she know that, let alone thinking about it, there were more than one supreme who had been reserved by Cao Wenbin? What do you mean? Since you don't choose, I'll do what I like. While speaking, Cao Wenbin also came to Meng Luo's side, and then his evil big hand slowly stretched out. Don't want. This time, Meng Luo was even more frightened. Then, she was ready to expose herself. But Cao Wenbin's move was to freeze her in terms of time, which was extremely advanced. Therefore, her body simply does not obey her commands. So, she was desperate. But just when she didn't know what to do, a female voice suddenly came into their ears. Mr. Cao, could you please wait a moment? Everyone says you don't like lowly good wives. In that case, auntie, I'll exchange myself for Meng Luo. I think you won't refuse. Look back suddenly. Then excitement appeared in Cao Wenbin's eyes. It's not that this woman is so beautiful. It wasn't the word, auntie, that aroused his interest, but Wan Mailu was moved. Although her ranking is only comparable to Chen Xiaohua, it is enough to make Cao Wenbin excited. After all, he had obtained a Peak Supreme Experience card from Chen Xiaohua. However, unlike Cao Wenbin's excitement, Meng Luo became anxious after hearing these words. Don't want. Mom, run. This guy is not human. You're not saving me, you're killing me. The more she spoke, the paler Meng Luo's face became. Because she had spied on Cao Wenbin, she knew very well how powerful this scumbag was. Although her mother is an experienced person, her experience is nothing compared to her strength. But just as she was trying to suppress her shame and prepare to explain, Cao Wenbin suddenly snapped his fingers. As a result, her language ability was directly deprived. I have to say, the law of time is indeed overbearing. He can crush those of the same level, and can easily control those who are weaker than him. Without this troublemaker, the communication between the remaining two people immediately became much smoother. Auntie, may I ask your name? My name is Jin Yuer. You can call me Sister Yuer. Okay, the name is just a code name. Just tell me whether you agree with my proposal or not. Cao Wenbin smiled. And the more he laughs, the more evil he becomes. At the same time, his hands quickly wrapped around Jin Yuer's waist. Sister Yuer, I really have no reason to agree to you. After all, you've already come to my door. You can't escape no matter what. If that's the case, then why should I put shackles on myself? Jin Yuer was stunned. Then her face turned pale. The reason she came out was because she was eager to save her daughter. After all, she knows her daughter better than anyone else. But unexpectedly, not only did he fail, but he also got himself into trouble. So, she subconsciously wanted to run. But her strength is not even as good as Mengluo's, so why run? That's just a daydream. Look, although her brain issued the command, her body did not move. It looked as if he was waiting for something. And Cao Wenbin did not disappoint her. Soon, a carriage appeared in the ruins. If Zhongzhou were here, she would definitely feel very close. The 9th continent is very big, but to the top leaders, it is very small. Look, Cao Wenbin's story isn't over yet. The Sand City was broken, the 9 cauldrons fell into Cao Wenbin's hands, and the story of Jin Yuer sacrificing herself to save her daughter has already spread among the geniuses. Shangxia Inn. Bang! The moment he got the news, Zhun Xiaoyao smashed the table in front of him to pieces. He doesn't have much connection with Tianji Pavilion. The life and death of this force has nothing to do with him. But he couldn't accept that Cao Wenbin had become stronger again. That guy is already perverted enough, and now he has another 9 cauldrons. How can he play with it? Yes, he got a thunder pearl. It is also an innate treasure. But how can this thing be compared with the 9 cauldrons? The two sides are not in the same league at all. No, I have to find some help. Now that the 9 cauldrons have fallen into Cao Wenbin's hands, the 9th continent can no longer belong to him. Even if my Zhun family can't benefit from this, we absolutely cannot let the Cao family take advantage of it again. Thinking of this, Zhun Xiaoyao immediately prepared to send out invitations to heroes. But before he could take any action, a greeting suddenly came from outside the inn. Is Brother Zhun here? I, Chu Yuchuan, request an audience. Is it inconvenient for you? And this is not an isolated case. In the following period of time, 8 calls for a meeting were heard one after another outside the inn. Chapter 222, Keeping Each Other Warm. Part 2. As more and more people came to visit, the originally empty inn lobby gradually became lively. We are all smart people. Although there are more or less some conflicts between everyone, no one will mention it at this time. Everyone has only one goal, and that is to unite as soon as possible. Then drive the Cao group out of the 9th continent. The Cao family already occupies 3/10 of the Fairyland's land, and they will never allow the Cao family to go any further. But after chatting for a while, everyone's brows began to frown unconsciously. Because they suddenly discovered that although they had a large number of people and were quite united, their integrated strength was not much stronger than that of the Cao group. Damn, if we had known this would happen, we should have joined forces before Brother Examen and Mengluo were destroyed. In this way, that Cao guy won't have a chance to resist at all. This is the voice of everyone. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. But at this moment, Chu Yuchuan, who arrived first, suddenly spoke. It seems that Mengluo and the people she brought with her haven't left the 9th continent yet. What do you think? Can we contact her secretly and have her act as our accomplice? The sound is not loud. But the effect is surprisingly good. Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. This idea is feasible. If it succeeds, it will definitely cause considerable damage to Cao Wenbin. But just when they were about to discuss what specific actions to take, Zhun Xiaoyao directly poured a bucket of cold water on them. You'd better give up this idea as soon as possible. Playing dirty tricks with Cao Wenbin. Do you think your life is too long, or do you think your mother is too idle and want to find something for her to do? I can tell you responsibly that Mengluo has definitely sided with Cao Wenbin. There's no possibility of her defecting. This was said very seriously. His expression is also extremely serious. As an opponent, Zhun Xiaoyao does not admire Cao Wenbin's strength. After all, he is not weak. I also don't admire Cao Wenbin's luck. But I admire Cao Wenbin's method of controlling women to the extreme. This guy is simply a woman's nemesis. Among the women he caught, except Zhongzhou, it seems that no one has been able to escape so far. As soon as he opened his mouth, the other geniuses immediately looked over. Then, Brother Jun, what do you think we should do? A faint smile. It was obvious that Jun Xiaoyao had already thought of a countermeasure. If you ask me, we'd better avoid their attack. Since Cao Wenbin is difficult to deal with, let's just look for Lin Dong. As long as we can cut the Gordian knot quickly, the advantage will be back in our hands. The geniuses were even more excited. No one likes to chew on a hard bone. Since there is a soft persimmon, why not squeeze it? But soon, the brows of the geniuses began to frown again. Although the plan is good, it has an obvious loophole. That is how to stop Cao Wenbin from coming back to help. No matter how fast their swords are, they are definitely not as fast as the emperor's feet. Even though Lin Dong was a nobody, the power he controlled was not just for show. With so many people, even if they don't resist, it will be enough for them to kill for a while. However, before they could even ask their questions, Jun Xiaoyao laughed again. I know what you are worried about. Since this plan was proposed by me, then the hardest bone should naturally be chewed by me. I am not talented, but I am no match for Cao. But I still have the ability to hold him back for a while. At this point, all the geniuses were completely speechless. The only one who is unhappy may be Chu Yuchuan. He is very conceited. In his opinion, his strategy was no worse than Jun Xiaoyao's. Even better. As for what Jun Xiaoyao said about Meng Luo not being able to rebel. This is pure bullshit. That is revenge for humiliating my mother. How can I let go so easily? Do you think Cao Wenbin is a god? Humph, since you guys don't want to do it, I'll do it myself. With this trump card, I will definitely shock you all. I want the world to know that among the younger generation, there are more than just Jun Xiaoyao and Cao Wenbin. Name: Jin Yuer. Identity: young lady of the immortal power Tianji Pavilion. Strength: early quasi-saint. Appearance score: 94. Loyalty: 91. This person is extremely obsessed with the leader, even unable to extricate themselves. This is a miracle in the history of friendly communication. Note: this woman is very important to Meng Luo. Controlling her is equivalent to controlling Meng Luo. Therefore, she is worth the investment of the list owner. Wordless Heavenly Book, a rare item second only to innate magic weapons. It can help people see into the future, incredibly magical. In the hands of someone proficient in Kimin Dunjia, it can exert miraculous effects. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Why does this reward seem to be prepared for Meng Luo? Could it be that Wan Mailu was afraid that she didn't have a gift for the meeting? So, his gaze subconsciously fell on Meng Luo. Cao Wenbin dared to swear to heaven that at this moment, he really had no distracting thoughts. But when he moved, both Jin Yuer and Meng Luo became nervous instantly. Jin Yuer, who was already exhausted, directly grabbed his arm. This is all the strength Jin Yuer has. Wenbin, please consider this as a plea from your auntie. Please let Meng Luo go for now. If you haven't had enough. Having said that, Jin Yuer bit her lip. Then, an expression of preparation for heroic sacrifice appeared on the little face. But before she could speak, Cao Wenbin interrupted her with a wave of his hand. What are you thinking? The reason I looked at Meng Luo was because I was thinking about what gift I should give her. The two women were stunned. But just a few breaths later, Meng Luo's face was filled with disgust again. No one wants your welcome gift. Cao, remember this, I will avenge you for today's shame sooner or later. The tone is extremely firm. But as soon as she finished speaking, Jin Yuer's slightly dissatisfied voice suddenly came into her ears. How dare you talk to your little daddy like that, kid? Apologize to him immediately. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Stunned, Meng Luo, who could calculate everything, was completely shut down. After a long while, she finally stammered, "Little daddy. Mom, are you sure you're not kidding me? This guy is 1 year younger than me." Meng Luo really hopes that this is just a dream. So, she pinched herself with anticipation. As for the results, hiss, I took a breath of cold air. Then she lowered her head dejectedly. She accepted her fate. Just be little daddy. As long as mother is happy. I guess I'm holding onto someone's thigh. Just as she was daydreaming, a book suddenly appeared in front of her. This is. At the beginning, Meng Luo was still calm. But as her attention was focused on the book, she jumped up instantly. It's not that she's not cunning, nor that she hasn't seen good things. This wordless book is really suitable for her. This thing is tailor-made for her. For me. He nodded gently. That's right. It's both a meeting gift and a betrothal gift. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin hugged Jin Yuer and left. Since the hint said that this woman was worth investing in, he naturally couldn't slack off. He is a man who listens to advice. Meng Luo fell into confusion again. Bride price. Whose betrothal gift? Chapter 223 Meng Luo's methods. Inside a tent, Meng Luo was flipping through the wordless book in a trance. Yes, this silly girl was fascinated by a book without words. One look and you'll spend the whole day. It was not until the moon was high in the sky that she came to her senses. Well, this book is really amazing. If I had gotten it earlier, how could I have lost so miserably in the Battle of Sand City? With a helpless sigh, Meng Luo then prepared to stand up and move around. But before she could turn her thoughts into actions, her brows suddenly furrowed. As for the reason, this Cao guy is such a beast. How many hours has it been? Heartbroken. I feel so sad. But she couldn't do anything. After all, she is just a junior. There is no reason to speak. But soon, she no longer had time to pay attention to this. Because of a little fluorescent light, it suddenly merged into her sea of consciousness. There was a gleam in her eyes, and then she disappeared from the spot. When it appeared, it was already 100 miles away. Avenger Makawa. You are. A calm smile. Chu Yuchuan was extremely excited at this moment. Since Meng Luo can come here, it means that his plan has a great chance of success. Meng Luo, I came here to help you and your mother escape from the sea of suffering. You may not know this yet, but the remaining geniuses have formed an alliance to drive out Cao. Now everything is ready, all we need is your support. As long as you are willing to cooperate with us, this Cao guy will definitely be defeated. Then not only will you be free, but your mother will also be. The more he talked, the more excited Chu Yuchuan became. But Meng Luo didn't listen at all. After confirming that the guy in front of her was looking for trouble, a murderous look immediately appeared in her eyes. Just as it was mentioned in the introduction, Meng Luo attaches great importance to Jin Yuer. Yes, Cao Wenbin's method of getting Jin Yuer was indeed despicable. But so what? The joy in the voice can't be faked. The name, Little Daddy, was also uttered subconsciously. All signs indicate that her mother can no longer live without Cao Wenbin. In this case, in her opinion, she and Cao Wenbin are already in the same boat. Anyone who wants to destroy this relationship is the enemy. So, is everything you said true? You really formed an alliance. By the way, did Zhun Xiaoyao participate? I have to say, women are indeed born actors. Look, with just a few words and some subtle expressions, Chu Yuchuan was fooled. I guarantee with my life that everything I just said is true. As for Zhun Xiaoyao, at this point, Chu Yuchuan subconsciously curled his lips. That guy has been abused by Cao Wenbin so many times, naturally he won't refuse to cooperate with us. Meng Luo was overjoyed, and then quickly walked towards Chu Yuchuan. Judging from his appearance, he obviously wants to get closer first and then discuss the details. And Chu Yuchuan obviously thinks so too. Besides, what man can resist the closeness of a beautiful woman? So, reality soon taught him a very vivid lesson. There is a knife hanging over your head when it comes to lust. You want to take advantage. But what they want is to kill you. Go to hell. After feeling that the distance was about right, Meng Luo took action directly. And right from the start, he used his famous skills. Ice is the best in the world. No defense at all. By the time Chu Yuchuan reacted, the icy air carrying the power of the law had already reached his chest. Bang! Wow! The sounds of explosion and vomiting blood were heard one after another. Although Chu Yuchuan was carrying many defensive magic weapons, this blow still cost him half his life. Meng Luo, you bitch. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? I came to save you out of kindness, and this is how you repay me. After tidying up her clothes a little, Meng Luo's smile was still as sweet as ever. Save me. Where did you get that from? Did I send you a distress signal, or did I ask someone to send you a message? It seems like there is none. I'm living well here, and you suddenly come in and interfere. How can I not take action? Chu Yuchuan's originally handsome face swelled up like a monkey's butt. Are you living well? In an instant, Zhun Xiaoyao's words appeared in his mind. No woman can escape from Cao Wenbin's palm. Originally, he still didn't believe it. But now, bitch. You're a pure bitch. You're going crazy because you're short of men. It's only been a short time, and you've already been conquered by that Cao. Chu Yuchuan cursed happily. But soon, he panicked. Because Meng Luo was already walking over with a dark face. Ancestor, save me. Don't talk much. But the effect is amazing. Just a few breaths later, 3 figures appeared near the 2 of them. All of them are 6th grade. It is obvious that Chu Yuchuan also came prepared. However, his backup plan didn't work at all. Before the 3 of them could even make a move, 8 more people suddenly appeared beside them. It was the 3 6th rank officials from Tianji Pavilion, plus the 5 people brought by Cao Wenbin. How is this possible? Chu Yuchuan's face was full of disbelief. You know, he has set up a barrier nearby. Although it is very simple, it can still isolate spiritual consciousness and sound. So these people definitely didn't come here because they realized something was wrong. But they had been lying in ambush nearby. Damn, what a scheming woman. Of course, no matter how much he was scolded, his body was extremely honest. Since the ancestor can no longer be relied upon, he can only run away on his own. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is very bleak. If he were in his prime, Meng Luo would really not be able to stop him. After all, apart from Cao Wenbin and Zhun Xiaoyao, the rest of the geniuses are actually just as good as each other. But now, Meng Luo, do you still want to keep me? Don't forget, behind me is immortality. You simply can't afford the consequences of killing me. Looking at Meng Luo who always appears in front of him, Chu Yuchuan panicked. What terrified him even more was that the 6th grade battle over there was actually a fight with real swords and guns. There is no intention of holding back. He knew exactly what this meant. Can't afford it. Chu Yuchuan, even at this point, you still can't see the situation clearly. So silly and cute. Boom. Chu Yuchuan, who was forced to retreat again, smiled bitterly. Stupid. He is not stupid. He just doesn't want to face reality. Aren't you so unscrupulous just because you rely on Cao Wenbin's support? No, we absolutely can't go on like this. Otherwise, I really won't be able to leave. After gritting his teeth, Chu Yuchuan rushed towards the northwest regardless of anything. This time, he didn't add any defensive measures for himself. All the strength is concentrated on the legs. He intends to exchange his injury for his life. And the result also made Chu Yuchuan happy. Meng Luo seemed to have not expected him to be so decisive, so he easily broke through the blockade. Although he would definitely get beaten hard once his back was exposed. But he doesn't care. Huh, I finally escaped. The corners of the mouth gradually curled up. But at this moment, the sound of cutting flesh suddenly came into his ears. Then, he discovered that there was a crystal clear scream in his heart. Is this the frost blade? Chu Yuchuan was confused. Because this is another of Meng Luo's special tricks. If you want to use it, you must charge it. That is to say, you actually need to be prepared. Chu Yuchuan wants to turn back. Unfortunately, he can no longer do it. Because the frost blade in his chest exploded directly. Chapter 224 Pan Simin's Decision. Part 1. Bang. Waste. Pure trash. It's okay that he sought death himself, but he actually took away 3 6th grade. Looking at the information in his hand, Zhun Xiaoyao's face almost turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He would never have thought that even though he had made his words so clearly, Chu Yuchuan would still try to instigate rebellion. How can people be so stupid? Of course, he was angry, but he soon calmed down. After all, getting angry won't solve anything. It might even make things worse. Aunt Pan, except for this idiot named Chu, everyone else should be proceeding according to plan. Pan Simin nodded gently. Among those 8 people, only this one is so high profile. The rest are very honest. Calculating the time, they are almost reaching Qingzhou. I believe there will be good news soon. By the way, Xiaoyao, how do you plan to stop that Cao guy? If we fight head-on, we won't be able to stop them. No hiding. Although in front of other geniuses, Zhun Xiaoyao appeared very calm. It's like Cao Wenbin has been defeated. But in front of your own people, there is no need to act like a fool. If we fight head-on, we're definitely no match for them. Auntie Pan, I won't hide it from you. Actually, I have a magical gadget that can summon my men. It can be summoned once every 3 days. That's how Chinger got here. Originally, if I had been luckier, then by now, our overall strength should be no worse than that of the Cao camp. I never thought. Zhun Xiaoyao's smile was bitter. However, he did not complain about his fate. Because if you really think about it, his luck is actually not bad. Not only did he summon several 4th and 5th grade emperors. The rest are all 1st and 2nd grade. If this is released, it will definitely be a force that cannot be underestimated. Pity. Master, are you sure you're not joking? Although Zhun Xiaoyao's tone was very calm, Pan Simin was completely stunned. From ancient times to the present, countless talented people have appeared in the fairyland. All kinds of incredible methods are emerging one after another. But the only thing that has never appeared is the ability to create living things. In the eyes of all living beings, creating living things is God's means. Mortals have no way of getting involved. But now, Auntie Pan, look, no explanation, it's time to summon. Therefore, Zhun Xiaoyao prepared to perform on the spot. After all, seeing is believing. The next moment, a small stone tablet appeared in front of the two people. Immediately afterwards, Zhun Xiaoyao crushed an emperor fruit. Buzz. As the fruit pulp was absorbed, the monument to heroes immediately began to tremble. Not long after, a woman who was only about 1.5 meters tall and wearing a green princess dress suddenly emerged from the monument to heroes. Your servant Lu Zhu greets the master. Lowly. 6th grade. Zhun Xiaoyao was overjoyed. He really didn't expect that at this critical moment, the monument to the heroes would come to his rescue. As for Pan Simin, she was completely stunned. Real. Everything is true. This inconspicuous stone tablet actually summoned a 6th rank emperor. 6th rank, this is the 6th rank. This kind of person is a backbone even in the immortal forces. If you want to cultivate one normally, the price you have to pay is extremely terrifying. But now, all you have to pay is one emperor fruit. No wonder you've been collecting imperial fruits all this time. So it's all because of this. By the way, Xiaoyao, can this stone tablet only summon a 6th grade creature at most? He shook his head gently. I have only summoned a 6th grade one at most. But according to the rules, it is possible for a supreme being to appear. Of course, the probability of this is extremely low. It might even be a joke. In an instant, Pan Simin's expression became solemn. Even though Zhun Xiaoyao said, summoning the supreme might just be a joke. But there is still a chance, right? Once anything involves the supreme, it cannot be overemphasized no matter how much importance is attached to it. Reaching out to hold Zhun Xiaoyao's shoulders, Xiaoyao, give up this place. Now that you have this thing, the 9th continent is of no importance to us. Next, we just need to develop with peace of mind. If you could summon a... No, even if it's just one supreme, the situation in this fairyland will change immediately. What you said makes a lot of sense. But Zhun Xiaoyao's face was full of helplessness. The monument to heroes has been in his hands for a long time. How could he not have considered this strategy? But in the end, he gave up. As for the reason, Auntie Pan, although the emperor fruit is not a top-tier resource, it is not something from the mainland either. With the territory we currently control, if we don't expand, we will definitely not be able to supply the heroic monument. So no matter what, we must take control of this 9th continent. Slightly stunned. Then Pan Simin also reacted. Yes, although she doesn't think highly of the emperor fruit, to be honest, there don't seem to be that many of them. Then how do you plan to hold Cao Wenbin back? There was a flash of pain in his eyes. But Zhun Xiaoyao is Zhun Xiaoyao after all, he never drags his feet. The next moment, a burst of golden light burst out from his body. This is a precursor to kidney removal. Seeing this scene, Pan Simin immediately bit her lip. He looked as if he had made up his mind. Chapter 225 Pan Simin's Decision. Part 2. Shangxia Inn, rooftop. Zhongzhou was staring at the starry sky in a daze. This is what she has to do every night since she was redeemed. As for what she is thinking, only God knows. But at this moment, Xiao Ru, are you free? I want to talk to you about something. The body trembled. Then, a look of panic appeared on Zhongzhou's little face. He looked as if he had done something wrong. Sister Pan, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. What else are we talking about? It's not hard to see that she feels guilty. Fortunately, Pan Simin was also preoccupied today, so she didn't notice anything unusual. This will cost you a lot, so naturally I have to talk to you. Then go ahead, Sister Pan. I'm all ears. Zhongzhou is very well behaved. But Pan Simin was in trouble. After all, what she wanted to say was really hard to say. But when she thought of Zhun Xiaoyao's weak appearance after forcing out his kidney, she immediately hardened her heart. That guy surnamed Cao must be obsessed with you. If I let you go back to Cao Wenbin, how many days can you let him get lost? Slightly stunned. Then Zhongzhou's mind unconsciously emerged the situation when she was with Cao Wenbin. Let Cao Wenbin get lost for a few days. What a joke. Shouldn't you ask her how many days she was lost? Of course, although she thought so, she didn't say it out loud. Taking advantage of her blushing face, she immediately asked back, Sister Pan, why are you asking this? How embarrassing. Pan Simin smiled awkwardly. Of course she didn't want to ask. But reality is forcing her to ask. Now we are in adversity. If we want to turn the tables, we must stop Cao Wenbin here. But you also know our strength. If you force it, it's like hitting a rock with an egg. So we have to find another way. Although Xiaoyao has a countermeasure, I don't think the effect will be very good. Therefore, Pan Simin didn't say it clearly. But Zhongzhou understood it instantly. You want me to use my honey trap, so that Cao Wenbin can stay here. Zhongzhou was ecstatic. For her, this is simply pie in the sky. Why has she been so depressed these days? Isn't it because some part of your body is uncomfortable? However, although she was excited, Zhongzhou did not show it on the surface. On the contrary, her little face was full of fear. No, absolutely not. I finally got back, how could I possibly go back? This time, Pan Simin was really anxious. Her figure flashed, and then her two little hands were placed on Zhongzhou's shoulders. Xiao Ru, now is not the time to act on your own whims. Everything must be based on the overall situation. Do you know that in order to hold Cao Wenbin back, Xiaoyao took out another kidney? Compared to this, what you are about to pay is nothing. Isn't it just to keep that guy company? It won't cost you any meat. If you want to put on a show, you have to do it completely. So, after listening to Pan Simin's words, Zhongzhou immediately performed her face-changing skills. The little face turns red and white. Anyone who saw it would think that she was very conflicted at this moment. After a long while, she finally spoke again, Sister Pan, I can go. But Xiaoyao must never know about this. I don't want him to think his mother is a slut. Also, you must prepare more plans. Because I can't delay it for too long. After saying that, Zhongzhou slowly stretched out 3 fingers. The meaning is very clear, that is, I can only last 3 days at most. So, Pan Simin was completely stunned. 3 days. How can it be so little? In her estimation, even if Zhongzhou couldn't delay Cao Wenbin for a month or so, delaying him for 10 days or so would definitely be no problem. After all, if Cao Wenbin was not extremely obsessed with Zhongzhou, how could he have used all kinds of means to capture her 3 times in a row? But now, can't you try harder? According to calculations, we will need at least 20 days. If the number is lower than this, all efforts will be in vain. There was a gleam in her eyes, and then Zhongzhou's mind emerged with the task that Cao Wenbin gave her during their last contact. Find an opportunity to let Pan Simin join in. As long as it can be successful. Thinking of the benefits offered by Cao Wenbin, Zhongzhou subconsciously clamped her legs together. Sister Pan, you are not a sister, you are not a human being. That Cao Wenbin is truly inhuman. Besides, I'm just sharing good stuff. In a short while, you might blame me. But in time, you will definitely thank me. The reason is very good. So quickly, she took action. Sister Pan, this is really impossible. To be honest with you, I only said the number of 3 days with gritted teeth. That guy has changed so much. When I'm with him, I'm unconscious most of the time. As for what caused it, shrug. The words are not fully said, but the meaning is self-evident. By the way, why don't you come with me, Sister Pan? With your 9th grade physical fitness and this figure, you should be able to hold on for quite some time. If we're not careful, that guy might get completely lost. This time, it was Pan Simin's turn to blush. Even though she was prepared, she was still embarrassed when someone said it to her face. Let me think about it. The answer is ambiguous. But the corners of Zhongzhou's mouth immediately curled up into a beautiful arc. Women naturally understand women. Zhongzhou knew that she succeeded. As long as the operation is done properly, this woman will definitely not be able to escape. You're such a good pretender. You're not some chaste heroine, why are you putting up a memorial arch in front of me? Of course, although she was very unhappy, Zhongzhou did not show it. In her opinion, the most urgent task now is to quickly return to Cao Wenbin's arms. So, by the way, Sister Pan, have you thought of a reason to let me leave? Pan Simin had never considered this question. But this doesn't bother her. After a few breaths, she came up with a solution. I'll go find Qinger and Luju. With their cover, we should be able to hide this from Xiaoyao. Do it when you think of it. After all, time is running out. The next moment, Pan Simin's figure disappeared directly on the rooftop. As for Pan Simin's request, the two lawless agreed on the spot without even thinking about it. Their idea is simple. If this matter is beneficial to their master, then it can be done. Chapter 226 Emperor's Formation. After so many days, I'm finally back to Cloud City. Oh, I wonder what gift my cheap son has prepared for me. Looking at the towering mountain not far away, Cao Wenbin's face was full of solemnity. He is not stupid. Naturally, he knew that Zhun Xiaoyao would not let him go easily. At the same time, he also understood that as long as this formation was broken, the matter of the ninth continent would basically be settled. Is there any news from my cousin? The voice was not loud, but Nightingale, who was in charge of intelligence, came over immediately. Master, there is no news. If nothing unexpected happens, those geniuses should have set up an isolation array. But young master, don't worry. Judging by the time, both sides are at most in the stage of testing each other. We still have time. Nodded gently. Then Cao Wenbin turned and looked at Meng Luo. When the chaos starts, I'll find a way to help you break through the blockade. As for what happened next, I don't think I need to say anything. Meng Luo smiled. And he laughed extremely wildly. Just keep your heart at ease. Except for you and Zhun Xiaoyao, the two perverts, the rest of you are nothing but chickens and dogs in my eyes. It's totally not worth mentioning. Believe it or not, before you could even finish off Zhun Xiaoyao, I had already finished off the other guys. That's right, this time, Cao Wenbin is going to take a two-pronged approach. Because after calculation, this is the most time-saving and labor-saving method. On the two battlefields, as long as one side can win, the other side will immediately collapse. Just as the two were chatting, the originally quiet Yunzhong city finally became noisy. Swish, swish, swish. The sounds of breaking through the air rang out one after another. Soon, Zhun Xiaoyao brought a group of emperors to Cao Wenbin. However, although these people are moving fast, everyone's position is always in order. Obviously, they came prepared. Brother Cao, you are such a dishonest person. You left without even telling me. Do you know how much I've missed you lately? After glancing at Zhun Xiaoyao lightly, Cao Wenbin shook his head helplessly. This guy is still so hypocritical. She obviously hated him to death, but after meeting him, she still had a fake smile on her face. Is the moral high ground so important? Okay, stop talking about this useless stuff. If you have anything to say, just tell me. The beauties in Qingzhou are still waiting for me. The corner of his mouth twitched, and then Zhun Xiaoyao was about to say something else. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. Because he suddenly discovered that Cao Wenbin was actually planning to take a detour. And this is something he absolutely cannot accept. After all, the formation he prepared couldn't withstand any torture. Once it falls apart, it will be all over. So, while Cao Wenbin was still immobile, he immediately shouted, "Brother Cao, wait a moment. Recently, I suddenly figured out a set of formations. But I don't know its power. So I would like to ask Brother Cao." No time. Before Zhun Xiaoyao could finish his words, Cao Wenbin interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Although the strategy of dividing the troops into two groups has been decided, Zhun Xiaoyao doesn't know it. If I don't take this opportunity to make a profit, wouldn't I be a fool? Sure enough, after discovering that Cao Wenbin wanted to leave, Zhun Xiaoyao suddenly became anxious. Brother Cao, don't be anxious. I didn't express myself clearly just now. Actually, I want to invite Brother Cao to play a game. As for the bet, having said that, Zhun Xiaoyao gritted his teeth. The next moment, a golden kidney appeared before everyone's eyes. Wenbin, this should be Zhun Xiaoyao's bottom line. Just promise him. Originally, Cao Wenbin was planning to squeeze her a little. But before he could open his mouth, Meng Luo's voice rang in his mind. Cao Wenbin is also quite convinced of Meng Luo's judgment. After all, this is a peerless genius who can accurately calculate what will happen within dozens of minutes. If she said it was the bottom line, then it is probably the bottom line. Therefore, tell me, how are you going to play? For your sake, as your father, I will reluctantly play with you. Zhun Xiaoyao, who was taken advantage of again, suddenly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. But he didn't retort. With a wave of his right hand, all the emperors he brought with him immediately took action. The spiritual energy in their bodies exploded, and then the area where they were located became hazy. This formation is called the 100 Emperors Formation. It is a supreme divine formation formed by 186 great emperors. Brother Cao, please come in. As long as you can lead others to break this formation, I will not only offer this kidney to you, but I will also never interfere in any affairs of this 9th continent. After he finished speaking, he crossed his arms and glanced at Cao Wenbin. Obviously, he is very confident in this formation. And when he found out that Cao Wenbin was only going to bring 11 women into the battle, he almost laughed to death. Brother Cao, if you haven't woken up yet, go to Cloud City and rest for a while. Brother, I can wait. Cao Wenbin, who had already reached the front of the formation, paused, then asked with a wicked smile, do you look down on the 12 of us so much? After taking another careful look at Cao Wenbin's lineup, Zhun Xiaoyao shrugged. 1 6th grade, 3 4th grade, 5 2nd grade, 2 1st grade, plus Cao Wenbin, a junior saint. The most important thing is that, except Cao Wenbin, the others are church saints who are not good at fighting. With this lineup, how can he look down on it? To put it bluntly, these 12 people are not worthy of him activating the formation. With hard power, that is enough to crush them. Brother Cao, although I know you must have a backup plan. But take my advice, you should bring more people with you. Otherwise, you won't even be qualified to fight against this 100 Emperors formation. You'll be killed instantly if you go in. That's right, Zhun Xiaoyao was really trying to persuade him. After all, he just wanted to delay Cao Wenbin, instead of wanting to kill Cao Wenbin. But what he didn't expect was that even though he spoke so sincerely, Cao Wenbin still had no intention of adding anyone. And walked even more resolutely. Damn it, it's hard to persuade that damned guy with kind words. I don't care anymore. Anyway, with what I just said, even if the Cao family is unreasonable, they can't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, he followed Cao Wenbin's footsteps and entered the formation. The next moment, the thunder was deafening. As for the ones who got hit, it was naturally Cao Wenbin and his group. Chapter 227 Crush. Boom. Lightning is white, and it is extremely thick. As it fell, an aura of desolation gradually spread. Obviously, the power of this attack is absolutely extraordinary. When Zhun Xiaoyao saw this scene, the corners of his mouth immediately curled up. Yes, when he was in the God-forsaken land, Cao Wenbin had indeed endured many such attacks. But so what? The thunder and lightning at that time were caused by him alone. But this time, it was more than 100 emperors who jointly pushed forward. There is simply no feasibility for both parties. Zhun Xiaoyao was sure that if this blow hit Cao Wenbin, even if he didn't die, he would definitely be seriously injured. It would be best if he could be broken into pieces but not killed. The idea is perfect. All aspects have been taken into consideration. But the reality is extremely bleak. Just a few breaths later, a situation that left him dumbfounded occurred. The almost invincible lightning in his eyes stopped for no reason after reaching Cao Wenbin's head. And no matter how hard Pan Simin, who controlled the formation, urged it, it couldn't move forward at all. Laws of space. Laws of time. Wrong. With Cao Wenbin's current strength, even if these two laws are magical, there is no way he can stop this attack. Damn it, what the hell is going on? My mind is racing. But even after racking his brains, Zhun Xiaoyao still couldn't get the answer. But it is different from his deep thinking. Pan Simin's method of dealing with problems is much more ruthless. Aren't you good at defense? Then I'll see how long you can hold on. As a result, the situation in the formation changed quickly. The already dark sky suddenly became even darker. Immediately afterwards, one after another, white lightning, as if it were free, fell towards Cao Wenbin desperately. I hope nothing will go wrong this time. Anticipation rises again. But as the saying goes, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. After just a few breaths, the light in Zhun Xiaoyao's eyes dimmed. As for the reason, it's nothing, the thunder and lightning have returned empty-handed again. However, Pan Simin's action was not without gain. At least Zhun Xiaoyao understood that Cao Wenbin was not using his own strength to fight against thunder and lightning. But he also used the formation. Although the positions of those 11 saints are a bit scattered. But it is extremely particular. There is something vaguely in line with each other. But precisely because he understood it clearly, Zhun Xiaoyao became even more terrified. After all, this 100 Emperors formation is the result of the fusion of the power of 186 great emperors, which is why it is so powerful. Among them, there are 8 6th grade ones. But what about Cao Wenbin? To put it bluntly, they are just a bunch of useless people. The only one who can be used is Dakizi. But it was these small fry in his eyes who gave his elite troops too. Damn it, where did this formation come from? Why is it so terrifying? But after cursing, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although this formation has first-rate defensive capabilities, it has little offensive power. Otherwise, maybe he was afraid that his bad words would come true, so before he could finish his words, Zhun Xiaoyao slapped himself lightly. No one is perfect, so how can a formation be perfect? Everything in the world has some flaws. In an instant, confidence filled his face again. And the development of things was almost as he expected. In the following period of time, Cao Wenbin and his female soldiers were constantly on the defensive. No counterattack was ever organized. So, as time went by, Zhun Xiaoyao's mood became more and more relaxed. In the end, he even started to mock. Brother Cao, I really don't understand what you are insisting on. Look at yourself, do you still have a chance of turning the tables? Just admit it, it's not shameful. Originally, he thought that after hearing these words, Cao Wenbin would be angry and embarrassed. After all, if you put yourself in Cao Wenbin's shoes, he would definitely not be able to bear it. But unexpectedly, Cao Wenbin was not angry, but instead gave him an extremely weird smile. At this moment, Zhun Xiaoyao suddenly panicked. Use your ultimate move on me. Don't hold back. Whatever happens, I'll take the blame. These words were spoken quickly and urgently. Unfortunately, it's still too late. Just as the 100 Emperors formation was preparing its killing move, changes finally occurred on Cao Wenbin's side. The 12 figures that were originally clearly visible soon became blurred. Immediately afterwards, a strong man with extremely strong muscles appeared there. This person holds an axe in his right hand and steps on a lotus. Both offensive and defensive. At the same time, an extremely violent aura suddenly spread out. Wherever it passed, the space was shaking. As for the 100 Emperors formation. Quick, pour all your energy into the formation. Let's fight this guy. Feeling the information conveyed by the Thunder Pearl, Zhun Xiaoyao was almost going crazy. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have imagined that one day, his 100 Emperors formation would face the possibility of being blown away by the aura. Clear. But at this moment, all the emperors in the 100 Emperors formation exploded. Everyone did not hold back and immediately poured all their energy into the formation. As the energy became more and more abundant, the 100 Emperors formation finally stabilized. But the emperors of the Zhun family all understood that this was their limit. As for the counterattack, then I can only think about it in my dreams. At this moment, they only hope to withstand the upcoming attack. But it is obvious that they think too highly of themselves. Withstand the attack, are they worthy? Just as the muscular man opened his eyes, the 100 Emperors formation that had just stabilized collapsed directly. Yes, they couldn't even withstand a glance. All the emperors flew backwards. The Thunder Pearl, which is the core of the formation, even had a crack. Wow, the artifact is at a disadvantage. Then Zhun Xiaoyao, as the master, would naturally have a hard time too. A mouthful of blood spurted out immediately. The little face, which was originally very rosy, was expressing her feelings at a speed visible to the naked eye. Silence. Everyone who was watching here was dumbfounded. What just happened? A 6th rank person brought a group of scraps and knocked down 8 6th rank people with just a glance. Are you sure you're not kidding? Even if you are at the 9th rank, you can't do this. Of course, others would be dumbfounded, but Pan Simin, who had always been highly concentrated, would not. Thanks to her 9th grade physical fitness, she recovered after just a few breaths. Then she shouted at Luju and Qinger, "Hurry and take the young master back to Shangxia Inn. I have a backup plan there, it's absolutely safe. I can't go back." Zhun Xiaoyao, knowing how important this battle is, naturally doesn't want to leave. So, he immediately prepared to order Luju and Qinger to let him go and fight to the death. But before he could say anything, Pan Simin spoke first. "Xiaoyao, you should go back first. I'm here. I guarantee you, this Cao guy will never make it past Yunjiang City. Until you come out." This is said with absolute certainty. And full of confidence. "Therefore, then I'll go back and rest. Auntie Pan, if anything goes wrong, you must notify me immediately." Pan Simin smiled. However, this smile is filled with indescribable meaning. She looked as if something important was about to leave her. "Don't worry. Auntie knows what's going on." Chapter 228, The Table Falls from the Sky. Part 1. A tear-jerking drama was unfolding on the ground. And in the void, the many supreme beings whose consciousness gathered together were engaged in a passionate quarrel. "Zhun Qingfeng, old Cao, the formation controlled by your kid must be contributed. After all, in a few hundred years, that rift on the western continent will reappear. As long as we have this formation, our chances of winning will definitely increase a lot. This is something that will benefit the entire fairyland. I don't think you will refuse it." "Fu Ao, I fully agree with what Brother Qingfeng said. Don't forget, this is a matter of race survival. So no one can hide anything. Otherwise, you will be the sinner of the entire fairyland." The two of them sang in unison and quickly occupied the commanding heights. But just when they were about to win over allies, Cao Xing suddenly spoke. "You two are dreaming. That's my Cao family's property. Why should we give it away? As for the sinners in the immortal realm, come on, isn't this how you've always promoted us? They say we are the cancer of the immortal realm. It's a parasite from the fairyland. If you exist for one more day, it will be the sorrow of all living beings." The more he spoke, the more disdainful Cao Xing's tone became. "Otherwise, why did they say that if you are not from the same family, you won't enter the same house?" Like Cao Wenbin, Cao Xing has never cared about reputation. In his words, how much does fame cost per pound? And that's not all. After taking a breath, he immediately turned the tables. "By the way, since you two care so much about the lives of all living beings in the world, why don't you contribute your things? Aren't your Zhun family's 4 spirits formation and the Fu family's hidden sword formation both things that can change the course of battle? I think if everyone in the world can learn this, then the monsters behind the rift won't be anything to fear." Awkward. Although they didn't show up, everyone could feel that Zhun Qingfeng and Fu Ao were both extremely embarrassed at this moment. But they are both really thick-skinned. Look, after just a few breaths, they all adjusted themselves. "Zhun Qingfeng, what you said makes some sense. In that case, let's announce it together. Obviously, this guy also knows that the formation used by Cao Wenbin is stronger than the 4 spirits formation. Therefore, as a last resort, they had to resort to tactics that would hurt the enemy by 1,000 but hurt themselves by 800. Unfortunately, Cao Xing was not fooled at all. If you want to be a living bodhisattva, then go ahead and do it yourself. Don't take me with you. The life and death of all living beings has nothing to do with me. I only care about my own family. Besides, I don't think the monsters behind the rift can cause any more trouble. After all, as long as Wenbin can become a venerable, everything will no longer be a problem. Don't forget, what Wenbin comprehended is the law of time. And I also received a gift from heaven and earth." After these words were spoken, Cao Xing and Cao Wenbin's 2 fathers-in-law, plus Old Wang, immediately withdrew their spiritual consciousness. The show is over, so next, it's naturally time to celebrate. "Humph, short-sighted fellow. You will regret it sooner or later." Unwilling. Extremely unwilling. But Zhun Qingfeng and others could do nothing. Ground. After breaking the 100 Emperors formation, the muscular man quickly disappeared. It's not that Cao Wenbin doesn't want to press on with the victory, but that he can't do it. The power of the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation is indeed terrifying, but the speed at which it consumes spiritual energy is also extremely astonishing. It is no exaggeration to say that if Zhun Xiaoyao and others could hold on a little longer, the final outcome would be hard to predict. After all, with the energy in Daikizi and others' bodies, it can only support the muscular man to chop with one axe at most. Looks like I need to teach a few more people. Especially those powerful women, they must all learn. Just as Cao Wenbin was making plans for the future, a woman suddenly jumped into his arms. The scent of jasmine. Zhongzhou's unique body fragrance. Why are you here? Cao Wenbin looked very surprised. But all he got in response was a grimace. I'm here to delay you. Sister Pan said, no matter what method we use, we can't let you set foot in this cloud city. Cao Wenbin was stunned, but soon, he started laughing evilly. No matter what method, he likes this. In that case, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and use your skills. Otherwise, I will have to command the army to march. By the way, how are you doing with the task I gave you? Then Pan Simin, is there any possibility of surrendering in the near future? Her little face turned red. Then Zhongzhou leaned completely on Cao Wenbin. Of course, although she was distracted by love, she did not forget the important things. After forcing herself to cheer up, she quickly explained, your goal will be achieved soon. But Sister Pan isn't doing this for music. But like me, you are contributing to a greater cause. 3 days later, just pretend to continue heading north, and she will come to you immediately. When that time comes, Zhongzhou didn't finish her words, but a gleam of light immediately flashed in Cao Wenbin's eyes. At the same time, Pan Simin's perfect figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Finally I can taste this delicious dish. Pan Simin, I hope you can still maintain your pride when I knock on your door. Otherwise, see how I harm you. Chapter 229, The Table Falls from the Sky. Part 2. For the next 3 days, Cloud City was very peaceful. The residents of the city also showed happy smiles. To be honest, the double-team confrontation a few days ago really scared them. It was like the end of the world, and it was terrifying just thinking about it. Therefore, they cherish this rare peace very much. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. No, on this evening. Are you done? In that case, I'm going to set off. The sound is not loud. But anyone who pays attention can definitely hear it. And Pan Simin in Shangxia is obviously the person with this intention. She was originally resting with her eyes closed, but suddenly she opened them. Then, an inexplicable expression appeared on her face. Is it true that you can only hold on for 3 days? Looks like it's my turn to take the stage. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived above the Cloud Inn. As expected, the masters of the Cao family have indeed begun to gather. And Zhongzhou, whom she had placed high hopes on, was indeed unconscious. Hey, he didn't say a word, yet it seemed as if he said a lot. The next moment, she threw a table into the Cloud Inn. Boom! Full of smoke. It looks like someone is attacking. However, the masters of the Cao family did not move. Obviously, they had discovered Pan Simin a long time ago. At the same time, Cao Wenbin's splashing voice also sounded at the right time. Auntie Pan, what are you doing? A gift. But who can deliver a table? Speechless. Quite speechless. This brat is pretending to be ignorant even though he knows the truth. So, after landing safely, Pan Simin gave Cao Wenbin a big eye roll. But she reacted quickly. This time is different from last time. The last time the two met in private, they were equals. Cao Wenbin is after her body. And she is following Cao Wenbin's song. So let's talk. But this time, she took a deep breath, and then a blush appeared on her face. Just let them go. Then I'll tell you the use of this table alone. The implication is very obvious. The voice was also full of begging. Unfortunately, Cao Wenbin doesn't buy it at all. You are a 6th rank master. But what about me? But he has just entered the holy realm. Plus, we are enemies. Listening to these long-winded words, Pan Simin's face immediately turned pale. She is not stupid. Naturally, she understood that Cao Wenbin wanted to humiliate her. To avenge her previous arrogance. To be honest, she really wanted to leave. After all, as a favored daughter of heaven, Fairy Julian, when has she ever suffered such humiliation? But her mind told her that she must not leave. Otherwise, everything will be over. And in the end, reason did prevail. Since Master Cao likes to be watched. Then I won't say anything. Anyway, I'm not the only one who's embarrassed. As for why I sent the table. Just as you thought, it's a prop. I haven't forgotten what you said last time. Cao Wenbin smiled. Then he quickly came to Pan Simin's side. Immediately afterwards, the big hands embraced the slender waist. The movements are extremely skillful. And Pan Simin did not resist. However, her mouth was never idle. After all, the matter is done, so since that's the case, we naturally have to strive for more benefits for ourselves. I hope you can keep your promise and give me those 2 songs after you're done, otherwise. Before she could finish her words, Cao Wenbin had already pulled her towards the table. Negotiate terms. What qualifications do you have to negotiate terms? Even if I eat for free, what can you do? Shangxia in. Zhun Xiaoyao, who was recovering from his injuries, suddenly opened his eyes without any stimulation. What's going on? Why is my heart so confused? Did something happen? That shouldn't be the case. If something really happened, even if Aunt Pan didn't inform me, Luju and Qinger wouldn't remain silent. After shaking his head, Zhun Xiaoyao closed his eyes again. Obviously, he is preparing to continue healing. Unfortunately, he failed. As time went by, his heart became more and more confused. No matter what method he used, he could never calm down. Wrong. There must be a special situation. This is my body's warning. Thinking of this, Zhun Xiaoyao could no longer sit still. The next moment, his spiritual consciousness suddenly spread out. But as everything around him gradually appeared in his consciousness, he was completely stunned. Because no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like anything has happened. Luju and Qinger were helping him guard the door. Everyone else is also doing things step by step. Everything is so well organized. If I had to say there was something unusual, it would probably be. Where are Mother and Aunt Pan? No, I think I missed something. His brows gradually furrowed. As time went by, he finally figured out what was wrong. At this moment, his men should not be here at all. Instead, he should be confronting Cao Wenbin. Could it be that Cao Wenbin has passed away? His face turned black instantly. Then his spiritual consciousness began to spread down the mountain. He didn't give up and wanted to confirm it again. After all, Pan Simin had promised him that she would never let Cao Wenbin go beyond the line. However, just as his spiritual consciousness passed by the Cloud Inn, he suddenly stopped all movements. Although he just took a quick look, he still found something unusual. There are a large number of masters in the Cloud Inn. There must be several 6th grade ones. This time, Zhun Xiaoyao was even more confused. Cao Wenbin actually returned to the inn. What's the trick? Shouldn't he be trying to find a way to break through the blockade? What on earth happened in these 3 days? Zhun Xiaoyao subconsciously prepared to let his spiritual sense enter the Cloud Inn. But soon, he hesitated. Although spiritual consciousness is invisible and intangible, it cannot escape the eyes of peers or masters. And the spiritual consciousness is still very fragile. Once someone who is stronger than you has evil intentions, it is easy to detain your spiritual consciousness. This causes severe damage to the owner of the spiritual consciousness. Forget it, I'd better go and see it myself. Even though I can't get in, I'm close enough to get some information. He did it as soon as he thought of it, and the next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived in a tea house. This place is not far from the Cloud Inn, only a few dozen meters at most. So it's a perfect location. Chapter 230 Invitation. Part 1. The young man here is really amazing, he has quite the demeanor of me back then. Old Li, will I die if I don't brag? Back then, you could even wet your shoes with a tailwind. If I were to do the same as you, wouldn't everything be over? Bullshit. I was clearly peeing 8 feet against the wind. Everyone, shut up. At this rate, halftime is almost over. The show is about to begin again. Looking at the room full of men, Zhun Xiaoyao frowned. It was dinner time, so the tea house should be very quiet. But now, also, what are these people talking about? Why is it weird? Confused. Very confused. But soon, his expression changed. As a faint voice came, he understood everything in an instant. At the same time, his anger value was also rising rapidly. What made him even more furious was that the other people in the room were chatting even more happily. So, shut the fuck up, everyone. Otherwise, die. The sound is very loud. After all, it was said in anger. Coupled with Zhun Xiaoyao's aura that he had developed from giving orders for many years, there was a moment of silence in the tea house. But when men get together, it is natural for them to talk about women. How could I possibly give up just because of the roar of a little brat like you? So after just a few breaths, these onlookers returned to their previous rhythm. Some of the braver ones even started to tease Zheng Xiaoyao. Boy, your reaction is very abnormal. What's going on? Are you acting like a moralist? Damn it, why are you acting so high and mighty? Isn't this the reason you came here? Wait, this woman here, she has nothing to do with you, right? Fuck, I finally figured it out. I was wondering why there was suddenly a scent of fragrant grass in the tea house from just now. I thought someone ordered new tea, but now it seems. The little face turned red instantly. This scene was something Zheng Xiaoyao had never experienced before. Kill them for me. Leave no one behind. Stunned again. Then the laughter of the onlookers became even louder. In their opinion, this kid must have been so angry that he started talking nonsense. Giving orders to the air, could it be that he is controlling the laws of nature? But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. As for the reason. Hey, why is there blood on my neck? This is their last consciousness. Then they all slid down from their chairs. No more sound. However, Zheng Xiaoyao's anger did not dissipate because of the death of these trash. After all, that extremely irritating voice was still drilling into his ears. Tell me, what's going on? Looking at Luzhu and Qinger who were cleaning up the battlefield, Zheng Xiaoyao's face turned black. As heroic spirits, the two women had no way of disobeying Zheng Xiaoyao's orders. So, they just started to tell the truth. Soon, Zheng Xiaoyao was explained the whole story. It would have been better if they didn't say anything. Once they revealed the truth, Zheng Xiaoyao became even angrier. He was angry at his own incompetence, and at Pan Simin's shamelessness as well. Going to a meeting alone is indeed tragic. Stopping Cao's army was indeed a great achievement. But can't you just be quiet? You can't control other things, can't you even grit your teeth? Bang. Bitch. You have brought shame upon my Zheng family. Of course, although he was embarrassed and panicked, Zheng Xiaoyao did not leave. He wanted to see what was so special about Cao Wenbin. By the way, let's stop Pan Simin here. He wants to catch the person red-handed. But what he didn't expect was that he had to wait for an entire night. Until noon. Wenbin, I want to go back first. Otherwise, Xiaoyao will become suspicious. But don't worry, I'll be back soon. When that time comes. Inside the Cloud Inn, Pan Simin was combing her long hair while flirting with Cao Wenbin. His eyes are filled with affection. Anyone who saw that look would think that this woman had surrendered. But Cao Wenbin understood that all this was just appearance. The title of 9th rank emperor is not just talk. Those who can cultivate to this level have extremely firm minds. If you want to make them surrender, it is not something that can be done in a short period of time. But since this woman wants to act, there is naturally no reason for Cao Wenbin to expose her. Acting. Let's see who can outperform whom. You don't need to ask me for instructions on such a small matter. We're both like this now. If I don't trust you, who else can I trust? But make it clear, you have to come back before dark. Otherwise, I'll go crazy. Sincere. When saying this, Cao Wenbin's face was full of sincerity. So, Pan Simin left very peacefully. The moment she left the Cloud Inn, a hint of pride appeared on the corner of her mouth. She succeeded. With her own strength, she managed to hold back the Cao family army. So what if there is a lot of high-end combat power? So what if I'm lucky? If one soldier is a coward, the whole general will be a coward. I can take you all down without bloodshed. However, the smug look on her face quickly disappeared. Because, Auntie Pan, is this how you stop Cao Wenbin? What a good trick. It really is a good trick. She turned her head in disbelief, and then Pan Simin's face turned pale. She never thought that she would meet Zheng Xiaoyao here. According to the plan, Zheng Xiaoyao should be recovering from his injuries at this time. Xiaoyao, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? By the way, this place is too close to the Cloud Inn. It's not safe at all. So if there's anything, let's go back and talk about it. Zheng Xiaoyao didn't move. Instead, he looked Pan Simin up and down. It is not difficult to see that Pan Simin worked hard before coming out. Look, there is not a single flaw on his body. Even the stockings on her legs were changed to the same pair. Unfortunately, the appearance can be repaired, but the physical strength cannot be restored. As time went by, Pan Simin soon could no longer stand. Those shaking legs. But gradually, Zhang Xiaoyao also softened his heart. Forget it, face is nothing. Being safe is better than anything else. Besides, Aunt Pan has given so much, isn't it all for me? After shaking his head, Zhang Xiaoyao turned around. I won't go back to the inn for now. Let's go to the clinic first. Chapter 231 Invitation. Part 2. Pan Simin did not reject Zhang Xiaoyao's proposal. After all, she has never given birth to a child for her husband, so naturally she would not give birth to a child for Cao Wenbin. Even though he was a monk, it was difficult to get pregnant, especially when the age gap between the two was too big. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be prepared for one. Besides, it's just a matter of turning a corner, it won't waste much time at all. However, along the way, the atmosphere between the two was extremely awkward. Only when the door of the clinic appeared before their eyes did Zhang Xiaoyao stop and say, Aunt Pan, can I still trust you? Your previous happiness has caused me to doubt my loyalty to you. Slightly stunned, then Pan Simin's face turned red. She originally thought that Zhang Xiaoyao just happened to pass by there. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. They've been here a long time ago. Even her screams. Of course, although she was shy, her tone was extremely serious. Xiaoyao, you can trust me at any time. As for the sound you heard, that doesn't count. After all, people tend to talk nonsense at certain times. By the way, in fact, you can not only trust me, you can even trust your Aunt Zhu. Because through all the details, I found that she is still thinking about you in her heart. Zhang Xiaoyao's eyes brightened instantly. The body also began to tremble slightly. Zhu Lin's matter has always been a thorn in his heart. Originally, he thought that this guilt could only be buried deep in his heart. But unexpectedly, there was a turning point. Auntie Pan, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? He nodded with great certainty, it's absolutely correct. After all, the look of heartache she showed when she was taking care of me and your mother couldn't be fake. Zhang Xiaoyao's mouth twitched. Damn, he actually forgot about his mother. But soon, he calmed down again. After all, Zhongzhou has been caught by Cao Wenbin 4 times. Since there was no danger before, it must be the same this time. Women just have advantages. If I were caught by Cao Wenbin. He shook his head. The scene was so beautiful that he didn't dare to think too much. At the same time, he finally felt relieved. Through this communication, he can be sure that his Aunt Pan is still the same Aunt Pan. Even though he got a little fatter, his loyalty remained the same. So what is Aunt Pan going to do in the future? Have you been feeding the tiger all along? Without any hesitation, Pan Simin nodded directly. That's right. After all, the cost of doing so is the lowest. This answer was within Zhang Xiaoyao's expectations. So he didn't say anything else. Then he helped Pan Simin lift the door curtain of the clinic. Auntie Pan, thank you for your hard work. But don't worry, this won't last long. In 5 days at most, I will definitely show you the rewards. Pan Simin smiled. Auntie believes you. Qingqiu. As the saying goes, same people have different fates. Just when Cao Wenbin was enjoying all kinds of wonderful things, Lindong fell into a desperate situation again. There's nothing we can do, it's because he's not strong enough. Lindong is not afraid of anyone from the Tianzhou alliance. I even have the confidence to beat it to pieces. But once these guys unite, he will have no choice but to run away. Damn, what the hell is my cousin doing? Such a long time has passed, he should have arrived long ago. Lindong's face was full of desire. But he had no idea that the savior he was waiting for had already given up on him because of a cave that was pregnant with a 1,000-year-old spiritual spring. So, he waited and waited, but what he got was, Master, let's retreat to the beach. Those guys are coming again. The corner of his mouth twitched, and then Lindong sighed softly. He didn't say anything, but the many masters in the room already understood what he meant. So soon, everyone took action. This was their 5th retreat, so they were quite skilled. But at this moment, stop it, slightly stunned. Then, excitement appeared on everyone's faces. After all, the sound came from outside the house. They thought that it must be Cao Wenbin who had arrived. Finally, I don't have to hide anymore. Damn it, I've been suffocating myself these days. But the good times didn't last long. After just a few breaths, they all froze in place. Because, Mengluo, why is it you? By the way, where's my cousin? Lin Dong also knew that Jin Yuer was subdued by Cao Wenbin. So the attitude is very good. But Meng Luo's next words scared Lin Dong so much that he jumped up. Cao Wenbin is confronting Zhun Xiaoyao. It's impossible to get here in such a short time. But you don't have to worry, it's the same as long as I'm here. Those guys outside are nothing but evil chickens and dogs in my eyes. Panicked. Everyone panicked. Cao Wenbin is not coming. Then what are they doing? Especially Yuan Shifeng, he backed down immediately. He came here to curry favor with others and gain merit. I'm not here to risk my life. As for Meng Luo, no one takes it seriously at all. Just a little girl who never opens her eyes. You are just a piece of shit. Who do you think you are? Meng Luo had obviously anticipated everyone's reactions. So, just when everyone was preparing to go back home and look for their mothers, a jade pendant with the word, Cao, engraved on it suddenly appeared in her hand. This is what Meng Luo specifically asked Cao Wenbin for before leaving. The purpose is to deal with the current situation. The function of this jade pendant is unprecedented. Look, the people who were clamoring to break up just now suddenly became quiet. Those who can appear here are all knowledgeable and experienced. Of course it is impossible not to know young Master Ling. This is a symbol of status, seeing the order is like seeing the person. Those who disobey the order will be beheaded. From this moment on, I will command this army. I hope you will do your best to cooperate. Of course, if anyone has a different opinion, they can raise it. I'm a relatively easy person to talk to. The members of the Cao family and the Lin family saluted the token without any hesitation. As long as the token is not issued, then whatever they do is fine. But once the token comes out, even a dragon will have to coil. Even Lin Dong. After seeing this scene, the people of the Yuan family also became obedient. Yes, they can indeed disobey orders. After all, the Cao family's token has no effect on them. But they also understood that if they withdrew at this time, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Given Cao Wenbin's personality, even for Chen Zhao who is sake, he wouldn't settle the score later. But it is impossible to get support from the Cao family again. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Yuan Shifeng gritted his teeth and nodded. If Miss Meng has any ideas in the future, just go ahead and arrange it. I, Yuan Shifeng, will do my best to complete it. Meng Luo smiled. Now that the internal situation is stable, she can now show her skills. After this battle, I will definitely become the third among the younger generation. It's time for the Tianji Pavilion's ranking among the immortal forces to rise. Chapter 232 Invitation. Part 2. 5 days later, at the Cloud Inn. Swish. Cao Wenbin, feeling refreshed, had just walked out of the bedroom when a letter suddenly appeared before his eyes. There is no process. It just appeared out of thin air. Even a 12th rank emperor doesn't have this ability. But Cao Wenbin was not surprised at all. Because the moment this thing appeared, he already knew what was going on. And the fact was pretty much as he expected. The letter was sent by Zhun Xiaoyao. As for the contents inside, Brother Cao, it's a beautiful day today, and I'm free anyway, so why don't we go to the top of the mountain and have a chat? I don't think you'll refuse, will you? He curled his lips in disdain. Are you free anyway? Where did this come from? He has been extremely busy these days, how could he have any free time? But in the end, Cao Wenbin's figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already reached the top. This is the highest point in the entire 9th continent. Therefore, it is rarely visited. But that was business as usual. Today, there is a touch of fireworks here. A stone table. More than a dozen delicious dishes. Plus a few pots of the famous divine drunk in the entire fairyland. It is not difficult to see that Zhun Xiaoyao put his heart into it. Please. Cao Wenbin didn't hesitate and sat down opposite Zhun Xiaoyao. And as the wine poured into the glasses, the two of them soon started toasting each other like old friends. Brother Cao, after today, we should be separated for a while. He nodded gently. Not bad. I also have a feeling that today will be the day to decide the winner. When Zhun Xiaoyao heard that Cao Wenbin agreed with his words, he immediately laughed. Actually, Brother Cao, you've already lost, haven't you? From the moment you gave up supporting Lin Dong for the sake of beauty, you have already lost the possibility of obtaining the 9th continent. To be honest, I really don't understand what you did. There's nothing wrong with loving beauty over power. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. But your hobby is so unique. Yes, Aunt Pan and Aunt Zhu are indeed very beautiful. But they are thousands of years old after all. What do you want from them? Zhun Xiaoyao had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but he never had the chance. Now that he finally has some free time, he naturally wants to let it all out. Cao Wenbin did not hide anything. After all, he also did not understand Zhun Xiaoyao's hobbies, so naturally he had to communicate with him. Brother Zhun, it's too early to draw conclusions about who will win. After all, the ending hasn't come out yet. As for what I want from Zhu Lin and the others. Speaking of this, Cao Wenbin could no longer suppress the smile on his face. A little brat like you can't possibly understand the joys of a mature woman. That feeling of them knowing what to do as soon as you glance at them is so addictive. By the way, can you tell me why you like those green apples? Don't you feel uncomfortable when you don't have everything you want? He also curled his lips. Obviously, Zhun Xiaoyao did not agree with what Cao Wenbin said. But just as he was about to explain to Cao Wenbin the benefits of green apples, a spot of light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Means of communication. The results are out. Unsurprisingly, the two immediately dropped the previous topic. All attention was instantly focused on the light spot. Brother Cao, are you ready? Lin Dong's tragic condition will soon be revealed before you. With a faint smile, Cao Wenbin's face was filled with indescribable meaning. Do you trust those little idiots so much? Don't forget, the power Lin Dong possesses is not much less than theirs. For some reason, Zhun Xiaoyao, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly became nervous. The heartbeat speed suddenly increased by more than double. There's nothing we can do, it's because Cao Wenbin is too calm. It looked as if everything was under his control. No, the alliance will never fail. After all, Lin Dong doesn't have the ability to fight many alone. Although he said so, his heart just couldn't calm down. So, he was no longer in the mood to argue with Cao Wenbin. He directly took the light spot into his hands. As the information was deciphered, he was stunned. 5 days ago, the two forces had their first confrontation. Meng Luo used puppetry to successfully deceive all the geniuses in the alliance. Let them mistakenly believe that Cao's army wants to break out to the west. Therefore, most of the masters were transferred to the west. And they set up many traps. But in the end, Cao's army broke out from the east. The alliance suffered a crushing defeat. More than 10 fifth-grade emperors were killed. 4 days ago, all the geniuses were dissatisfied. After resting, he led his troops to encircle and suppress the enemy again. But he fell into Meng Luo's trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain. As a result, all the remaining personnel were killed. 1 6th-rank emperor and more than 25th-rank emperors were killed. A day ago, the geniuses who had been defeated time and time again had already developed a rift in their hearts. Everyone is suspicious. Everyone thought that someone had secretly defected to the Cao family. After all, the situation where every strategy is calculated to fail is really weird. When Meng Luo heard the news, she immediately took advantage of the situation. Just a quarter of an hour later, all kinds of false news were flying all over the sky like snowflakes on a snowy day. So, the alliance was disbanded without even the Cao family's army attacking. All the geniuses have now evacuated the 9th continent. It's not true. That's absolutely not true. Meng Luo should still be here. Yesterday I even saw the 6th-rank emperor of Tianji Pavilion suddenly stand up. Then Zhun Xiaoyao glared at Cao Wenbin. He knew that all this must have been done by the man in front of him. Unfortunately, even though his eyes were sharp, Cao Wenbin remained unmoved. He never put down the wine cup in his hand from beginning to end. Brother Zhun, since it's already happened, why are you still hesitating? Come on, keep drinking. I'll drink your grandma's leg. Chapter 233 Take action. Bang, bang. It is not difficult to see that Zhun Xiaoyao is really angry. Look, under the influence of his violent momentum, all kinds of porcelain on the table exploded directly. The only thing that survived at the scene was the cup in Cao Wenbin's hand. Why do I work so hard but still achieve nothing? And you walk your bird all day, and you want to get whatever you want. He curled his lips in disdain. Are you unbalanced? I'm still not balanced. Why is your luck so amazing? So, after rolling his eyes, Cao Wenbin immediately began to kill him. Walking the bird, do you think that's what I meant? Everything I did was forced by you. According to my original plan, after secretly sending Mengluo over, my only task is to keep an eye on you. As long as I prevent you from going to support me, I'll consider it a success. But I never thought you would use the honey trap on me. Not only did they send their own mother, but they also sent a musician. Trying to break my will. To be honest, I was very resistant in my heart. But when I think about my weak strength. Before Cao Wenbin could finish his words, Zhun Xiaoyao was completely stunned. Weak strength. Were you initially resistant? Beauty trap. Are you sure you're not kidding? The more he thought about it, the more Zhun Xiaoyao felt depressed. Therefore, it was not until a long while later that he gritted his teeth and said with certainty, "You didn't intend to help Lin Dong in the first place." He nodded very confidently. "Everything is over, why would I lie to you? I can swear to God that I have never thought of leaving Cloud City." Puff. After receiving a positive answer, Zhun Xiaoyao could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, he was very angry. Mother. Auntie Pan. But as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Boom. At the moment he vomited blood, the spiritual energy within 1,000 miles suddenly rioted. Immediately afterwards, these spiritual energies seemed to have found the stragglers of the organization and began to rush towards Zhun Xiaoyao desperately. And after the two met, it directly merged into his body. There is no need to absorb it at all. Extremely silky. With the nourishment of these spiritual energies, Zhun Xiaoyao not only quickly recovered to his peak condition, but his strength also soared directly to the middle stage of the Holy Realm. His face was full of disbelief. Zhun Xiaoyao was completely dumbfounded. What is going on? Wasn't he abused? How come there is progress? And as far as he could remember, this situation wasn't the first time it had happened. Every time he was defeated by Cao Wenbin, his strength would improve more or less. Shit, my body doesn't have masochistic tendencies, does it? The more severely you are abused, the faster your strength will increase. As soon as this thought came out, the corners of Zhun Xiaoyao's mouth began to twitch. What kind of shitty talent is this? This is so embarrassing. But he quickly adjusted his mindset. No matter what, improving strength is definitely a good thing. Especially at this time. So, Brother Cao, thank you for your verbal attack. Otherwise, if I want to advance to the middle stage of the Saint Realm, I'll have to settle down for at least a year. Of course, although his words were all polite, his eyes were becoming more and more ferocious. And this gentlemanly attitude did not last long. This is not. By the way, you just said that walking the bird wasn't your intention, right? In that case, I will help you get rid of this trouble forever. From now on, even if someone forces you to walk, you won't be able to walk. As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword flashing with cold light suddenly appeared in his hand. It's about 7 inches long. The whole body is blood red. From time to time, a burst of black gas would emerge from the sword. And with its appearance, the already low temperature on the peak suddenly became even lower. The more you fail, the more courageous you become. Witch slaying sword. It seems that I guessed right, this is a hangman banquet. Cao Wenbin, who was well prepared, was not nervous. But his expression was extremely solemn. There was nothing he could do, since he was facing Zhun Xiaoyao. Yes, challenging opponents of higher levels is indeed a common occurrence for him. But Zhun Xiaoyao is the same. So this battle will definitely not be easy. Besides, this witch-slaying sword is indeed the nemesis of the body-refining cultivators. Even from such a distance, he could still feel a shudder. Cao Wenbin was sure that his current body could not withstand this thing. Damn it, how many people have been slaughtered by this guy's men? With Mu Qianqun stealing his qi and blood, he was actually able to refine this witch-slaying sword. Just as Cao Wenbin was thinking, Zhun Xiaoyao's attack finally arrived. Witch-killing sword. The law of space. A powerful alliance. As for the goal, it's exactly 3 inches below the abdomen. You kid, why are you still holding a grudge? I just attacked your mother here a few times, but that was all consensual. You, shut up. When Zhun Xiaoyao heard Cao Wenbin mention his mother, he became even angrier. The next moment, the speed of the Tuwu sword suddenly increased by another 10%. Unfortunately, even so, it is still useless. After Cao Wenbin used the 2 laws of time and space, Tuwujian quickly lost his way. No matter how Zhun Xiaoyao urged, he could never reach Cao Wenbin. Depend on. Zhun Xiaoyao obviously could not accept such a result. After all, he paid countless prices for this battle. Not to mention the resources consumed. He is not short of money. But the loss of luck made Zhun Xiaoyao very sad. Ever since he got the witch-slaying sword, he could clearly feel that his luck had gotten worse. The situation in the past where opportunities could appear just by walking is gone forever. At first, he thought it was a psychological effect. But after reading a bunch of ancient books, he finally understood that he was haunted by karma. This sword is forged from the blood of millions of lives, so naturally it also carries the resentment of millions of lives. It would be good enough if the person who holds it doesn't suffer backlash. Still want to encounter opportunities. That's just a daydream. Of course, it is very simple to crack it, that is to throw away the witch-slaying sword. But Zhun Xiaoyao simply couldn't do this seemingly simple thing. Because he still has to use this sword to chop Cao Wenbin. But precisely because he was so greatly influenced, he was full of confidence in this sword. He felt that this time, he would definitely be able to achieve something. But now, Chapter 234 The Ninth Continent, take it. Cut him to pieces. Otherwise, what do I want you to do? Thinking of his own efforts, Zhun Xiaoyao's eyes suddenly turned red. The requirements for the witch-slaying sword are getting higher and higher. Unfortunately, no matter how strong the restraining power of the witch-slaying sword is, it is just a dead object. What's the point if the person motivating it is not strong enough? Don't waste your energy. The pressure you give me is not as great as the pressure your mother gives me. So, you better get out of here. Anything I like must be mine. If a god comes, even that can't be stopped. Killing people and destroying their hearts. As a result, Zhun Xiaoyao, who was already very crazy, suddenly became even crazier. The next moment, he reached out and grasped the witch-slaying sword. His idea was simple: wouldn't it be impossible to hit the target using sword-wielding technique? Then I'll just hold it and chop it. And this trick really works. For Zhun Xiaoyao, who is protected by the power of law, breaking through Cao Wenbin's defense is much easier than with just a sword. Look, after struggling for a while, he found an opportunity. He, Mr. Cao, you can say goodbye to your happiness now. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tuwu sword stabbed between Cao Wenbin's legs. Boom! The sound of collision soon rang out. But Zhun Xiaoyao's face did not show any joy. Instead, he became even angrier. Because when the Tuwu sword was about to hit the target, a set of ancient-style armor suddenly appeared on Cao Wenbin's body. So, he chopped down a lonely tree. There's nothing we can do about it, since the witch-slaying sword itself isn't sharp. There is no way to break through the armor created by Yi Shuiyu. This defeat completely drained Zhun Xiaoyao's energy and spirit. He is not blind. Although the armor on Cao Wenbin only appeared for a moment, he could see clearly that it was a full-body armor. In other words, as long as the armor is not broken, he will never be able to cut Cao Wenbin's body in his life. How so? Dumbfounded. I was completely dumbfounded. Before coming, he had imagined many possibilities. But this is the only thing he didn't expect. The witch-killing sword he had painstakingly crafted was actually defeated by an unknown piece of armor. Are you sure you're not kidding? Damn it, if this sword has so many drawbacks, how did the witch clan get destroyed? Don't those guys know how to wear armor? But how could he know that the big bosses of the Wu clan really didn't wear armor? They have absolute confidence in their own bodies. In their minds, relying on external forces is a sign of weakness. Of course, they weren't always so brave. After several high-ranking officials were killed one after another by Tuwujian, they also came to their senses. Unfortunately, it's all too late. After discovering that they were not invincible, the races that had been oppressed by them joined the resistance. So, Brother Zhun, are you done with your 3-axe rotation? In that case, I will take action. Come, experience your mother's favorite attack too. Just as Zhun Xiaoyao was complaining, Cao Wenbin, who had recovered, finally started to fight back. As for the methods he used, that's right, it's thunder and lightning. Zhongzhou's favorite. Boom. Even though Zhun Xiaoyao knows the laws of thunder and lightning. Even though he possessed the Thunder Pearl, Cao Wenbin's attack was too sudden. In addition, the two were close to each other, so when everything was over, the originally handsome Zhun Xiaoyao turned directly into black charcoal. The whole person was pitch black from head to toe. Of course, although it was a bit tragic, he did not die. Because just when Cao Wenbin was about to finish him off, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. And never appeared again. You run fast enough. He curled his lips in disdain. Then Cao Wenbin looked up at the sky. He is waiting for the baptism of heaven and earth. As the new master of the ninth continent, he believed that heaven and earth would definitely give him rewards. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Look, after just a few breaths, Cao Wenbin's momentum began to grow rapidly. The peak of the early stage of the Holy Realm. Mid-stage of the Holy Realm. Peak of the middle stage of the Saint Realm. This surge only ended when it reached the peak of the Holy Realm. And this is not Cao Wenbin's biggest gain. As his strength skyrocketed, his luck also skyrocketed. The ninth continent has been silent for too long. Therefore, the luck accumulated here can simply be called terrifying. The Qilin clan controlled enough luck back then. But compared with the one here. Wrong, there is no comparison between the two sides. The luck of 10 Qilin tribes cannot compare to this wave of harvest. It's sent. This time it's really coming out. It seems that conquering others is the fastest way to accumulate luck. At this moment, Cao Wenbin suddenly felt a little greedy for other continents. There is no way, because luck is so tempting. Besides, as the soul of China, he is very disgusted with the situation of warlords dividing the country. He doesn't want to be Zhongdong Jerry. But this matter needs to be considered carefully. The most urgent thing now is to get Sister Yuener out of seclusion as soon as possible. After all, the deterrent power of the 4th and 5th lords is completely different. Do it when you think of it. The next moment, Cao Wenbin's figure disappeared from the spot. Lin family. At the moment when the 9th continent was unified, Lin Wenchen and the 212 rank emperors of the Lin family suddenly opened their eyes. Then, they unconsciously gathered together. Of course, the ancestors of each lineage were also called over by him. After everyone arrived, Lin Wenchen didn't hesitate and immediately announced, the 9th continent has been completely conquered by Wenbin. So according to what we discussed before, we can send someone to manage it. As for who will be at the helm there from now on. Having said that, Lin Wenchen paused, and then turned his attention to an old man. This person's strength is not outstanding here. It even feels like the last one in line. However, the seat where he sat was very close to the front. As for why he is so highly regarded, there is no other reason, because he is the ancestor of Lin Xiu's lineage. The ancestors are honored by their grandchildren. Zhang Yan, from now on, the 9th continent will be ruled by you. Others assist you. There weren't many words in the conversation, but except for the 3 people who had seen through everything, every one of the others present expressed envy. This is the management right of an entire continent. It's crazy to think about it. And Lin Wenchen's next words made them even more envious. By the way, Zhang Yan, how's the progress with Xiu? It's been a while since there's been any happy event in my Lin family. Grandmaster, I'll go and urge them right away. Chapter 235 Speed up time. Since he had already taken the greatest benefit bestowed by heaven and earth, Cao Wenbin naturally would not stay any longer. Soon, he brought the women's army back to the Cao family. As for the future of this team formed by 3 parties. Joke. Isn't the fate of a woman who falls into his gluttonous mouth already sealed? You little brat finally decided to come back. Do you know that people have been waiting for you for so long that the flowers are about to wither? Looking at Lin Xiu rushing towards him, Cao Wenbin was a little dazed. Could it be that this woman took the wrong medicine? Why are you so enthusiastic? Also, he hasn't been back for such a long time, shouldn't his mother come to greet him? How did this change too? But as his peripheral vision caught sight of an old man, he suddenly understood everything. And the truth was pretty much the same as he guessed. As soon as Lin Xiu rushed into his arms, she whispered in his ear, "That old guy is here to supervise. You better not reveal the truth. If you behave well, then after he leaves." I have to say, Lin Xiu understands men. That little look is so alluring. What is said will make people unconsciously think of wild things. But Cao Wenbin understood that this woman was just making empty promises. After leaving, if this old man really passed away, she would definitely run faster than anyone else. It's a great fortune to be able to see her shadow. So, based on the principle of enjoying as much pleasure as possible, Cao Wenbin's right hand immediately fell on her slender waist. Lin Xiu trembled all over. But before she could say anything else, Cao Wenbin's words had already entered her ears. Don't move. Otherwise, I'll leave. You'll have to clean up the rest of the mess yourself. Not much talk, but quite effective. Lin Xiu's originally tense body softened in an instant. Then he cooperated with Cao Wenbin with a smile. But her voice was extremely eerie. Boy, just wait for me. Wait until this old man leaves, and I'll beat you to a pulp. Cao Wenbin curled his lips in disdain and didn't take the threat seriously at all. Don't forget, at this moment, he has reached the peak of sainthood. And what about Lin Xiu? He is just a little quasi-saint. If a fight really breaks out, it's hard to say who will be the one to suffer the most. Of course, Cao Wenbin won't let her get away with it. But it will make her find. Okay, I'll wait. I want to see what tricks you can come up with. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin hugged her and walked towards the depths of the Cao family. When passing by the old man, he nodded with a smile on his face. After spending a few hours exploring the world, Cao Wenbin took advantage of the night and slowly walked into the back mountain. Originally, he was planning to secretly go find Zhao Yuaner. But unexpectedly, he died before he could accomplish his mission. I had just come in and hadn't even touched the door, but I was discovered. God bless you, please don't let it be a direct elder. If they knew I came to see Sister Yuaner in the dark. Thinking of that scene, Cao Wenbin shuddered subconsciously. But after just a few breaths, he breathed a sigh of relief. Because as his spiritual sense spread, he could already see the appearance of the person coming. Zhao Xiaoqiu, Zhao Yuaner's maid, an insignificant person. As a result, Cao Wenbin's back straightened up immediately. It turns out to be Sister Chu. You scared me. After saying that, Cao Wenbin continued to move towards Zhao Yuaner's residence. But as he walked, his brows gradually furrowed. As for the reason, why are you following me? He looked very dissatisfied. But Zhao Xiaoqiu looked innocent. Master, I didn't follow you. I am the master's maid, and I have finished my work outside. She didn't say the rest of the words, but the meaning is self-evident. I want to go home. You are in charge of everything, you can't just stop me from going home. This time, Cao Wenbin was in trouble. Because he really had no reason to stop this girl. But Cao Wenbin is indeed thick-skinned. After rolling his eyes a few times, he pretended to be generous and said, Sister Chu, you haven't had a rest for some time. It's just right. I'm here today, so you can take a few days off. Go out and have fun. I'll cover all your expenses. A huge sugar-coated bullet. But Zhao Xiaoqiu didn't eat it. Instead, he looked speechless. How many days off? She was sure that if she really did what Cao Wenbin said, her master would definitely suffer in the next few days. After all, the reputation of his young master is known to everyone. So, she immediately prepared to refuse. But when the words came to her lips, she hesitated again. Because the scene before Zhao Yuaner went into seclusion suddenly appeared in her mind. Give away a personal jade pendant. As long as we receive the call, no matter what we are doing, we will provide support immediately. In his spare time, he always talks about this young master. Whenever he mentions it, his face is full of smiles. After being summoned for the last time, all objects that represented the past were directly destroyed. All of this shows that the relationship between her master and this young master is very special. If her master failed too. This time, it was her turn to tremble all over. What should I do? Zhao Xiaoqiu's hair is almost turning white from worry. Just when she was about to ask some questions to see what Cao Wenbin's purpose was, she suddenly found that there was nothing in front of her. As for Cao Wenbin's whereabouts, forget it, whatever happens. Anyway, things have come to this point, and there is nothing I can do to change it. In a boudoir filled with the fragrance of orchids, Zhao Yuaner, wearing a white gown, was madly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. No, the word absorb is not accurate. It would be more appropriate to describe it as extraction. To be honest, this is the Cao family's ancestral home. The location of the dragon vein in Zhongzhou. If it were somewhere else, there would be no such abundant spiritual energy. Originally, everything here is quite perfect. But when a wretched figure appeared, this beauty was completely destroyed. As expected of my sister Yuaner, you are always thinking about me. You know I like stockings, but I wear them even during retreat. Not surprisingly, as soon as she appeared, Cao Wenbin's eyes immediately fell on the two beautiful legs crossed together. Of course, he watched, but he didn't do anything. As a cultivator, he naturally knew the taboos of seclusion. Once the body is suddenly touched, it may cause serious injuries at best, or even death at worst. As for using secret methods to awaken Zhao Yuaner, please, Zhao Xiaoqiu doesn't know what Zhao Yuaner is doing, doesn't he know? Interrupt Cheng Zun's energy. Only a very stupid person would do such a thing. Let's speed up time. After all, the sooner Sister Yuaner becomes a supreme, the sooner I can see the supreme dance. Besides, the road to heaven is about to open. If I can enter the realm of the great emperor before then. Thinking of that scene, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth curled up unconsciously. As far as he could remember, since the road to heaven was discovered, no one had ever entered it as an emperor. Let me be the first one. The realm of eternity. In an instant, the flow of time in this room began to slow down madly. It didn't stop until the gap became 7 times. That's right, as Cao Wenbin's strength reached the peak of the holy realm, the power of the eternal realm also changed. It was 5 times before. Now it has become 7 times. But don't underestimate this twofold gap. 1 or 2 days may be nothing. But once the time is extended, the gap will be huge. Chapter 236, Become a Lord, Crisis appears. Time is passing by quickly. Without the 2 trendsetters, Cao Wenbin and Zhun Xiaoyao, the fairyland became completely quiet. Of course, there are still some minor fights. But they are not on a large scale. Not to mention the battle between emperors on the 9th continent. Even the battles in the Holy Realm are hard to see. This is life. Finally, I don't have to worry every day. This is the voice of the grassroots people. Unfortunately, their good days did not last long. Just 1 year later, something strange happened in Zhongzhou again. Cao family ancestral home. Boom. As the thunder sounded, the sky immediately changed color. One after another, dark clouds of disaster soon appeared in the eyes of the world. At the beginning, neither the masters in Lingxiao city nor the many emperors of the Cao family took this calamity cloud seriously. In everyone's opinion, this should be just an ordinary breakthrough. But as time went on, some knowledgeable people gradually changed their expressions. The ancestors with various immortal powers also suddenly opened their eyes. They smelled a hint of the supreme aura. And this breath is extremely strange. That is to say, Zhongzhou, is someone from the Cao family going to become a venerable again? Thinking of this possibility, the faces of these veteran supreme beings turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. As for those 12 items. Oh shit. Why can't I be the one who created this unparalleled beauty? All the 12 rank emperors, one by one, were blown away. After all, becoming a venerable is their lifelong pursuit. The youngest among them has been stuck in this state for 6 or 7,000 years. The longest one is almost 10,000 years. Originally, it was fine as long as we were all stuck together. But now someone has taken the lead. It would be strange if they could maintain balance. As a result, their figures quickly disappeared from the spot. Of course, those supreme beings are not idle either. Even earlier than the disappearance of these 12 rank emperors. And his destination is also the same, that is the Cao family in Zhongzhou. They are preparing to give the Cao family a big gift. If outsiders have discovered something, then the masters of the Cao family naturally cannot be unaware of it. However, Cao Xing and Mr. Wang were both very confused at this time. Because the 512 great emperors of the Cao family are right beside them at this moment. In other words, it wasn't these people who became the master. Who on earth is it? Staring at each other. Of course, this state did not last long. As for the reason, as the eye of heavenly tribulation appeared above Zhao Yuaner's villa, everything became clear. Zhao Yuaner. How is this possible? Isn't she only of the 9th rank? Unbelievable. An expression of disbelief appeared on everyone's face. You have to know that Zhao Yuaner was only more than 3,000 years old at this time, less than 4,000 years old. If one can cultivate to the 9th level at this age, he would be a rare talent among men. As for Cheng Zun, to be honest, no one would dare to think about it even if it was a dream. But now, this miracle appeared right before their eyes. 5 masters from one family. This time, let's see who dares to challenge me. After the shock, there is naturally joy. However, this joy only lasted for a few moments. Then the 7 people's eyes turned to the outside of the ancestral home. Are you here? The mumbling was not loud. But the turmoil it can cause is indeed quite big. The next moment, masters from various families appeared one after another. The first to arrive were the Cao family's allies. After all, they are closest to the Cao family. Brother Cao, congratulations. In-laws, congratulations. While giving the congratulatory speech, Mubai and Lin Wenchen quickly integrated into the Cao family camp with their own 12th rank emperor. Point the guns outward. The Jun family, the Fu family, as well as people from immortal forces such as the Dragon Clan, did not keep them waiting for long. They arrived almost at the same time. Snort. In an instant, the already depressing atmosphere became even more depressing. However, Jun Qingfeng and others did not rush to take action. First of all, it's because Cheng Zun couldn't stop it. The eye of heavenly tribulation has no consciousness. If you get too close, you will also be struck. People who have cultivated to their stage have all experienced heavenly tribulations to some extent. That taste. No one wants to endure it again for no reason. Secondly, no one wants to fall out. Although the strength of the two sides is more than twice as different now, if they really start to kill each other, no one can afford the consequences. So, Jun Qingfeng and others planned to wait until Zhao Yuan'er had overcome the heavenly tribulation and accepted the baptism of heaven and earth before taking action. As long as you can harass them, retreat immediately. And this is exactly the method that the old supremes usually use to suppress the new supremes. Fu Ao and others have experienced this. What do you mean? Are you planning to destroy my Cao family? I'm warning you, put away your little thoughts. If anyone dares to attack us later, my Cao family will fight to the death. Cao Xing's temper is no joke. Look, after a short standoff, he immediately started threatening. Unfortunately, the effect is not very good. Fu Ao, Brother Cao, you really only allow the officials to set fires, but not the people to light lamps. Have you forgotten what happened when I became a venerable? At that time, I begged you so hard that I almost kowtowed to you. But how did you do it? Chapter 237, Overcoming the Tribulation. Fu Ao's voice was full of sadness. Obviously, he was really helpless at that time. But Cao Xing, the instigator, had a look of disdain on his face. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. What is there to complain about? That's your own fault. If you had no ambition and joined my Cao family earlier, why would you have gone through all those hardships? Fu Ao was so angry that he couldn't speak clearly. The body was shaking. But just when he was about to lose control of himself and was about to exchange a few moves with Cao Xing in advance, Jun Qingfeng pulled him back. As for why we do this. As an old rival, Jun Qingfeng knows Cao Xing's fighting ability very well. Fu Ao can never be his opponent. Not only is there a gap in strength between the two sides, but there is also an insurmountable gap in equipment. Cao Xing has the innate treasure 9 cauldrons in his hand. What does Fu Ao have? Of course, although he tried to stop it, Jun Qingfeng's mouth was not idle. After all, it's better to lose the battle than the person. Brother Cao is quite domineering. But you don't seem to understand the situation. Yes, under normal circumstances, your Cao family's fist is indeed the biggest. But take a closer look, is today's situation normal? After saying that, he pointed to the side beside him. The implication is very obvious. He almost told Cao Xing openly, I have 9 like-minded people on my side, so you better keep a low profile. Unfortunately, Cao Xing didn't buy it at all. You want the majority to bully the minority. But can you unite as one? After he finished speaking, Cao Xing began to scan the supreme beings present. He needs to judge who will take action next. Needless to say, the 2 people from the Jun family. No matter who is missing, they are indispensable. The Dragon Clan was also not afraid. After all, because of the Long Zimei incident, both sides had a very unpleasant quarrel. Examen family. I have to say that Cao Wenbin has offended many people. Because of this, there are many people who are willing to take action this time. But nothing is absolute. Look, Yang Xiao from Tianji Pavilion and Yuanding Tian from Yuan family took a step back together after meeting Cao Xing's gaze. So, Cao Xing laughed. But Jun Qingfeng's face immediately turned black. He would never have thought that there would be people who would back down on such a matter. Jun Qingfeng subconsciously prepared to say something. But at this moment, the eye of heavenly tribulation showed its power. Boom! The sound was earth-shaking. It just drowned everything. However, despite the loud noise, it did not cause any damage to the surrounding environment. Even Zhao Yuan'er's boudoir was not affected at all. The lightning disappeared immediately after reaching the roof. Obviously, this lightning is only aimed at humans. It will not harm flowers, plants or trees. Inside the boudoir, Zhao Yuaner, whose body had completed its transformation, suddenly opened her eyes. Then, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Is this the physical quality of the Supreme? It's truly against the will of heaven. Unfortunately, her good mood did not last long. Because the thunder has reached her head. Of course, this is not the most important thing. What really made her nervous was that she caught a glimpse of Cao Wenbin out of the corner of her eye. So, you little bastard, get out of here. This is the tribulation of becoming a great master. If you stay for too long, you will be implicated. Her tone was fast and urgent. But what made her despair was that Cao Wenbin didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the matter. After hearing her words, he not only didn't move, but he even laughed. Sister Yuaner, just focus on overcoming the tribulation. Don't mind me. Although this thunder tribulation is powerful, it can't do anything to me. Zhao Yuaner rolled her eyes, then sighed softly, my little rascal, if you don't leave, how can I have the heart to overcome the tribulation? As soon as she finished muttering to herself, she immediately prepared to send Cao Wenbin away. But after just a few breaths, she was stunned. For some reason, she couldn't lock onto Cao Wenbin. In her perception, there was nothing at all where Cao Wenbin was. Not to mention people, there isn't even a single piece of clothing. This is stunned, but she didn't have time to think about it. The next moment, the thunder had already fallen on her. Although she tried her best to control herself, her body still began to tremble. Obviously, she was seriously injured. What made Zhao Yuaner even more depressed was that this thunder didn't give her any chance to breathe. One after another, he looked as if he would not stop until he had killed her. Why? It seems that after this incident, I will have to recuperate for at least a year or two. Very pessimistic. But at this moment, a small tripod suddenly appeared in front of her chest. The tripod is not big. But the momentum is really great. There are even mountains and rivers painted on it. 9 cauldrons. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Yuaner's eyes showed disbelief. Then she turned and looked at Cao Wenbin. There were only 2 of them in the room, so the origin of this thing was naturally self-evident. Is this what you prepared for me? The voice is trembling. It is full of touching moments. As a senior member of the Cao family, she naturally knew the value of this thing. It is no exaggeration to say that this thing is enough to buy her life. But this priceless treasure was thrown directly in front of her by the boy in front of her as if it were garbage. While she was moved, many images emerged in her mind. As for the content on the screen, without exception, they were all situations where Cao Wenbin fought desperately with others just to get a magic weapon for her. Cao Wenbin fought desperately with others just to get a magic weapon for her. This brat must have suffered a lot to get it. I have to say, she knows how to use her imagination. Of course, she wasn't too wrong.